Куки. Куки хотя бы бьет по площади разом, и там бутоны уже разлетаются кто куда. А с Райден такого не происходит. Она же бьет непосредственно объект, который ты атакуешь. Это была на Хида C2? Нет, это не на Хида C2, если что. Я думаю...
Окей. Okay. So I forgot about this yesterday. So that's a thing. Стоит. Ну, это того стоит, maybe. Standard operation. Rest and recuperation. Let's try this one. Okay. Ай.
Careful. I don't want to ruin the outfit. I'm in a good mood today, so let's make this quick.
Let's go like this. To the right.
На Хида C2 пройдет вообще на изи. Ну буквально на Хида C2 это считай почти как Баума. Ну и все, и проходит она нормально. Так. Сейчас тогда появляются штуки лунной ботанизацией. У нас не было лунной ботанизации. Блин, короче, идея в том, что вот эти штуки, которые он призывает, на них надо сделать лунную ботанизацию. А для этого надо сделать хотя бы один стак. То есть вот сейчас появляются штуки. Мы делаем холд-ешку. Лунная ботанизация тут же его сбивает. Вот. И дальше мы уже можем играть как в стандартную пачку. От бутонов. Вот, потому что лунная ботанизация также уничтожает эти камни, как это делают и обычные бутоны. Но только лунная ботанизация бьет по площади, соответственно, она это делает быстрее. Ну и все. Обычная ботанизация пойдет, но мы уже до этого проходили. И вроде как тоже идет, но лунная ботанизация просто делает это эффективнее, и все. То есть вот это самая главная идея. Вот сейчас он опять появляется штуки вокруг, мы делаем лунную ботанизацию, тут же у него щит пропал. Ну и все, теперь мы можем работать дальше. Потому что обычные бутоны, они же будут бить эту штуку по одному. А лунная ботанизация из-за того, что это удар АОЕ, он бьет в итоге по всем сразу. Ну и все, и тогда в итоге мы их ломаем. А, подожди, блядь, а у меня случайно куки не разобрано? Блядь! Я почти прошел босса, пойдя нулевой куки. Я взял куки без сборки. Не, ну слушайте, ну если нулевая куки почти прошла, то фуловая куки пройдет по-любому. У вас нет варианта не пройти. Я запрещаю вам не проходить. Прошел босс. Разобрано? А, подожди, блядь, а у меня случайно куки не разобрано? Блядь! Я почти прошел босса, пойдя нулевой куки. Я взял куки без сборки. Не, ну слушайте, ну если нулевая куки почти прошла, то фуловая куки пройдет по-любому. У вас нет варианта не пройти. Я запрещаю вам не проходить. Так, короче, делаем одну лунную ботанизацию. Теперь у нас появляются камушки вокруг. Делаем вот такую холд-е. Она задевает все штуки сразу. Таким образом мы начинаем играть. Бьем, задеваем оставшиеся, опять же, с помощью лунной ботанизации. Ну и все, играем. Весь урон, который вливается вот в этот камушек, который сейчас лежал. Ну да, когда мы собрали куки. Ну, натиск, ну такое, да, типа. Мяу. То есть опять задеваем сразу ешкой. Он тут же падает. И все, и дальше мы добиваем. Не, слушайте, на самом деле Лаума в этом плане, она прям решение проблемы.
Well done, people.
Если вы выбили Лауму, я думаю, это можно пройти даже без Елани, просто Синсюкуки поставить и кого-то четвертого. Ну, типа, очевидно, что если будет какой-то персонаж, который в итоге будет бить лунной бутонизацией, мы можем лопать эти камни им. Но сама идея в том, что на самом деле это не то, чтобы сложно происходит. Самое главное, не забудьте собрать куки, а то тут стример минут 15 пытался пройти и почти прошел.
В самом начале дать взорваться бутоном самим по области, то все грибы сразу улетят в него.
Это правда, да, но зачем так делать, если можно просто сделать один раз удар лунной
Саня,
бутонизации?
без нахида в 5 этаже делать нечего. Лаумы тоже нет. Ток 4К.
Ну, на самом деле, я не уверен, можно ли пройти, в принципе, пятый натиск вот просто эпиками вот этого краба. Возможно, и можно. То есть, есть вариант, что если взять какое-нибудь цветение, которое бьет по площади, то все грибочки будут ломаться сразу же, и таким образом можно будет его убивать. Но я думаю, что просто Лаума делает это намного-намного проще. Причем даже не Нахида, а именно Лаума делает это проще. Цветение нельзя. А, цветение ж нельзя, да, окей. Ну ладно, у него же этот самый... Хотя написано цветение. Давайте, короче, просто посмотрим. Давайте. У меня есть возможность потестить. Я прям готов побиться головой о стену. Я прям готов. Он еще не знает. Так я и хочу узнать. Мне сказали, что цветение пройти нельзя. Я хочу понять, почему. Написано, что там цветение. Вот сейчас разберемся. В этом и суть. Мы же и тестим как раз-таки специально, чтобы проверить, в чем проблема.
Gotcha. No, my soul. Here comes the catch. Let me lead you a little. Where enters the song? Don't get too close.
Но тут самая большая проблема накопить тому.
By the frost moon of old.
О, я умер. Так и должно было быть. Это ему не понравилось, да, что я его так бью? Да, все, я просто умираю. Ну окей, ладно, тогда хрен с ним. Цветение нельзя, ребят, только вегетация. Ну ладно. Это выглядело достаточно убедительно. Я понял сразу же, что да, наверное, не надо. Что могу сказать по этому натиску? Ну, первый зал либо проходим с помощью часки, либо мы берем 2 керри. То есть, допустим, там у Алани Мавуика. Или можно играть от противного. То есть можно взять какие-то отряды, где дамажат 2 элемента сразу. Допустим, Скирк. Если у вас еще дополнительно есть эскафье, то у вас будет фора, потому что даже вот этот вот повышенный резист у босса, он все-таки будет немножко, но снижен. Так что, в принципе, здесь берем просто любые отряды, где много разного урона. По идее, если бы националка начинала с ультами, то даже ею можно было бы играть. Во втором зале лучше всего брать какие-то бутоны, причем Лаума Супремаси, потому что то, как она лопает вот эти камни, которые он ставит, конечно, безумно круто. Вот это вот одна ешка, которую ты делаешь, и у него сразу же не считается, великолепно. Работают как нилу-бутоны, так и вегетация. В целом, я думаю, можно с Нахидой попробовать поиграть, но с ней немножко сложнее, потому что она не умеет делать вот этот один удар, который бы сносил щит боссу моментально. Ну а третий чел, опять-таки, просто берем либо каких-нибудь электрокерри по типу Варесы, можно там Кларинду поставить, Сайна в теории. Если у вас есть Инефа, то все становится намного проще, потому что Инефа еще дополнительно снимает ему щит. Если вы играете без Инефа, тогда можно попробовать поиграть от какого-нибудь более классического тазера, но с саб-ДДшками. Самое главное, чтобы не сильные были. Как я вижу, некоторые ребята с Нивелетом закрывали. Возможно, Нивелет шел как раз-таки либо сюда, потому что в этом случае вы можете собрать какой-нибудь отряд по типу вот такого и чередовать их просто. А в этой ситуации вы можете собрать что-то ближе к тазеру и попробовать побить его таким образом. Вам же в первую очередь надо снять щит, а потом после этого вы уже бьете его стандартный темп. Так что в целом можно попробовать поиграть вот таким вот образом. Если смотреть, конечно, на этих персонажей, видно, что кто-то играл Скирк. Скирк, скорее всего, игралась где-то вот тут. Я не думаю, что они ее брали вот сюда или вот сюда, потому что тут вряд ли пройдет много кто. А вот здесь просто она не актуальна. Поэтому, скорее всего, они брали ее на дракона. Ну и все. В принципе, опять же, если мы говорим про простое прохождение, то третий уровень натиска пройти может почти каждый. Там слишком большой таймер и слишком мало хп у мобов. Если речь идет про пятую сложность, то уже надо немножко адаптироваться под то, как ребята себя ведут в этих конкретных залах. Но в целом, при условии, что вы выбивали последних персонажей из баннеров, более-менее вы должны пройти этот натиск. Ну, хотя бы даже на 4-й сложности и в итоге получить одно перо. Но если у вас перо не получается получить, то тогда летайте на стриме, попробуйте. Как-то так.
In two combat areas.
Be careful. I don't want to ruin the outfit. Well done, Cooper. Swift yet still. Scatter. She and mind at one.
Yay. So.
Allow me. Channel.
Wait! Let's finish this!
I guess I'm gonna go like this. Or like this. Not sure yet. Yay. That's fine.
Здравствуйте. С последнего такого ролика прошел год и вышел целый
Сколько геймов в игре? Контент на 100% 20-25.
this quick.
Новый регион. Последняя локация Нетлана увидела свет, так что можем увидеть итоги по примагемам. Рассказываю для тех, кто не видел предыдущие части. Цель видео — посчитать то количество примагемов, что мы можем получить, играя в игру, закрывая ее контент. Речь идет про одноразовые награды, что никак не привязаны к лайв-сервис составляющей игры. Здесь не учитываются дейлики, ивенты и прочие обновляемые награды, так как их количество полностью зависит от того, как долго ты играешь в Genshin. К тому же информацию по таким источникам за каждый патч можно найти в гугле за пару секунд. Да и не особо там что-то меняется. Например, мы будем учитывать примагемы, что игрок получает при зачистке карты, за прохождение квестов, первые 8 этажей бездны и прочее подобное. Но не будем учитывать дейлики, ивенты, донат, промокоды, компенсации за стрим разработчиков и вот это вот все. Как и в предыдущих роликах, рассматриваем игру целиком, разбивая ее на регион. Считалось все вручную, были отсмотрены более десятка тысяч сундуков, а значит не стоит забывать про человеческие факты. Я допускаю, что мы могли где-то ошибиться или о чем-то забыть. Если что, поправь нас в комментариях. Но думаю, что даже при небольших ошибках погрешность будет крайне незначительной и мало повлияет на общую картину. Ну и само собой помни, что эти данные актуальны на момент публикации ролика, а именно патч 5.8 включительно. Из нового в этом ролике также поделюсь с вами мнением о том, в каком регионе стоит заниматься зачисткой, если гемы нужны срочно. Иными словами, где это можно делать наиболее эффективно, от лучшего региона к худшему. Приятного просмотра! Если играете в мобильные игры и время от времени пополняете в них баланс, то советую вам не пропустить копикод Gold. Это сервис, где можно выгодно донатить в любую популярную игру буквально за пару минут. Причем выгодно, безопасно и без лишней мороки. Вот так выглядит сайт, и здесь все максимально просто. Вводите свой UID, выбираете нужный товар, например, луну или нужное вам количество валюты, и жмете «Оплатить». Готово, через несколько минут все, что вы выбрали, уже будет ждать вас прямо в игре. Что особенно приятно, не нужно логинов, паролей и вообще ничего лишнего, только ID. К тому же на сайте присутствует много разных способов оплаты, чтобы каждый смог выбрать удобный для себя. Кстати, если вы используете мой промокод Miron, то получите скидку, есть сообщество. Если интересно, обязательно и закреплю к ролику. Как и в прошлый раз, начнем с общих источников камней истока. Эти источники либо совсем не привязаны к конкретным локациям, либо привязаны лишь частично, поэтому их мы объединяем в общий список. Первым делом в голову приходят награды за ранг приключений. Всего уровней 60, и если учитывать только то, что влияет на главную валюту, мы сможем получить 1500 примагемов и 27 стандартных круток. Это не очень много, учитывая, сколько нужно времени для полной прокачки, но зато первые 50-55 уровней добываются довольно быстро, существенно ускоряя накопление круток в самом начале игры. Далее нам стоит упомянуть основной сюжет, а точнее задания архонтов. Пройдя весь сюжет, что доступен в игре на данный момент, игрок может рассчитывать на 2430 камней истока чистыми. Это не очень много, учитывая, сколько это занимает времени, но тут важно зацепить и другой источник, связанный с сюжетом. В лицензии искателя приключений мы можем получать по одной ивент-крутке за каждую закрытую главу. И на данный момент так можно получить 36 ивентовых молитв. В этой же книжке можно достать 900 камней истока и 3 стандартные крутки за выполнение заданий. Переходим к личным историям персонажей. Задания легенд. Их в целом тоже можно отнести к основному сюжету игры. Официально в игре сейчас 54 задания легенд. Помните, что некоторые из них имеют 2 главы. Однако здесь есть нюанс. Задания легенд почти всех персонажей из Нетлана, по сути, кроме Мувейки, являются частью дополнительных заданий и не отображаются в общем списке. Хотя по факту они представляют из себя такие же квесты. Если учесть и их, то, пройдя каждое задание, сможем получить 3600 примагемов. В прошлом видео мы также забыли учесть сундуки, что попадаются в данжах во время прохождения заданий легенд. Пересмотрев все прохождения, смогли насчитать в сумме 592 камня истока за эти сундуки. Встречи. Это своего рода задание легенд, но для эпических персонажей. Интересно, но с прошлого ролика в этом аспекте почти ничего не изменилось. Последним заданием из этого блока по-прежнему остается встреча с Линет, их просто перестали делать. Всего можно получить 1140 камней истока без учета ачивок, о которых поговорим прямо сейчас. Достижения вручную мы считать не стали, просто воспользовались сервисами, которые уже могут дать нам эту информацию. Интересно, что между разными сервисами есть небольшой разброс. Мы отдали отдали предпочтение сайту Genshin Center. По его данным, сейчас в игре 1550 достижений, а общая награда за них составляет 11 990 примагемов. Вкратце зацепим и лейт-гейм режимы. Для начала бездна, но только ее необновляемая часть. За прохождение первых 8 этажей игрок может единоразово получить 2400 камней истока и еще 5 за открытие самого данжа. Театр Воображариум. Вот его на момент прошлого ролика еще не было. За первое прохождение всех 10 этапов можем рассчитывать на 1500 примагемов. Эта награда выдается отдельно от обновляемой и только один раз, так что можем смело ее учитывать. В натиске, к сожалению, нет подходящих для нас наград. Лишь обновляемые каждый патч 450 примагемов, и их мы сюда учитывать не можем. Также существуют интересные побочные механики, что немного отделены от основной игры. Первая из них — это чайник безмятежности. В нем мы можем получить 600 примагемов за 10 уровень доверия. В нем также дают награды, если мы поставим персонажа в его любимый набор интерьера, причем их сразу 2 на каждого героя. В сумме, учитывая всех персонажей игры, можно получить до 3960 камней истока, но я принял решение не учитывать эти примагемы в финальном подсчете, поскольку для этого потребуются все персонажи, а выбивание персонажей уже само по себе является частью лайв-сервиса, а не контента, зашитого в игру. Рассказать рассказал, но учитывать не будем. То...
Окей. Let's see. No. I guess I'll go like this.
То же самое, кстати, касается круток за возвышение. Каждый персонаж может принести нам по 3 стандартные крутки, а в сумме это чуть более 300 стандартных молитв. Число внушительное, но его мы также решили не учитывать по все той же причине. Если ты захочешь учесть эти источники, просто прибавь их к получившейся сумме в конце ролика. А в идеале возьми свое количество персонажей, поскольку оно у всех будет разное. А вот за вторую побочную механику, картишки, можно выручить уже 840 честных примагемов, пройдя основной контент по этой мини-игре. Далее награды уже не будут приносить валюту. Чуть не забыли и про третью мини-игру — исполнение различных мелодий на музыкальном инструменте. Вот тут за обучение можно получить 140 камней истока, и это доступно любому игроку, даже если он начнет играть прямо сейчас. Иногда появляются новые награды, но они отображаются в ивентах и являются временными, так что их учитывать мы не будем. Ну и последний, самый незаметный общий источник примагемов — статьи обучения. Всякий раз, когда мы сталкиваемся с новым врагом, механикой или боеволомкой, получаем статью, за прохождение которой получаем по одному камушку. Мы нашли человека, который заверил, что у него закрыто и выполнено вообще все, что можно было на момент версии 5.8, и у него сейчас 537 статей обучения. Но думаю, что погрешность даже в 10 статей вообще не сыграет роли. Если суммировать все вышеперечисленные источники, то за весь общий контент игры можно заработать 28 174 камня истока, 36 ивентовых круток и 30 стандартных. Далее мы будем обсуждать каждый регион отдельно, но перед этим важный дисклеймер. Когда ты будешь видеть суммы наград, у тебя скорее всего появится мысль: да что за бред, я собрал эту локацию и получил в 2-3 раза больше, чем тут указано. И да, эта мысль абсолютно нормальная, и я знаю, откуда она берется. Не забывай, что пока ты лутал локацию, ты скорее всего получал примагемы из источников, которые мы здесь не учитываем. Как минимум дейлики, луна какая-нибудь, возможно ивенты проходил, ну и так далее и тому подобное. Прочих источников много. Нас же интересует интересуют только единоразовые награды, зашитые в прохождение игры. И да, существенная часть из них уже учтена в общих источниках, ну, например, ачивки. Не забывайте об этих факторах при дальнейшем просмотре ролика. Манштадт. Первая для каждого и любимая для многих локация. Правда, с наградами тут, мягко говоря, не густо. Напоминаю, что здесь сундуки оплачиваются ниже рынка. Например, за деревянные не дают ничего, а богатые приносят лишь по 2 камня, вместо уже привычных 5. За исключением небольшого кусочка под названием «Пик буревестника». Там оплачивается каждый сундук, и это мы тоже учли. На этой локации ничего не изменилось со времен предыдущего ролика. Мы лишь исправили ряд неточностей, поэтому пройдемся в ускоренном режиме. За прохождение всех сайд-квестов в этом регионе можем получить 160 камней истока. Получается одну крутку. Открыв все точки телепортации, получим еще 175 примагемов. За возвышение статуи Архонта до 10 уровня получаем 90 примагемов. Да, тогда за каждое возвышение давали лишь по 10, и вы можете это проверить. Почему 90, а не 100? Потому что статуя изначально имеет 1 уровень, и возвышаем мы ее лишь 9 раз, а не 10. Усыпальницы. Их 10 штук, каждая приносит по 40 камней, всего 400. И да, за сам сундук отдельную награду здесь не дают. Примагемы капают на счет в момент открытия сундука. Также в Манштадте есть 4 одно...
But they have problems. Such as I don't need any more of them. At least for this patch. Those I desperately need. Purple diamond one. Those two are useful. Those two are somewhat useful. Like this is really, only one is useful. I'm not sure if what are useful. Because now this set only adds 2 pieces, and now not necessarily every time, because energy recharge might be more useful in some situations. Those two are never useful. Mostly pretty much useless. Let's see. Defense percent. Pen def. That's it.
Разовых данжа. За прохождение каждого из них получаем по 40 примагемов. В сумме 160 камней истока. В этих данжах также есть сундуки по пути и в конце каждой комнаты. Их мы уже учли в общих наградах за собирательство. Кстати, о нем. За решение всех головоломок, прохождение всех испытаний и победу над всеми врагами, что охраняют сокровища, в сумме получим 787 камней истока. В итоге, за полный сбор всего и вся в самом первом регионе игры, игрок получит 1772 камня истока, что по сути лишь 11 круток. Зато все это собирается быстро и приятно, без многоуровневых локаций, мудреных головоломок и затянутых сражений. Правда, я бы сказал, что полноценная зачистка Манштадта все же не является в достаточной мере эффективной. Лиюэ. Этот регион один из самых больших, и мы можем разделить его на 3 основные зоны. Первая зона — это его релизная часть, та, в которой сундуки по-прежнему оплачиваются по минималке. Вторая зона — это чайный регион, который вышел существенно позже. Там уже платят максималочку. И третья зона — это локация предместья Лиша в основной части Лиюи. Там тоже оплачивается каждый сундук, и мы не забыли это учесть. Идем в том же порядке. За прохождение всех побочных заданий региона игрок получит 1020 примагемов, а за открытие всех точек телепортации — 430. Возвышение статуи Архонта в Лиюе принесет игроку столько же, сколько и в Манштате — 90 камней истока. Одноразовых данжей все так же 4, 160 примагемов в сумме. Количество усыпальниц тоже не изменилось. 10 штук по 40 гемов, 400 в сумме. В чайном регионе существует механика «Милость заветного нефрита». За полную прокачку этой штуки получаем 4 стандартные и 2 ивентовые крутки. Ну а решение всех головоломок и сбор всех сундуков приносит игроку 4152 примагема. Складываем все вместе и получаем 6252 камня истока, 2 ивентовые и 4 стандартные молитвы. В Лиюе очень много сундуков, но при этом они стоят крайне плотно. Собирается уже заметно дольше, чем Манштат, и все еще не оплачивает львиную долю сундуков. Более половины всех камней истока находятся в чайном регионе, где такой проблемы уже нет. Поэтому лутать его довольно выгодно, а вот остальную часть Лиюя уже не особо. Далее по хронологии рассматриваем драконий хребет. Его мы рассмотрим совсем быстро. За прохождение квестов получаем 270 камней истока, а за открытие всех точек телепортации еще 65. Полная прокачка древа мерзлоты также принесет игроку 2 ивентовые и 4 стандартные крутки, а сбор всех сундуков еще 899 примагемов. И на этом все. Никаких усыпальниц, данжей с примагемами, чего-то подобного здесь не будет. В итоге получаем 1234 камня истока, а также 2 ивентовые и 4 стандартные крутки. Я уже упоминал, что это моя любимая локация в плане собирательства, и знаете, собрав ее еще раз на стриме недавно, я свое мнение не изменил. Механика Мороза меня не тушит совершенно, а локацию можно комфортно и целиком зачистить за 3-4 часа. С этого момента игра оплачивает каждый сундук, что существенно повышает эффективность накоплений. Мы заработали почти как в Манштате, собрав в 2 раза меньше сундуков. Сейчас я попрошу тебя подписаться на этот канал, если ты здесь впервые. Раунд из вас за второму крупному. Приятного просмотра далее. Плывем в Инадзуму, что вышло ко второму крупному патчу. По сравнению с предыдущими регионами, в Инадзуме стало больше побочных заданий, и как следствие выросла и суммарная награда за них. 1935 камней истока. Открытие всех 64 точек телепортации приносит игроку 320 примагемов. Возвышение статуи Архонта теперь оплачивается выше, по 60 гемов за уровень. Значит, мы всего получим 540 камней истока за 9 возвышений. Одноразовых данжей 5, стало быть еще 200 примагемов. Усыпальниц по-прежнему 10, и оплачиваются они точно так же. Всего 400 камней истока. Также в Инадзуме можем встретить священную Сакуру. Такая механика далее будет в каждом регионе, но впервые она появляется именно здесь. За полную прокачку 50 уровней с помощью печатей сможем получить 20 стандартных и 10 ивентовых круток. Это довольно много и является отличным мотиватором чистить карту. Ну а за сбор всех сундуков на каждом из островов игрок сможет забрать 2281 примагем. В сумме Край Вечности принесет нам 5676 камней истока, а также 30 молитв. 20 стандартный баннер и 10 в ивентовый. С точки зрения эффективности накоплений, Инадзума такой крепкий середняк. Она уже приносит значительно больше, чем предыдущие регионы, поскольку стабильно оплачивает каждый сундук и обладает механикой Сакуры. Однако при этом она любит поддушить затянутыми сражениями и головоломками. И, конечно же, квестами, растянутыми на неделю реального времени, некоторые из которых еще и ресурсы в мире требуют собирать. По примеру Харифта также отдельно рассмотрим и экономию. И здесь совсем коротко, поскольку источников очень мало. 210 камней истока получаем за выполнение всех заданий, 120 за открытие точек телепортации и еще 764 за сундуки. И да, на этом все. Обидно, кстати, что экономию обделили отдельной механикой вознаграждения по типу древа мерзлоты. Логически она сюда прям напрашивается. Всего 1094 камня истока, что закрепляет за экономией звание самого бедного региона. Даже в Манштате больше. Правда, тут стоит учитывать, что в этом регионе немало ачивок, что уже были учтены в общих источниках. Ну и да, лутается она не то чтобы быстро. Все из-за печатей, которых вечно не хватает, а также из-за необходимости постоянно менять менять день и ночь и возвращаться в одни и те же места. В первый раз проходить локацию было интересно, но вот если цель собрать как можно быстрее, можно довольно быстро задохнуться. Я считаю ее одной из самых невыгодных в контексте эффективного накопления, поскольку наград мало, а времени убивается много. Но визуально и атмосферно, по моему мнению, одна из лучших локаций в игре. Разлом. Его мы рассматриваем отдельно от Льюя, но будем учитывать вместе его наземную и подземную часть. За прохождение местных заданий в сумме получаем 410 камней истока. За открытие 23 точек телепортации еще 115. Местная механика, прокачка адъюванта, похожа на древо мерзлоты на хребте. Она также приносит нам 2 ивентовые и 4 стандартные фрукты. А решение всех головоломок и сбор всех сундуков еще 940 камней истока. По отношению к разлому мнения разнятся, но я люблю эту локацию в контексте собирательства. Она не так сильно душит, как экономия, проходится более линейно, а крутая гнетущая атмосфера тотальной безнадежности никуда не делась. Сумеру. В нем есть 2 стула. На одном из них 76 аронар, а на другом не хватает власти. На какой сам сядешь, а на какой мать по сумме это до сих пор а на другом не хватает власти. Есть 2 стула. На одном из них 76 аронар, а на другом не хватает власти. На какой сам сядешь, а на какой мать по сумме это до сих пор самая большая локация, как минимум с точки зрения территории. Мы решили объединить все ее куски в один список, не разделяя лес и пустыни. Дополнительных заданий стало еще больше. Теперь их полное выполнение приносит аж 3480 камней истока. А знаете, сколько в суммеру точек телепортации? 142. И да, это только в суммеру. 710 за взаимодействие с каждой из них. Одноразовых данжей много, в сумме они приносят 480 камней истока. Кстати, в будущих локациях они больше не встретятся, с этого момента их просто перестали добавлять. Кстати, в одноразовых данжей много только в суммеру. 710 за взаимодействие с каждой из них. Одноразовых данжей много, в сумме они приносят 480 камней истока. Кстати, в будущих локациях они больше не встретятся, с этого момента их просто перестали добавлять. Усыпальниц все так же 10 и приносят они 400 примагемов. В последней пустыне также есть небольшая дополнительная механика – оазис в Урукаше. Всего оттуда можно получить 600 камней истока. В суммеру также есть здоровая луковица. Она дает столько же, сколько и священная сакура в Инадзуме – 30 молитв. Ну а за сбор всех сундуков игрок может рассчитывать на 6611 примагемов. В сумме Дендро-регион может принести тебе 12821 примагем, а также 30 молитв, 20 стандартных и 10 ивентовых. На данном этапе ролика это самое большое значение. Однако важно понимать, что это лишь про количество наград. Со скоростью их получения есть нюансы. Искать вход в нужную пещеру ты каждый раз будешь долго, да и в целом многоуровневость будет тебя душить. Также именно в этом регионе наиболее распространен бэктрекинг. В нашем случае это ситуация, когда ты не можешь собрать все награды, побывав в каждом месте лишь один раз. Особенно в пустынях тебе придется возвращаться в те же самые подземелья по нескольку раз из-за механики власти. Но это все компенсируется количеством наград, так что я все равно определяю суммеру в среднячки по эффективности накоплений. Двигаемся дальше. Фонтейн. Для многих одна из самых любимых локаций сразу по целой куче критериев. Но здесь же мы все-таки остановимся только на собирательстве. И по ощущениям большинства, он приносит больше гемов, чем Сумеру. Но так ли это? 2450 камней истока мы получим, если пройдем все задания региона. Еще 495 за открытие всех точек телепортации. И, кстати, всего 99. Прокачка статуи архонтов, по аналогии с Инадзумой и Сумеру, приносит 540 камней истока за прокачку до 10 уровня. Усыпальниц тут уже 8, так как 2 оставшиеся находятся на другой отдельной локации. Их мы учтем уже там. 320 камней истока. Одноразовых данжей больше нет. Механика фонтана аналогична священной сакуре и сумерской луковице. Приносит 20 стандартных и 10 ивентовых круток. А сбор всех сундуков еще 4493 камня истока. По сумме за полную зачистку фонтейна, без учета моря древности, игрок получает 8298 примагемов и 30 молитв. Это меньше, чем в Сумеру, но меньше лишь количественно, ведь времени ты потратишь значительно меньше. Даже подводная часть сделана не так мудрено, а бэктрекинга теперь нет. Единственное, что некоторые локации открываются лишь по квестам, но зато их можно полностью залутать по ходу этого самого квеста. По сумме Фонтейн весьма эффективный регион с точки зрения фарма примагемов, даже несмотря на то, что в количественном плане он не на первом месте. Море древности. Подниму коротко. За квесты получаем 210 камней истока, а за телепорты еще 125. Также не забудем и про 2 усыпальницы, что приносят 80 гемов. Еще на этой локации есть музыкальная шкатулка. За нее игрок может получить еще 120 камушков. Ну а сбор всех сундуков принесет еще 824 камня истока. Всего здесь можно собрать 1359 примагемов, что уже больше, чем в экономии, но не факт, что ты сделаешь это быстро. К тому же локация все-таки слишком маленькая и не обладает обширными механиками, приносящими целые крутки. Поэтому с точки зрения эффективности я отмечу ее как ниже среднего. Ну и наконец то, ради чего большинство из вас и собрались. Натлан. Мы решили не делить его на раздельные регионы, посчитав все вместе, в том числе внутреннюю часть вулкана. Прохождение всех заданий, кроме тех, что мы уже учли как задания легенд, приносят 2150 камней истока. Открытие всех точек телепортации, их если что аж 154, добавит в копилочку еще 770 примагемов. Прокачка статуи архонтов стала еще выгоднее. Теперь по 100 за каждый уровень и 900 в сумме. Более того, теперь тут еще и стандартные крутки дают. 3 штуки за 3, 5 и 7 уровни. Усыпальниц 10, но оплачивают их в 2 раза щедрее. По 80 за каждую и в сумме 800 примагемов. Механика, присущая Сакуре, Редиске и Фонтану, немного изменилась. Теперь за печати мы будем получать гемы и стандартные крутки. В сумме 2500 примагемов и 20 стандартных молитв. По сути, нам заменили 10 ивент-круток на 2500 примагемов. Воспользовавшись простой математикой, выясним, что стало выгоднее. Ну а за сбор всех сундуков получаем еще 4903 камня истока. Всего за регион игрок получит 12023 примагема и 23 стандартные крутки. Ну и что ж, к Натлану можно относиться по-разному, но с точки зрения скорости фарма примагемов это самая эффективная локация. Пусть количественно это все еще немного меньше, чем приносит Сумеру, но каждая из наград, что есть в других регионах, работает эффективнее и приносит больше за те же усилия. Головоломки при этом не сложнее, чем в Инадзуме. А еще есть один большой плюс. Почти весь Натлан можно залутать без привязки к квестам. Буквально единицы локаций открываются по заданиям. К тому же сами натлановцы обладают механиками, ускоряющими перемещение, что наиболее эффективно работает. Где? Правильно, в Натлане, ведь там работает флагистон. Тут с какой стороны ни посмотри, Натлан самая выгодная локация для быстрого сбора примагемов. Ну, хоть в чем-то он должен быть первым, правильно? Давайте подводить итоги. На ваших экранах количество примагемов, которые мы можем залутать в каждой локации, плюс общие источники. Здесь я уже соединил вместе Манштат и Драконий Хребет, Льюэ и Разлом, Инадзуму и Энкономию, а также Фонтейн с Морем Древности. Я думаю, так будет логичнее. Больше всего валюты по-прежнему в Сумеру. Второе место занимает Натлан и совсем рядом Фонтейн. Ну а больше всего, само собой, в общих источниках. Если переводить все это дело в примагемы, то получим чуть более чем 111 тысяч. А если уже это число перевести в крутки, то выйдет 698 молитв. Я предлагаю подойти к этому чуть более правильно. Предположим, что мы переводим все гемы в ивент крутки, не тратясь на стандартный баннер. В таком случае в сухом остатке у нас будет 573 молитвы в ивентовый баннер и 125 в стандартный. Kстати, чтобы заработать столько же исключительно на дейликах, придется заходить в игру на протяжении 1861 дня без пропусков. Учитывая глобальную статистику круток, мы можем вывести математическое ожидание. Чаще всего леги падают после 75-й, но редкие ранние леги усредняют это значение. В итоге в среднем для одной легендарки нужно потратить 61,5 молитву. А шанс того, что мы не проиграем на длинной дистанции с учетом сияния, составляет 55,17%. Да, я внезапно решил нагрузить вас числами, но они нужны, чтобы посчитать, сколько персонажей можно выбить в среднем за такое количество молитв. В итоге средние значения такие. За 573 молитвы в ивентовый баннер игрок в среднем получает 9 легендарок, из которых в среднем 6-7 будут победными. По стандартному баннеру все еще проще. 125 круток — это в среднем 2 легендарки. Опять же, значения средние. За 500 молитв тебе может выпасть как 5 персонажей, так и 500. Я надеюсь, вы это понимаете. Я отталкиваюсь от статистики на большой выборке и не более. А вот насколько это много или мало, решай сам. Мне кажется, что при правильном подходе к своим круткам, плюс если учитывать постоянный пассивный доход с прочих источников, этого более чем достаточно, чтобы довести свой аккаунт до приемлемой силы под лейтгейм контент. 6-й натиск ты за счет этого, конечно, вряд ли пройдешь, но вот бездну или даже 5-й вполне себе. С другой стороны, не каждый будет этим заниматься. Я знаю людей, которые могут зачистить всю карту геншина за 3 месяца, и точно так же знаю тех, кто не сделал этого за почти 5 лет. Ну а в конце, как и обещал, небольшой тир-лист, в котором мы попытались разместить локации по эффективности фарма примагемов. тех, кто не сделал этого за почти 5 лет. Ну а в конце, как и обещал, небольшой тир-лист, в котором мы попытались разместить локации по эффективности фарма примагемов в них. Это может быть полезно тем, кто хочет поскорее добить гемы под конец баннера. Натлан определенно лучшая в этом смысле локация. Чистится быстро, наград много, почти нет многоуровневости и бэктрекинга. Максимум пара квестов для открытия пары пещер. Далее идет вулкан в том же Натлане. Наград там мало, но лутается невероятно быстро, а доп-квестов нет совсем. Долина Чэнь Юй, если рассматривать ее в отрыве от основного Льюи. Лутается быстро, пещер, скрытых за квестами, почти нет, а основной квест открывает все, что надо, и просто идя по нему ты уже собираешь немалую часть. Затем я бы отметил Фонтейн. Есть пещеры, закрытые за квестами, их немало, но лутается довольно комфортно, наград много и не нужно возвращаться в одни и те же места. Затем поставим Инадзуму. Она зачищается быстро, а наград довольно много, но могут задушить растянутые на неделю квесты и местами затянутые бои и головоломки. Затем отмечу Драконий Хребет. Выполняешь основной квест, а дальше все проходит быстро и без бэктрекинга. Неприятным моментом может стать мороз и многоуровневость в центре локации. Рядом расположу Сумеру. Зачищается дольше всех, но окупает количеством примагемов. Кстати, собирать всех Ранар не обязательно, но если задаться целью и делать это по интерактивной карте, на это на самом деле уходит полчаса-час, не больше. Пустыня очень похожа на зеленую часть. Закрывается долго, но окупает усилия. Однако тут уже сильнее мешает многоуровневость и неприятная механика власти, особенно при первом прохождении. Затем разлом. Зачистка не очень быстрая, а наград не то чтобы много, хотя сам процесс не доставляет большого дискомфорта благодаря коридорности локаций. Льюи. Зачистка долгая, а сундуки приносят мало. Плюсом выступает отсутствие многоуровневости и суммарный размер наград. Море древности. Гемов мало, зачищается не очень быстро, но и недолго. Раздражают постоянные смены высот. Манштадт. Чистится быстро, но гемов очень мало. Других минусов у локации нет, просто гемов и правда очень мало. Ну и дно нашего топа — экономия. Смена дня и ночи, постоянное возвращение в одни и те же локации, запутанные квесты, постоянная нехватка печатей и, не дай бог, ты случайно отметил, но не собрал одну из них. Плюсом к этому многоуровневость на большинстве островов и доступ к части из них только по сайд-квестам. И все это за самое малое количество гемов среди всех локаций. Но вайбик там присутствует. Как-то так, предлагаю вам составить свой собственный топ и поделиться им в комментариях. Все же для каждого разные аспекты будут оказывать разное влияние, и мне будет интересно почитать ваши мысли. Помните только, что речь идет про эффективность фарма гемов. Выражаю отдельную благодарность подписчику и активному участнику сообщества под ником MaxFit. Именно он проделал большую часть расчетов, и именно ему мы должны быть благодарны за то, что этот ролик увидел свет. Ну а каждому из вас спасибо за просмотр. Надеюсь, было полезно или хотя бы интересно. Напоминаю о возможности подписаться на канал, поставить лайк и отправить видео другу, которому тоже интересно, сколько же в игре примагемов. В Телеграме проходят розыгрыши лун. На Твиче ее можно забрать бесплатно за баллы канала, а на Бусти ролики выходят на один день раньше. Я желаю тебе больших чисел, еще услышимся.
Grand Fantasy Nuclear Falcon. Okay, Grand Fantasy is running Eldivers 2 by Odo.
The balance choices for enemies and weapons in many cases are ruining the fun and fantasy, and Helldivers too. Virtually everything I say will have an example to show what I'm talking about. Plenty of timestamps down below, and before we get started, I do not hate the game and I don't dislike the devs as people. I've met a few of them in person in Sweden. They're awesome. But as developers, something is going wrong. And it's getting to the point where it's indefensible. It's been going on for a year. A quick word to the valiant glazed divers out there. The devs are always asking for feedback. Don't believe me? Take their word for it. Also, check out these stickers down below in the pinned comment. All too often in the games industry, the core fantasy and what makes a weapon feel good and fun is ignored for the sake of balance. I believe players are scared of nerfs because it will ruin the fantasy of a weapon, ruin their fun. It is extra important to us to tread carefully so that we don't ruin fantasy and fun when we do nerfs. We hope you, our players, will tell us when we cross that line inadvertently. Those words were written by Patrick Lesota, the design director and the person in charge of how Arrowhead takes feedback and balances the game, on March 25th, 2024. Maybe the devs are being sincere in saying they don't want to ruin fun and fantasy, but the issue is that they are doing just that. Their focus on grunt fantasy has led to so many things that are super niche and otherwise fun being removed, and for no good reason. We had the ability to land on high ground, which makes sense, taken away from us, and that we had the ability to land on high ground, which makes sense, taken away from us, and that led to a year-long issue that still happens today, where you can't steer your helipod because a structure is seen as too tall, and you legit get locked in place and landed in a horrible position. Man, for some reason something was preventing me from moving my helipod in a advantageous position. You can't place stratagems on high ground, leading to stratagem balls bouncing. But certain maps don't have that coding built in, and you can place it on high ground and it feels good. It makes sense. We cannot climb the majority of ankle-high structures, giving you the no climb symbol, but the enemies can now all of a sudden scale stuff, phase through structures, and they can dematerialize themselves to the point that matter means nothing. But we aren't allowed to get a little bit of high ground. You have melee going from heavy pin inadvertently, and that getting fixed. Don't show the devs. But why? Nobody really even used melee weapons. So having that insanely niche playstyle being a bit more useful is no big deal. It doesn't break the game. Melee weapons aren't meta because of it. They were just fun to use. The FRV, an issue that I raised in the official Discord personally and got no response to. I said it's kind of weird how you can't reload while driving the FRV anymore, or you can't switch guns while driving. And instead you have to switch seats and do both those things. And then after raising that concern in the Discord, showing evidence and everything, now you can't reload in the passenger seat either unless you're hanging out the window. You said that when the game first came out, you don't want to have meta, so you nerfed the shield breaker, the shield backpack, breaker, and railgun. And now you're enforcing the hardest metas we've ever seen in the game's history. Is the goal to be hypocritical? Is the focus on grunt fantasy so damning that you don't care if the game design and the believability of the game's balance just goes out the window? Because that's what it looks like right now. You release enemies that don't have any semblance of meaningful counterplay, because they're essentially just the same thing as a other variant, except deadlier, more mobile, and in some cases tankier for no good reason. Example being the Dragon Roach. That's a flying Battle Titan with essentially mostly the same breakpoints. There's some caveats here and there. That is deadlier, faster, and it has broken hitboxes. You get hit by fire, it doesn't actually hit you, and it destroys you instantly in some cases. In practically every sense, it's a buff Battle Titan with no downsides. And this thing spawns on level 5 difficulty in droves. Every 40-ish seconds, give or take some time, it varies, you'll see a Dragon Roach.
What's happening to Helldivers is, the reason why I really have problems with, live service games. They can patch out the fun stuff. That is just on the border of being exploitee. like Tonkor in well, my personal experience is Tonkor, yes, it was meta,
Accelerating.
but having a weapon that deals little to no self-damage was quite fun. Grenade japping was fun. Why did you remove Tonkor? Tonkor is now not worth anything after the rework. Then shotguns, I guess, changing the way that the status effect and crit work per pellet makes sense in a way. But still not necessary, in my humble opinion. Wrong way. Well, let's see what we're gonna see. Okay.
Accelerating. Accelerating.
Okay. Nah.
Accelerating.
How about not? See. Okay. Let me see. Can't you?
Accelerating.
Okay. That's a thing. I'm certain what to do here. Need to somehow do it from the top.
Accelerating.
Okay, so now that's something.
Accelerating.
And that works. Let's go to the top, I guess. But how do I... Oh, here you are. Mm-hmm.
Reviewing outstanding items on today's to-do list. Do you have any additional commands? No problem. I can add them shortly. I'm quite used to it.
No?
Strike a pop!
Yeah.
Fix it.
Ah.
Better hold back this time.
Yoo-hoo! Let the world come alive! Backup is here.
Last one.
This ought to do it.
Stop that! Shower me with praise! Let my name echo in...
Installation chamber.
Off to the freezer! The pinnacle of excellence! Start! How brilliant!
That's all. Yay, we can go with it. Interesting. Oh, we can.
This place is
Okay.
full of quirky little kids. So glad I
Go inside.
Cleanup sequence in progress. Based on data from past incidents, please avoid dropping small items such as mora, screws, gears, minerals, toys, gummies, snacks, hairbands, socks, and slippers.
Quirky little gadgets. So glad I came. This place is full of quirky little gadgets. So glad I came.
Okay. Whatever. And that's all here. Alright. Well done. Let's see. How much? Of that we will get. Um,
Reviewing outstanding items on today's to-do list. Do you have any additional commands? No problem. I can add them shortly. I'm quite used to it. Combat data updated. Please rest assured that I will not blow the roof off again. Cleanup sequence in progress. Based on data from past incidents, please avoid dropping small items such as mora, screws, gears, minerals, toys, gummies, snacks, hairbands, socks, and slippers.
Open your eyes. My name is Lauma, and here in the stillness of these woods, the light of the frost moon shines down generously on all. The gaze of the heavens will fall on you wherever you go. Now, close your eyes. You are no longer lost.
Finally. I thought for a moment that you will go till 90. Here you are. Welcome. Those are very different modes. Okay. That's fine.
Even when darkness falls, the faithful shall not stray from the righteous path.
No yet, maybe?
Perhaps we could take a walk by a riverbank or somewhere similarly fluvial.
Ad Astra. Ad Astra. Thank you for
Okay. Thank you. And I'm gonna do KCP later. Hmm. They should switch. Do a little switcheroo. Not yet available. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. And fine. Three. Картопал мантейт. Ага. Сколько сдан? A bit weak, try leveling up. Only has a weapon. Let's go like this. Energy recharge, double crit, to mastery. Yeah, that's BS. Alright, let's think about it for a moment. In instructor. PM 120 for the whole team. Meanwhile, this. 60 or 120. I'm not sure what to give her. I guess instructor for now. Okay, this one. There's no even elemental mastery with energy recharge substat. There is. Something like this.
Yet you can't kill it faster than a regular Battle Titan, and honestly it's more difficult because the weak spot is far harder to hit. It's moving and the angle is less forgiving. The new Rupture Strain outside the charger have the annoyances of many enemies combined. The Rupture Warrior can pounce at you, which folks are saying is a host bug and it shouldn't be the case. Rupture Warriors do not correctly track moving clients when attacking. I'd go out on a limb and say that means that they're not as accurate as they should be for the folks that aren't the host. I'm pretty sure that's the intended behavior. They may change it because folks don't like it. They may raise enough awareness that, hey, this kind of sucks. But I'm pretty sure they don't want those things just missing you. It wouldn't make a whole lot of sense in their grunt fantasy worldview. Rupture Warriors now track moving clients accurately, leveling the difficulty level of attacks between client and host. Now you have the entire group getting hit by things that a human can't react to. And even when you can, it doesn't matter. The QA lead said something I have two major problems with. It's unfortunate that the fix means more people are getting hit by an arguably unfair attack. We're looking into how the Rupture enemies have landed, but that's a broader issue. Don't look into it.
I see the value.
Just look at it, brother. That's all you have to do. Look at it with your monitor turned on. They turned on their monitors. Rupture Strain are going offline for essentially the next 5 weeks so they can get reworked. The Bile Rupture Spewers. Those dudes will aimbot you through a rock, erupt, you can't even tell, and then 100 to OU in no time flat. Because they have the same damage as a regular Bile Spewer. And in both cases, they take a lot of damage to kill, unless you're using explosive weapons. And that's the meta here. Bring explosive weapons. Where is the variety? And people talk about adapt to the new meta. There is no new meta. Explosive weapons like Grenade Launcher have been meta against the bugs since forever because Alpha Commander spam, Hive Guard spam, and not to mention Bile Spewers, Nursing Spewers. Those 4 different seeds you can get, Grenade Launcher is very good on. There's currently 3.2 thousand divers on the Hive world with cave missions, Rupture Strain, Hive Lords, Dragon Roaches, all the new content. And there's more than that on one sector for Illuminate, which by the way is easily the most hated faction in the game by far. You have the Automatons with War Striders. Those things are absolutely horrendous considering for the past year, folks have told you that bunker turrets are not engaging. They ragdoll you, there's not much counterplay, all you can't kill me. He shot 3 times. You make the Hulks have bunker turret arms, and players say that also makes no sense. Please just burn it with fire. Get out of here. You reduce the bunker turret's accuracy, and then drop Leviathans that have 4 bunker turrets that can ragdoll you and aimbot you from Narnia, one-tapping you in heavy explosive resist armor, which can still happen, by the way. Then you release War Striders. These have 2 bunker turrets firing a barrage of 4 shots each, and the interval between attacks is not long at all. And they can one-shot you. These are
Abandoned property belongs to whoever finds it first. So, it's legally yours now.
Settle down!
May I present? Time to shine! Installation chamber deployed.
Forest, protect us by the frost moon of old.
Silence!
Receive my blessing.
Nice blessing.
They're essentially the Hulks because in many cases they replace Hulk seeds. You have War Strider seeds, Hulk seeds, and sometimes a mix of both. Yet they're tankier, deadlier, and far more oppressive. Where is the semblance of balance whatsoever? And the one shot, by the way, is because you get hit in the chest, it's going to cause you to bleed. That bleed will kill you so fast because you're ragdolled, you can't stem. Since they also felt the need to make bleed damage essentially 10 times what it used to be, since players weren't really afraid of bleeding. Love that change! Cannot! Wow, we need more of that in the game. We don't die fast enough. Now, when you're bleeding, you just die, in many cases. There's no counterplay there at all. It's just extra damage and causing you to die more often. That's the goal. They're trying to make the game as difficult as they can in the laziest and most arbitrary way possible. Maybe not on purpose, but that's what's happening. And I don't know what the end goal is either, because they're not fixing things that would actually make the game more challenging in a 4-man. For instance, the Alpha Commanders not spawning Alpha Warriors for, I don't know, the past year. That hasn't been fixed if you're in a 4-man or 3-man group. After the update to fix the host issues, Alpha Commanders still cannot spawn minions if the host is not near them. But now they're spamming with more Alpha Commanders in missions. So if you're solo or duo, you actually see how annoying those enemies are. If you're in a 4-man, you don't notice it. Oh, the game's so easy, guys. Because the 30 freaking Alpha Commanders aren't spawning 90 minions. And don't forget, Alpha Commanders raise their children and send them off to fight you, and then walk away. Beta Parent, Beta Commander. You've changed Chargers, Charger Behemoths, and Impalers, making their legs tankier once they're exposed, which doesn't make any sense at all. And way back when you said, we're humbled by the community's ability to find things like Charger's leg meta in our game. However, spending your heavily anti-tank weapons on legs instead of the obvious weak points seems counter to expectation. Breaking leg armor and taking forever to kill once it's exposed is also very counter to expectation. We are not changing anything regarding the Charger's legs, which was true at the time, except now they take almost twice the damage to be killed once their legs exposed, which makes a lot of guns that are not great at going for the face, which is tankier, feel less enjoyable. What is the point in giving us less options? And this is mostly because you didn't want Flamethrower being good against Chargers. But who cares?
At least made it a worthwhile.
Why not? Why should our support weapons suck? Is the question. And it's funny how Flamethrower is better against the automatons than it is versus the bugs, even though it's probably not intended whatsoever. Some folks may point out the old clip shows a base Charger and the new gameplay shows a Charger Behemoth. But fun fact, they're the exact same thing until June 13th, 2024. That's whenever they said Charger Behemoths are now joining the battle in higher difficulties. It can now also take more damage than before. This enables us to spawn fewer Chargers but still retain the difficulty. That is not how you make difficulty enjoyable. Instead, you had it all down right. You spawn a bunch of the enemies, but give us the tools to defend ourselves, and that's far more action-packed and fun versus making enemies bullet sponges, which is the same thing you've been doing. Insert meat bobs. I don't care what anyone says, that enemy is horrendous. You made Gatling, laser, and airburst orbitals worse. Ever since the invasion of Super Earth, they now originate at a strange angle from the Starship Destroyer, which is placed off the map. This gives them less value on kills in terms of the enemies, and a lot more chance of killing your teammates instead. Whereas before, they just go pretty much perpendicular with the ground. Far more effective at killing Chargers and every other kind of enemy that would be a bit tankier and you want to have more direct damage too. And laser just tends to miss now, or at least it can if the angle's too severe. There's a growing number of instances where Arrowhead has an improper understanding of balance in their own game, leading to pretty scuffed decisions, such as the Railgun and Arc Thrower. The Arc Thrower is slapping Baltines across the map. People made it very clear it's because of a bug with the game. The way the bug used to work, if you're in a group and you aren't the host, you'll deal more damage with the Railgun and Arc Thrower to mostly Bile Titans, taking Railgun down from being 7 shots max charge to 1 or 2 shots, which is crazy. That bug still works to this very day, just a bit less extreme. You go from taking 3 max charge shots to kill Bile Titan to instead 2. It's funny how that works, ain't it? And the Railgun got butchered for that, by the way. They said they didn't actually change the damage way back when. They did. I tested it, and it was definitely changed. But it seems as though the way they test things isn't consistent with how the game actually plays for most people. Railgun has recovered pretty heavily, but Arc Thrower still sucks, and it's gotten nerfed. It used to stun Hulks in a single shot. Now it takes 2. The range is still pretty cheeks, as well as the fire rate, which was really fun for the gun. It's not terrible. You can still use it. I've done it recently. But it could be so much more enjoyable if you simply reverted the changes that you made due to a bug you didn't properly understand. It hasn't happened in a year and a half, though. And I don't think it will. That's not the focus. I don't get it. A lot of changes I'm complaining about are things that could be tweaked with basic number changes. Super basic stuff. I'm not even harping on too many of the game-breaking glitches. I'm talking about the issues that y'all are directly responsible for. Didn't bring up the fact the game will hard lock your PC. Does it to me pretty consistently now. I start the game and it freezes it. I gotta turn the PC off, ending the stream in some cases. That's ridiculous. You're changing mission constellations and enemy seeds in ways that aren't particularly fair. Before, Raise the Flag and Purge Hatcheries almost always gave you a hunter seed, and those are great. You get more kills, higher number, fantastic time. Now, those almost always give you either Nursing Spewers, Ballast Spewers, or Alpha Commander and Hive Guard spam. That, I can only assume, is because you want folks to fail the mission more often. Now I can't really get hunter seeds the way I used to on almost any mission type. Even on the retrieve data mission or upload data via local delay. That also is giving me Hive Guard and Alpha Commander spam. Players found a way to escape these annoying enemies, and y'all said, come on guys, you're like a challenge, and instead change the seeds and are forcing them down our throats. On the Gloom strain enemies, you see more Alpha Commanders and Hive Guards in some cases than the Gloom enemies. Same thing goes for Rupture strain. These seeds make it so light penetration weapons are essentially useless. Even the folks you can kill with those guns aren't going to be great, and that's partly because you give those guns 65% damage based on the way that durable damage works. It's almost hilarious how little information we get based on what we're fighting, even though the game has a tip saying mission difficulty is determined in part by the types of enemy units in the area. Make sure you bring the appropriate weaponry. Well, let me guess. It's a team-based game. Bring different loadouts. For sure, we'll have Carl bring a loadout that might suck entirely against the things we're facing because we have no idea what it's actually going to be, and if that happens, he'll just waste 30 to 40 minutes in that mission. Sounds awesome! And when that's not the case, it takes more shots than it should to kill enemies based on other factors that just make the weak spots you have set in place not that great. For these Scout Feather Legs, they take so much damage to be destroyed even though they're now light pin, it's not really worth doing. You made aiming worse for SMGs and sidearms after increasing sway for said weapons, and then added a effect where if you sprint for a second or two and go to shoot a sidearm, there's an egregious amount of sway that takes a whole second to actually adjust where you're properly aiming, making the weapons just far less enjoyable to use. To this day, it still makes more sense to revert the sway nerf on sidearms and SMGs and instead buff the sway for assault rifles. Make them a bit more accurate if that's the goal, to make them be a bit different. That way, folks actually have a better feeling playing the game versus just making it worse to use weapons for no gain, aside from arbitrary difficulty. There's an unhealthy focus on making players less accurate through spread, ergonomics, sway, the whole 9 yards, to the point that Warbond's released with weapons that have such terrible ergonomics, players won't even use them. Variable, for instance. Before that, you had Amendment that had to get ergonomics buffed by dang near double so folks would actually enjoy the gun. Why would you release weapons that have those issues in such a severe state? Then we had Reprimand with 50 bloom, I think, 50 spread. Then you launch Stem Pistol that has 30 spread and wonder why players don't use it. Then you fix the spread and add sway to said pistol, making it so folks still miss shots that they shouldn't be missing. The devs literally said, players want the Stem Pistol, we give it to them and they don't use it. Because you've made it horrible to use. Not to mention, we die so fast, you can't stem people properly. The stem does less healing than a regular stem, and you can still get 2-shot through a stem and die instantly. 442,000 folks fighting bugs. I'm thinking like maybe 20,000 folks fighting bugs. Every single bug can break a limb in a single hit. Pouncers, Wilburs, Hunters, Warriors, Alpha Commanders. Once you're wearing the heaviest armor, 200 armor rating, and wearing Vitality Booster as well, that's when you start getting not 2-shot by stuff as consistently. And sometimes an Alpha Commander can only 3-shot you, if it headshot you. It's perplexing to focus on making certain guns aim worse when the AMR and DCS are still currently bugged. I use air quotes because I'm not sure if it's actually a bug or if it's just y'all's new intention for the guns. Either way, they don't feel good to use, and they haven't for a few months now. That should probably get handled. And if they were fixed, they wouldn't be godlike, they would just be more enjoyable to use, and that's an important factor in this game. It's not a matter of making things amazing, it's more so having a good baseline, and that baseline should focus on enjoyment and being decent against enemies. I won't say viable. Viable is a dumb word that folks use in the worst way possible, so I'm not going to use that. And I think one of the issues the game suffers from is using the most scuffed baselines for many different guns. Assault rifles. Liberator is y'all's baseline. That would make sense if you're using the Sief Trooper Liberator. There's his medium pin. They be gunning down Stingrays. How's that fair? How come those guys get the good stuff? Instead, we get the light pin, I guess 45 round Liberator that does next to no damage for an assault rifle and has no other unique qualities. So the moment the Coyote comes out that does fire damage on the bullets, it's now overpowered. In relation to assault rifles, maybe. In relation to the other guns and the entirety of the game, it's not the best gun by a decent bit. It's just actually useful for an AR as opposed to all the slop we've had before. Whoa there, buddy. It's a skill issue. You're bad at the game, hard to accept. I understand. What's that? The QA lead said what? The Coyote is fine and we need to look at other ARs. I've been saying my whole life the ARs kind of suck in Helldivers 2, guys. I've never not said the guns need to be fixed. And that goes for more than just assault rifles. SMGs are the exact same way. The second we had a potential candidate for a great SMG, you made it two-handed. Why couldn't it just be one-handed and be a 125 damage SMG to make ballistic shield and directional shield a bit more useful? Whereas instead, I just bring a sidearm for that now. Why would I ever want to use an SMG to do something that I can just bring the Talon for? Or even the Senator. Weapons that could easily be so much better will likely never see improvements for two reasons: realism and lore, and because fun isn't the main goal. Why should a throwing knife be more powerful than a bullet? It already is, but to compensate, they made it horribly inaccurate, throwing like a Girl Scout, and not the one that's cracked off Thin Mints, which would be a freaking massive improvement. And for that reason, they can't have it be thrown faster or further than the current state. Why would the Accelerator Rifle be improved at all? Because it would break the lore, even though I'm pretty sure folks said that gun's supposed to light things on fire. Two things on the Plas Rifle. It does light things on fire in the Killzone game, and it did get a buff. The drag went from 1.5 to 0.1. Drag makes bullets do less damage as they travel, and that number is a bit peculiar to put on a sniper in the first place at that value. But hey, it got buffed, so they can actually change the guns. The reload speed is still atrocious though. Why should the Epoch be able to destroy bug holes and open up crates? Wouldn't make a whole lot of sense in your universe, because plasma shouldn't be able to do that. Meanwhile, my little spear gun can. The hard focus on realism and believability creates a vacuum that at a moment's notice can suck the fun out of the game for no good reason. That's part of the reason why the Slugger can't destroy crates anymore. It had the ability to at one point in time, but that didn't make any sense. The shotgun, why can't it do that? Why not? Does it really hurt anybody that you can open the crates and get super crates with the shotgun? Is that a big deal? It wasn't believable. But that puts you into a strange spot where now you have to make excuses for why you want to design things the way that they are. And eventually it'll be far too hypocritical and not make any sense. Kind of like how the Epoch is a stronger version of the Purifier, but yet you have a limited range, roughly 150 meters. Purifier can go as far as you want it to, 200 meters plus, and every shot lands whether it's charged or uncharged. That makes no sense at all. It's just a random detriment. For what reason? Armor is going the same direction. We have armor pieces that are just taking aspects of different armor and smorgasbording it into itself, in many cases having a lesser effect. The new Dune armor, for instance, Dust Devils, 40% resistance to acid, gas, electrical, and fire damage, which is just 10% below the Killzone armor. But the difference is this armor now also has 20% throwing distance, which is 10% less than the other armor that gives you 30%. At a certain point, the armor you make won't really match up with the perks it gives you, and that's the whole spiel, isn't it? We can't let you guys pick your perks because then you won't know what your teammates are doing. It wouldn't make sense to have a sleeveless Helldiver with extra padding. As if it matters! This isn't an MMO! Your teammates' builds, in that case, don't matter at all, and if they do, you make it before you go in the mission. That's how it goes. Nobody, realistically, is doing a thing where they load into a mission and they look at their teammates' loadouts and go, oh my gosh, they're wearing this armor, I can mess with that. The only exception is Arc armor. And even then, not really. maybe your teammate has medic armor and stim pistol, and you'll really calculate that you have 2 extra seconds or whatever it is of stim duration, and that'll drastically change your playstyle. If they land the shot, and even then, no one's really doing that either. People act as if their teammates' armor is a big deal. The main reason they do this is they're glaze divers. They have Sweden syndrome, and for some reason they're okay with all the monkey paw bouncing and the nonsensical realism excuses for why.
Another quest accidentally started. Or not.
Why things have to be so scuffed. There's no real explanation behind why we can't have armor that we can simply put the perks we want on and then change it accordingly. That way you have far more customization of your character, and the bonuses for armor aren't that crazy at the moment. Speaking of which, why is it that many of the new bonuses are being made, and then shortly after the devs change things in the game that give us a enforced reason to use the armor? Oh guys, bleed damage does so much more now. I might want to wear that new armor that has bleed damage immunity. They took away a ton of spare ammunition, but don't worry, you can get siege ready, giving you a little bit back. And faster reloads for anything that's not a support weapon. Actually, it's only your primary weapon. I'm probably the only one who cares, but why can't I preview the operation when hovering over the operation itself? Instead, I see a ship icon that tells me nothing. Before, it would show you what missions were in the operation, I'm fairly certain. Now I gotta click it, zoom in real quick. If I don't like it, zoom out and press on. I also am fairly certain that y'all have a higher chance of putting missions in the darkness versus the light. Why can't we have 6 operations total, and most, like half of them are in the light, half of them at nighttime? And then you have more chance of getting missions you actually want to do, versus me having to Alt F4, which does 2 things. It can either preserve the operation you're already in, or the mission you're in, or it can just fully reset your other operation choices. Modifiers are still being used in a very boring way. Bug spores, you can't see anything. Oh, congrats, this is awesome. Guys, I'm being challenged. No, you're not. Your time's being wasted. It's not fun at all. You had the operational modifiers that sometimes are okay. It's not a huge deal. But you made it to where the Illuminate had 7-minute extraction times at one point. What are we talking about? The most boring faction in the game, and you make the extraction time longer. Eagle rearm time increased by 30% and less ammo on pickups. On the missions that have caves, in which you can't really call in stuff that well to begin with, and you don't really get to use any call-ins in the caves themselves. Why? An example of good modifiers are gunships, shriekers, and if you ever made it for the stingrays, that's another one too, because you can kill those. That's something you can actually be aware of, build for, you're chilling. It'd be amazing if you could actually choose your own modifiers. Just saying. And for operational modifiers, I like Hive Lords. That was a lot of complaining, but I do have some actionable solutions. First and foremost, learn from your mistakes. Don't just repeat them over and over again in reference to the bunker turret fiasco that still happens today and is still in full effect on War Striders. Give enemies meaningful weak spots. You're still not learning from that, even though automatons are growing to be the most adored faction. Folks still love the bugs, sure, but in terms of having a good time playing the game, I feel as though people are leaning towards automatons. The bugs just have a special place in their heart because of Starship Troopers, but not so much the gameplay being riveting in many cases. There's 2 reasons why players are enjoying automatons more. They have meaningful breakpoints and weak points. This opens the door for so much more impactful variety of your loadouts that just means the game can be enjoyed in far more ways. The exception, of course, is Warstriders, but aside from that, it's a pretty well-balanced faction. It would be in your best interest to stop focusing so much on difficulty and instead make the game more enjoyable, and especially stop trying to make it so you can't solo the highest difficulty. Because to do that properly, it requires levels of arbitrary difficulty that make your game unfun to play. Because in the current state, you can still solo the max difficulty. I've done it for every faction, even with the Hive Lords, Dragon Roaches, Rupture Strain, all at the same time. It's just not very fun. And that's the issue. When you make it to where people can't solo, you're likely going to affect everything else about the game to the point where it's no longer as fun to play. And for what? To say your game is more challenging? Oh, our players have a hard time beating max difficulty. You can do that, but in a more meaningful way. It does not take any skill or actual effort to just crank a slider and make the game unfun to play, and thus more difficult. Focus on making the game for the millions of folks that bought it to have a good time playing it, and not your current target audience of yes men that have nothing but positive words to say about everything you do. Because are they really helping you? Look at where you always end up, which is needing to backtrack on the things you've been doing. You should not need a 60-day plan every 180 days. You are taking advice from people that do not know what's good for the game, and it shows. Helldivers 2 is one of a kind, so iconic in many different aspects. But you guys are making it into a game that folks didn't buy. If you had your way initially, if the game turned out to be exactly as you wanted it and there was no game-breaking glitches, I do not believe you'd be as successful, because the glitches added power fantasy that you are not intentionally putting into the game itself. And it turns out that when folks can't kill things in a decent time frame, they don't have fun. So recognize that and focus on what makes the game so good. I can better explain that if you need. I want this game to be as good as it can. In the same way, I wanted Dauntless to be as good as it could before it got shut down. That's a really interesting take. This said the employee for Phoenix Labs. It's a hard one to balance because the wow with the F moments don't necessarily make a healthy, balanced game. It's a PvE game, dog! The game ain't gonna be no one cares about balance if it's dead! Your game's doing great. How about you don't pile drive it 6 feet deep to target the weirdest people because they don't even really exist. They might sit there and put on some facade saying to themselves, or saying that they say not to themselves but to the people on the internet because they're trying to fit in. Yeah, man, this is actually really sick. Just get better, bro. Skill issue. The game's becoming slower for no reason. Skill issue. So who is the game being made for? The audience they talk about targeting doesn't really exist. They wouldn't be able to keep the game alive if that's really who you're going after. Because even in Helldivers 1, there was still power fantasy. In Helldivers 2, there is kind of, but you're just making these changes to reduce the pace of the gameplay to a point that it's no longer really intense in a meaningful fashion. It just becomes boring. And I believe the player base who sit there and excuse every little thing are a major problem, if not the cause, for why Helldivers 2 does not feel as fun as it should. I get you expect more, get less, but the game's pretty good at the moment. The game being better than it was doesn't make it necessarily like amazing. That's what folks don't get. Like, I'm basing the game off of what it could be and like what I guess it should be. Other folks are basing it off of, is it better than it was? Okay, cool. It's good, guys. We can stop improving it now. Meanwhile, the game wants feedback. So what's more impactful? The person who says the game's fine as is, or the person who says the game's good, but it could be better? It's rather unfortunate. No matter how bright I draw the picture, there'll still be Krilla crashouts that can't comprehend it. I use examples. I did everything. I've maintained this same stance for a year and a half. But hey, I'm a rage baiter. I got a skill issue. Insert random nonsense. I do want to close with a review I wrote a long time ago that I'm now going to be using again, essentially. One of the biggest fumbles in gaming history. I can't tell if it's incompetence, ego, or intentional self-sabotage, is save on server fees. The writing was on the wall ever since patch 0.100, where they tried to adjust any AI thinking players wouldn't notice, while also increasing headshot damage players take. Fun isn't a word Arrowhead is familiar with, and instead they're dead set on making the game catered to a core audience of Muppets and yes men. They want players without critical thought or an understanding of the game, because those are the only people who can attempt to appreciate the dumpster fire of a game that Arrowhead has created out of Helldivers 2. It wasn't a honeymoon phase or anything like that. It was the intentional changes made by Arrowhead, which to this day make no sense. I did get a lot of enjoyable gameplay out of the game, but there's no excuse for the caricature of a game that Helldivers 2 parades itself around as now. The community is an army of glazy gladiators actually, with Stockholm Syndrome, ready and willing to glaze the game at a moment's notice regardless of what's happening. The majority don't comprehend basic mechanics or simple math. They think that facts are opinions, and these are the folks devs take advice from. The game isn't enjoyable anymore. It's not too difficult, it's just not rewarding or engaging. It's simply a waste of my time when I'm spending upwards of an hour trying to find something I could enjoy. Missions are like 40 minutes sometimes. All the devs know is arbitrary difficulty, and I don't see that really changing. It's a horde shooter that plays like a tactical shooter with hordes of enemies. Just another game to add to a growing list of what could have been if folks who had a semblance of a clue were running the show. This was made, I believe, more than a year and a half ago. This review. That's why it says previous review. But hey, I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah. I wish that were true. Anywho, thanks for watching and have a good day.
Use of force authorized.
Yoo-hoo! Defensive mode engaged.
Leave this place.
Settle down. Sense.
That.
Committed to memory.
Receive my blessing.
With all my strength. This may hurt a little. Rest and rebuild.
Here we go. The Jeff's thoughts on Stygian and Slot. Not sure if I watched it already, but I'm gonna give it a like.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi, to Stygian Onslaught. The third iteration of Stygian Onslaught is here, and I hope you've got some Notcry characters, buddy. Yeah, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but yeah, there's definitely a massive bit of shilling going on here. We have the Aeonblight Drake, Battle-Scarred Rock Crab, and that's too many words. Drake Crab Guy. The Aeonblight Drake favors multi-element damage. The way that it does that is when it gets to specific HP thresholds, which are at 75, 50, and 25%, it gets incredibly increased elemental resistance to the element that did the most damage. And you cannot cancel that attack. In other words, you've got a health bar going. It's not visually like that, but it's in the background. It's split into 4 sections. For this first section, there's basically nothing. Let's say you're playing a Neuvillette Skirk team, which is one of the teams that is pretty good here. And during that first phase, you deal about 40% Hydro, 60% Cryo. It looks at all the damage you dealt. It looks at the biggest one, and it gets increased resistance to that element for the next one. So here, if you try to hit it with Cryo, it does basically nothing. And then once you get it to 50% HP, it does the same thing based on the previous one. So you'll have done a lot of Hydro damage and a tiny little bit of Cryo. So now it gets Hydro resistance. And then it's the other way around. A lot of Cryo, a little bit of Hydro, and then for the last one. However, there is something that's pretty important here, which is it does not get its resistances instantly. When you get it to 75% HP, it has a stagger animation, as if you had hit one of its weak points against a normal Aeonblight Drake, and after like 3-4 seconds, then it gets the resistance. What that means is, again, let's say we're on that Skirk Neuvillette team. You do a rotation where you do normal attacks on Skirk at the start because you don't have any of your bursts in Neuvillette. Neuvillette teams don't love not having bursts at the start, whereas Skirk doesn't get punished as much. So anyways, you do a rotation, you get your cryo damage on Skirk with normal attacks, and then you do a few target attacks on Neuvillette. You want to stop at like 76, 77, 78-ish percent HP, then do another setup, and after that, do a Skirk burst. That Skirk burst is going to go past 75 and it's going to deal damage before the Drake gets its resistances. And that's going to create a scenario where instead of having to deal 25% of the Drake's HP with Neuvillette, you'll only have to deal 15-ish, or maybe even less. Basically, what that means is that you don't need to have a team that is able to get a lot of damage on each of its elements when you have characters that can kind of nuke a little bit. Because of that, you can actually do just normal Skirk teams with a character like Yelan, or even a character like Molani. Do your setup, and then just try to deal with the 10 to 15% HP to the next threshold, just with on-field Yelan or something like this. One thing to keep in mind for this, try to pay attention to its current HP, and the 75% breakpoint is around the A in the FAF of his name, and the 25% breakpoint is around the R of Perpetual. So if you notice, oh, I have his HP right below the F right now, I'm gonna stop my rotation, do my setup, and do the Skirk burst now, or do the Mawika burst now, or do the whatever burst now. One thing that I think a lot of people are gonna, or one trap actually, that I think a lot of people are gonna fall into is thinking that Chaska's good here. Chaska's not awful, it's clearable with Chaska. But with Chaska, what's effectively gonna happen is you're basically guaranteed you do full damage for this one, just like every team, but then for all of the remaining ones, you lose like a third of your DPS. So you're always at 66% of your default Chaska team DPS, which is not that high to begin with. You compare that to a Veressa team, for example, that doesn't have 3 different types of, not that high to begin with. You compare that 66% of your default Chaska team DPS, which is not that high to begin with. You compare that to a Veressa team, for example, that doesn't have 3 different types of damage, only 2, and honestly, a lot more Electro than Pyro. But in a Veressa team, well, because Veressa is just outright better, and because you can front load a good amount of damage with a Mawika burst into a little bit of spin, what you can do is you can effectively use Veressa, make sure that you're during your uptime with a bunch of energy when it's just above 75, and do 2 or 3 additional plunges, and then 1 Mawika burst plus a full spin until the Shred has expired is generally enough to get you to the next breakpoint. The Drake in Abyss and in Overworld eventually flies up. And Abyss is the first attack it does, and Overworld is after a while. In Siege and Onslaught, it doesn't. The reason for that is because technically it has the same fly up mechanic as the Overworld version, which is after like 40 seconds, 50 seconds. It flies up. We'll just take a look at it. But the timer gets reset to 0 every time you get it to a breakpoint, which means if you have enough damage to kill it, well, you need to get to the 4 breakpoints, right? 75, 50, 25, and 0 before the timer's over. So that's 30 seconds per breakpoint, so he'll just never fly. Yeah, there you go. Right? It takes like almost 50 seconds. If you don't get it to a breakpoint within 50 seconds, you don't have the DPS to clear anyways. So the fly mechanic is basically completely irrelevant, and you don't need to bring a bow user to shoot it down. I believe that on lower difficulty, it works the same way as it does in Abyss, so he flies up at the start, but it is what it is. Anyways, generally what you want to do is you want to play carries where one of their supports can kind of just brute force a decent amount of damage. Carries that use Malwika as one of their supports, or carries that can work in freeze themes with Skirk, carries that can slot in Molani as a Hydro option. That's like the main stuff. You can also clear it with Hyperbloom. You can clear it with the Chaska, right? Teams where you don't really have supports that can be converted to pseudo carries during the specific thresholds, but instead you just always have like almost a 50-50 split, or like 33-33-33 split between multiple different types of elemental damage. That also works, but you need much higher DPS with those teams than with the teams that are more focused on one elemental type, but that can do a second one instead. Because generally the game is balanced where if a team does 110k DPS and it's 50-50, well, when one of those 50 gets completely negated, they do like 55k DPS. Yeah, if a team is like 110k DPS and it's mainly electro damage like Veressa, well, without the pyro damage, it's like 90k. But when you're against the electro resistant phase, you just don't go to Veressa. You spin on Malwika, and that's still like 75k. And so you end up with more DPS on both of the different phases than the team that had split damage to begin with, even if both started the same 110k. That's why characters like Chaska aren't quite as good against the Aeon Light Drake. Now, they can still work, like I said, but my Chaska, which is like an okay build, it's not the best, but it's not awful either. She gets to the DPS breakpoint, but I don't have a lot of wiggle room. Anyways, next boss, the Crab. You kind
attack percent crit damage of the 2 different substats, please. Oh well. 2% for 4.5. Not even 4 substats. Okay, 6.2, not bad. Give me ER. Okay, well, not bad. 3.9 crit rate. But I guess the rest will most likely go into flat stats. Because there's no reason not to. Yeah. Just as I thought.
Kinda can't do this without Dendro or Hydro, or without Dendro and Hydro on your team. The reality is that if you don't have Llama, you don't have Nahida, you're kind of just cooked. Is it technically clearable without it? Probably. Are you gonna hate your life? Yeah. That being said, if you have either Nahida or Llama, this isn't too difficult. Nahida can do Fearless Crab. Llama can actually do Dire Crab at C0 or 0 with only 4-star supports. Just play Hyper Bloom or Nilo Bloom if you have Nilo, but Nilo's not necessary at all. If you don't have Nahida or Llama, honestly, I'm still not entirely sure what you're supposed to do.
The next day.
So, we did it. Managed to do the crab without any limited or standard 5 stars. Right, we got Traveler, but that doesn't fucking count. This was very painful. So it is possible to do this without Nahida or Llama, but it is very, very RNG dependent. You need to get really good directional RNG. When you trigger Bloom, it creates a Dendro Core, but it doesn't create a Dendro Core under the enemy. It creates a Dendro Core in a random direction around the enemy, or in a random direction around the spot where you trigger the reaction. There's a lot of RNG involved basically, and in order to actually have the DPS to clear this in time, you need to get good RNG. So it was very painful. I don't recommend doing this, but it is technically doable.
Rain outlines your fate. Scatter! Our bond is strong. Just like we rehearsed. Body and brain cutter.
Oh,
No, I'm mad. Let me weave you a
that's fucking insane. Oh, but our energy's not the best though.
Get with me. Rain outlines your fate. Witness it.
Oh, we're vibing, bro. Bro, we have 8 seconds to spare. What the
Oh.
We got insane RNG. The first thing that the crab
Auto-authorization.
does is
Nature.
it spawns some
Nature.
seeds around you. There's a few things you can do for that. And in order to break the seeds, you have to deal bloom damage to them.
Quietly now.
Once you've broken 6 seeds, his shield gets broken and he falls down. After that,
Gotcha.
Committed to memory.
he just
Oh,
does
give
random
me
attacks and
enough
keeps
to
spawning
charge.
more seeds. And you can break those seeds to send them as basically like boosted hyper blooms. If you deal bloom damage to these things, they will fly towards
Oh,
the
that
crab,
sounds-
and they will deal damage to the crab based on the amount of damage your bloom reaction did to them. And it multiplies it by 500%, up to 1.5 million. But yeah, basically triggering bloom or hyper bloom on those, it does a lot of damage. If you have Llama at the start, if you stand directly under the boss and you hold E, and like in the middle, your hold E, because it's Lunar Bloom damage, will hit all of the seeds. And then if you hold E against the other seeds later, you get to Lunar Bloom them and throw a bunch of damage at it. My Llama build is a little not very strong.
Your hand.
So the transferred damage is only at 147k here, 117k here, 40k there, because that was just from a normal bloom. It's not that high. And finally, we've got the guy, the Fatui. This boss is a bit less chill than this one, but it's also a lot tankier. This boss in difficulty 5 has almost as much HP as Cactus in difficulty 6. The first thing he does is he shields up. When it's shielded, you can't proc Fav, so you want to proc your Favs at the very start before he gets his shield. And then you need to deal damage to the shield to break it. The problem is that by default,
Look out below. It's justice o'clock. Take it. Headbutt. Go on.
the shield heals,
have my
and it
approval.
heals a lot. It heals really quickly. You can pause, it's not exactly pause, but you can significantly slow down the shield's restoration effect by having triggered electrocharge on the shield, or on him recently. And electrocharge damage and lunar charge damage gets significantly increased against the shield on top of that. So getting through the shield on an electrocharge team is generally not much of a problem. Right, as you can see, right? Even with no like supports deployed, we can still get through it. On the other hand, if you're using a team that doesn't have electrocharge, especially if it's not electro, I'll explain that in a second. We got past the first one. Let's go.
Is it what you wish to find?
Silence!
Light of the blazing sun!
There's 3, by the way. We got past the second one. Let's go. Oh. We did not get past the rest. And now we die. The amount of DPS required to get through the shields is really high. On top of that, the shield prevents you from getting reaction damage. In other words, you're not melting with Malika.
To relinquishing these items into your possession.
Right, you triggered melt, but as you can see, we did not do more damage than when we were playing the Monopyro team. If anything, we're doing less. Why are we doing so much less? Well, that's because this guy, during the shield, has 70% resistance to everything except Electro, which means 20% more shred from Kazuha actually makes a big difference. Basically, you have 3 options. Option number 1, play an Electrocharge team. What's the downside? Well, there's not that many Electrocharge teams that just outright have enough DPS to kill this guy within 2 minutes. Option number 2, play an Electro Carry, because Electro Carries can get through the shield pretty easily, just because it isn't incredibly tanky. I say easily, it's not that easy, it still requires very high investment, but you know, it's doable at the very least. There we go.
Okay, now kablam!
So my Barissa can get through. Oops. Because my Barissa build is quite good. Get through the first 2 shields on the first rotation. Set up the second rotation.
Settle down.
Get through the
abandoned property belongs
third
to
shield.
whoever finds it first. So it's legally
And
yours.
then you just have fun with this.
Bow your head.
My versatility is very good though. So if you are a Versa player and you aren't able to get to those thresholds in time,
Cleanup sequence initiated.
remember,
Branch into song.
Bennett might actually be a better option than Malika for you, because it has high power resistance, so the Malika damage isn't it's not fully going through. Whereas Bennett buff to your electro damage does go through. Anyways, that's your second option. Your third option is what you do if you don't have the electro carries, and it's you try to brute force it. As far as I've seen, the only character that is able to brute force this is Kirk at C0 or 0, because other teams rely too much on reaction damage or on Fav procs or on things that don't work against the shield, basically. With Skirk, you can get past the first shield without your bursts on the rest of the team, and 2 rotations worth of setups gives you your bursts, even if your second rotation doesn't get fast procs. Anyways. So Skirk can get past the first shield on the first rotation.
May I present? Time to shine! How dare you!
For the everlasting forest, receive my blessing.
And then the second rotation that has the bursts. can get past the remaining 2 shields.
Let my name echo in song.
And once you're past this, it's not too much of a problem. Oops, I fucked up. That is not how you're supposed to do that team's rotations. It's fine.
Strike a pose. Let the world collide.
Defensive mode engaged.
Also,
Lush is the
once the
moon.
shield is over, this guy can be
With one
frozen.
heart, we pray.
Silence!
If you don't freeze it, he will do a shield phase again towards the end. Whereas if you do freeze it, you can prevent the second shield phase from happening. Which is another reason why Skirk is good at brute forcing it.
Ah. Gonna go excellent. Strike a pop.
Also, something that I would recommend, because the shield makes things very cringe.
Perhaps this treasure has been waiting for you all along.
Except that your team is just Skirk doing the damage. Put the ER sands in the bag. That's what I've been doing. With putting everyone on an ER sands to make things more straightforward. I haven't yet seen a clear done without either an electro carry or Inefa or Skirk. I hope people will find other alternatives for this, because honestly, things are not looking too hot. I think it's doable with Nevilet, but my Nevilet is not good enough to do it. That's for sure. So far, the Stygian Onslaught is... I don't really know how to feel about it. On one hand, difficulty 5 rewards are not primos, so even if it's like Omega chill and like Omega restricted to the new units, people that can't clear it, at least they're not missing out on primos. Like, it still feels like shit to miss out on the Dust on Alignment, but it feels worse than it actually is. Also, you can get the difficulty 4 reward from Kalok, so really all you're missing out on is 1 Dust, 100,000 Mora, and 5 Heroes Wits. So it's not that big of a deal. So like, if you don't like any of the characters that were released recently, any of the characters that are getting shilled for this, remind yourself, if you can't clear Fearless, you're not missing out on much. In any case, what I will say is I really like the Aeon Blight Drake. I think that this is the sort of boss mechanic that is actually fun to interact with and to build teams around. And honestly, I wouldn't hate this if the shield was just a little bit squishier. As usual, I hope you enjoyed. I hope you learn a thing or two. Have fun with the Stygian Onslaught, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube.
How about we explore the area ahead of us later?
Really?
Accelerating.
I see.
Settle down.
Abandoned property belongs to whoever finds it first. So, it's legally yours now.
How about we explore the area ahead of us later? How about we explore the area ahead of us later?
Flynn's is releasing in the second half of version
Which DPS is the best pool? Flint versus Narson versus Varese full comparison.
6.0. And depending on who you talk to, some people are very excited for his release, while others believe he is going to be a mid unit. And although there are some good reasons to think this, I also think that his potential and upsides over other DPSs like Nefer and Varese are being underplayed. So this video aims to set the record straight in the most objective way that I know how. Let's talk about it. Welcome to Jello Impact, where we build and test every single character to help you decide who you want to wish for and build. The version Luna 1 banners featuring Llama and Nahida are finally here. If you're planning on spending for these or any future banners, let me recommend Loot Bar. I have been personally using Loot Bar for over a year, and I've spent thousands of dollars on my personal account. They are safe, using currency exchange to get you discounts on the crystals you were going to buy anyways. They have tens of thousands of 5-star reviews, and right now you can get a limited time offer for an even bigger discount than normal. They're very easy to use. Just choose the pack you want, enter your UID and region, and your top-up is delivered in minutes. The all-in-one bundle will be available for a special limited time price, allowing you to take advantage of the double top-up bonus coming with Luna 1 and Genshin's anniversary.
Let the record show that I verbally consent to relinquishing these items into your possession.
I think that gave him amnesia.
Jab and cross. Jab and cross. Ah! A silence fills the air.
How brilliant!
By the Frostman of old.
Silence! Bow your head.
Mhm.
Take heart. You toil not in vain. Take heart. You toil not in vain.
Not sure I follow. Actually, don't.
New users get a tooth, also get arrow sent answering the video. So we're doing another comparison. Flynn's versus Nefer versus Veresa. And it's going to be a combination of calculations as well as my own testing, because I have experienced Flynn's, although I can't show any footage, but that does inform my testing and inform everything I'm going to be sharing. First of all, we start with just the raw DPS numbers. Now, these DPS numbers are not the be all and end all. There are so many different people calcing things and so many different ways that you can calc things, and so many different things will change and how you play the units and rotation time, you know, damage per rotation. But this does give a baseline of comparison, and then I can give you the nuance on top of that. So Flynn's with his premium team currently sitting at around 105k DPS. This puts him below the big three of Moika, Skirk, and Veresa, and around the level of Arlecchino, Kanich, Mulan, who depending on various factors that I won't get into right now, you can think of them as falling between the 100k and 110k range. Mulan and Arlecchino calc on the lower end, but they play on the higher end. Kanich calcs on kind of the higher end, but if you play him wrong, then he hits the lower end. So you can think of them as being in this range, and Flynn's hits in the middle of this range. So that's what you can kind of think of him as, is being a character that's around this range. After testing Flynn's and Veresa in neutral-ish content, I did find Veresa outperformed, and so I do think that these numbers give a fairly accurate representation of neutral content. But there's something else to consider. There's very little neutral content in Genshin anymore. Genshin used to be all about being able to brute force stuff, and they would just kind of throw enemies that were just enemies. They didn't necessarily favor one unit or another, and Abyss buffs didn't matter too much. But nowadays, it doesn't matter what you fight, whether it's the Abyss, whether it's a random boss and the overworld like a local legend, or whether it's the Stygian Onslaught. Some units and some teams have vast advantages or disadvantages over others, and so comparing just raw DPS numbers is not as valuable as it once was, which makes things very nuanced and very interesting, but also very difficult. You can see Nefer has a very wide range, and that's because originally she was calcing on the 120k DPS and higher, so she was looking comparable to Skirk, but then there were some realizations, and so some theory crafters have adjusted their expectations and brought her all the way back down here, but others believe that she'll still hit the higher end. Plus, there's tons of different beta changes to come. Next week, I'll make an updated Nefer video after we get whatever changes that she'll receive in the beta. So be sure to subscribe and keep up to date with that. By the way, while you're down there subscribing, check out the podcast linked in the description. Really fun, chill vibes where we delve into the specifics of kits and character design, theory crafting, but we also have a lot of fun. So check that out down in the description. Okay, so that's the premium team options. Now looking at cope team options. So you can replace Aino with Tenacity Farina, with Yelan. You can replace Sucrose with Lanyan. But if we start replacing Nefa, now we're really losing some DPS. Up to 30k plus, which is really, really bad. But Nefer also loses 30k plus without Llama. So that's also really, really bad. And then Veresa is kind of in a different circumstance because she gets a fair bit from C6 Chevreuse and C6 Eonsan, and a decent bit from Mawika, although using Bennett, Shangling, Power Traveler, not as bad. One of her huge advantages, however, is pulling on her banner did net you copies of Chev and Eonsan, and then pulling for Mawika gave you more copies of Eonsan, and then Chev has just been around a little bit longer at this point, so you might have some copies laying around. But do note that this extremely strong performance assumes C6 Chevreuse and C6 Eonsan, and you know, losing 10 to 15% for each of them, and plus minus whatever, these are rough numbers, but you're losing a similar amount if you take away her supports as if you do to take away the other good supports. Nefer really doesn't have options outside of Llama. I know in Kuki there's a bunch of different things that could work. So I would say that if Veresa reruns with both Eonsan and Chevreuse, she's in a pretty good spot because you can just sort of keep pulling on Veresa. Maybe you get her C2, which is kind of bad. Like, it's kind of bad because her C1 is bad, but regardless, maybe you can keep pulling on it, or a side banner that has both of them. But if she doesn't rerun with those two characters, that could really spell trouble for Veresa's account value. I think that pulling on the Veresa banner was one of the best things you could have done at the time, but the future is uncertain as to whether she'll be as good of a pull then. And there's no guarantee on 4 stars. If you have bad luck, there's just no guarantee that you'll ever get the C6s on them. So like, it might seem bad that Flynn's and Nefer rely on a 5-star support so heavily, but at least it's guaranteed. At least you can plan around it and guarantee it, whereas you can never guarantee C6 Ansan, you can never guarantee 6 Chev. So this is where I find, you know, Flynn's reliance on Nefa, you know, Nefer's reliance on Llama, and, you know, Skirk's reliance on Escoffier. I feel like they're overblown because somehow people just assume that you're going to get C6 4 stars, but 5 stars are for some reason very expensive, when realistically getting a C6 4 star is more expensive than getting 2 5 stars on average, but you can kind of double up. So anyways, I did put, you know, Flynn's and Nefer in red, whereas I put like dark orange, whereas I put Veresa in light orange, because at least you can cope with lower cons of Yansan and Chev, but you don't have a free-to-play version of Llama or Nefa, so you lose more from just one character. Okay, so that's cope team options, but there's another thing to consider, and that's DPS alternatives. And what do I mean by this? I mean that you can run a different DPS with Nefa. Like, you can run Nefa with Chlorand, you can run Nefa with Veresa, you can run Nefa with Novelet, you can run Nefa with on-field Sucrose, I don't know, on-field Mizuki. You don't need to run Nefa with Flynn's, and very similar, you don't need to run Llama with Nefer. Currently, Llama teams are very strong in my testing. Still waiting to see some like really accurate calcs, because Bloom is challenging to calc. So to do like, and like real comparisons of Bloom versus other teams, it's very hard to do because the Crab is all about Bloom, and then, you know, the Drake is dual element stuff, and so it's like very hard to compare, you know, how strong are Llama teams really. But the reality is that they're very strong, and Nefer teams need to be a reasonable upgrade to be worth it, because you can just make a Llama team, you know, with, say you already have Nahida, you can do Nadia Singh Chokugi, and then you don't need to pull Nefer. Whereas a Nefa, you know, it isn't as easy to make a Nefa team double clear things easily, but you still can. And she'll still, like, you know, the new Fatui boss, like, you can throw a ton of stuff. As long as you have a Nefa, you're probably going to be fine. And it's a kind of similar case with Veresa. Like, you have Chlorand, and you have just Mav overload. So there's other stuff you can play, but I think that Nefer right now loses like the most, just because it feels like Llama teams are so free-to-play friendly and strong all by herself, but it might just be biased because of the current Llama shill. So all in all, none of the DPSs offer as big of an increase over like alternatives as, you know, Skirk and Moika do. I don't know if any of them stand above or below the others. Future potential. This one's really interesting. I could see Columbina being a huge upgrade for Flynn's and Nefer. That's what I expect. And this is kind of where, you know, things take a little bit of a turn, because so far, you know, the colors have been lighter on the Veresa side. She's, you know, in the lead. If we are counting points, you know, this is, you know, 1 point for 1, 2, 3 points for Veresa, you know, maybe 1 point for Flynn's, I guess, or maybe we'll say 2 points for Veresa and 0 for the other two. But now we have 2 big points, or 1 point each for Flynn's and Nefer. I'm not going to count points, but you know, they can both get pretty sizable upgrades with Columbina, whereas I don't know exactly how Columbina would help Veresa. It'll probably make her Electrocharge teams more comparable to her Overload teams, but it won't buff her best team, which means that she'll likely fall behind Flynn's and Nefer, but she'll still have more flexibility. So I'm gonna actually, now that I'm thinking about possible upgrade, I'm gonna put like regular upgrade. You know, it's a possible team option upgrade. Whereas I think Durin could potentially be, you know, an off-field pyro character and could be an alternative to Mav or something like that. Could possibly be an upgrade. I don't know. We don't know very much about Durin right now, but he is going to be Pyro, so that's a possibility. But yeah, I think it's a given that Columbina will be a huge upgrade for Flynn's and Nefer. But I also think Yahoda as an Animo character, now that we know that for sure, we've seen her vision in the quest, that could be an upgrade to Sucrose. Maybe makes the Sucrose thing easier to play. I could easily see a Sucrose upgrade adding on, you know, 5-10k DPS to Flynn's. It'll probably be a C6 bait, but you know, I could see that happening. And then I could easily see an upgrade to a Nefer slot. Right now, you know, Ino isn't doing much, so that'll be replaced by Columbina. But then this Kuki slot, you know, this could be Zhongli, this could be Nahida, this could be, there's a ton of options that are kind of like whatever, and none of them really synergize with this team. So it's basically just a 3-person team if we assume Columbina as a personal team. So I can see the last slot getting quite a good upgrade for Nefer, but we don't have any characters that I'd particularly see that happening with, so you know, it's a possible upgrade. Account value. So if you get this character, how much are they going to help you in your value, clearing content, etc. Flynn's, he's very easy to play. He uses non-contested supports, like these fairly non-contested supports, and then he helps with the end game content that Hoyle will be pushing. So these are pretty solid pros. I think that Nefer's are pretty solid, but I don't have easy to play on there. I don't know if he's easy to play or not. I haven't played her, so it's just an unknown right now. Veresa's also easy to play. You can cope with Electrocharge, which gives her options, such as against the Fatui guy. And then with good investment, she can brute force hard end game content, even if it's not ideal. That's not to say that Nefer and Flynn's won't. So for these, I'm not gonna like award any points right now because there's a bunch of unknown. There you go. Count value downsides. Flynn's, as we said, strongly requires an Effa, which most players don't have. A little bit element restricted. Nefer strongly requires Lauma, who a bunch of players might have, but she makes a good team already, and she's still in beta, so the final version is unclear. I'll keep you updated. And then Veresa might not receive as many buffs with the new units and might fall behind. I mean, she'll get some buffs, but it's possible that she doesn't receive as many and then falls behind the other two. So I don't think Veresa is going to be bad, but if you're wondering, you know, should I skip Flynn's and get Veresa, it might not be a good idea because of that reason. And then vertical investment. Flynn's has a great C1 and a very good weapon. Nefer has a great weapon and a very good C1. And then Veresa has a great weapon and a bad C1. Pretty good C2, but I'm kind of just leaving it at C1. Kind of a wash. All of them, I feel like Nefer's might be the best. Flynn's is pretty good too, but he uses the sub DPS. They're all fairly comparable on the whole, especially if you're just picking one. Veresa getting her weapon, Nefer getting her weapon, and then Flynn's getting a C1. Like, all of them are going to be fairly comparable upgrades for you. And then for overworld stuff, Flynn's doesn't need his burst, which will make him nice in the overworld. Nefer doesn't need her burst. And then Veresa also doesn't need her burst and has amazing exploration. But then the note for Flynn's is you don't see his amazing burst, which is a downside, which I talked about before. So overall, where does it all stand? I mean, there's a lot of future impact in Genshin with Gacha games. We don't have perfect knowledge of the future. So what is my overall conclusion? Meta-wise, I don't recommend in particular getting DPSs for meta, except for maybe Mav and Skirk, just because currently they're so high. But with the new region, I really just want you to pick the one that you like, that you have fun with. I think it's kind of not the worst idea to pick up a Lauma. You know, it almost feels like it's smarter to just get Lauma and get an Effa and let the supports carry your other DPSs, whatever they are, and then pick the
I seek not to tread the expedient path.
Settle down. Bow your head.
Insulation chamber deployed.
How brilliant!
Mm-hmm. 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 Neat. Mm-hmm. Okay. We'll do it at some point.
DPS that you actually love, you know, it's like there's not like a super clear choice, I would say, where like I really recommend Veresa, I really recommend Nefer, I really recommend Flynn's. I think they're all good. And same with Mualani, Kanich, Arle, Chaska, etc. I don't particularly recommend any of them super strongly. Like even Skirk, she's very good, but she's expensive. So I just think that as long as you know what you're getting into, and as long as you're willing to invest in that team, I think that any of these are going to be good. I don't believe that Nefer is going to be 95k. I do not believe that at all. I think this is going to be on the higher end somewhere. I think that you can feel good in getting whichever character you want. I will also note I didn't really enjoy Flynn's gameplay. That's just my personal preference. But let me know your thoughts. Let me know who you're going to go for. Let me know if this helped. If you like this kind of format, make sure to subscribe. And if you don't want to do that, totally fine. Just watching the video has been more than enough. Thanks so much. Bye for now.
Nuclear fracking repeatedly needed for commercial reasons. Alexander Delkey.
People are often quite surprised when they learn that hydraulic fracturing, or fracking as it's colloquially known, has been commonplace in the UK North Sea for 50 years. It is a surprisingly precise and subtle process when properly controlled and managed. However, if we were to go over to America in the 1960s, it feels like an eternity ago now, but I used to work in the oil and gas industry. I was a drilling engineer. It's something I've mentioned in the past, and I've been asked many times to make a video about it, but I never really wanted to. The thing is, most of what I worked on just seems really boring to me. I suppose I could talk about the Troll Alpha, or the 40s subsea pipeline, or I could make the...
I don't get it.
billionth video about the Byford Dolphin incident, but I tried to do topics that haven't been covered a billion times already. 6 months ago, Paul Shadison released a follow-up to the best sci-fi show I've ever seen, Solstice 5. If you haven't seen it, just pause my video right now, hit the link at the top right of this one. Paul presents us with a dystopia, free of Earth's ethical constraints. A real-life Factorio where resource extraction must grow at any cost. The most efficient, the most destructive method of deep resource extraction presented is nuclear fracking. Something that could never happen on Earth. Thing is, nuclear fracking isn't sci-fi. It's happened. Many times. It is certainly destructive, but it may be the least efficient form of resource extraction ever attempted. It is also quite possibly the most ridiculous non-combative thing humans have ever done. Alright, before we start dropping nuclear warheads down gas wells, I need to explain how a gas well is constructed. I used to design oil wells in the North Sea. These were generally bigger and more productive than onshore wells, and, well, they produce mainly oil. But the design is essentially the same. What I used to work on was just bigger and 100 miles offshore. I'll mainly be focusing on the drilling engineering side of things in this video, rather than the whole how a nuke works side of things. That way, hopefully, that gentleman who is an actual nuclear engineer won't see this and point out every time I'm an idiot. I'll also struggle for visuals in this video, since basically everything I'm discussing happened underground. I have some public domain footage of the operations which I'll be using and annotating throughout. I'll animate what I can, and I may include some footage of offshore drilling hardware from around where I live. It's much larger than the onshore kit used in the operations discussed, but hopefully it can give some context. Alright, so it turned out the day before I released this video, there was a big offshore energy conference in Aberdeen, so I went along with the view to try and film some equipment. I did film some equipment, and it'll be annotated throughout this video, but I actually spent most of the time filming all the cool model boats that some of the exhibitors had on display. Since I couldn't make any models for this video, I think that fits in quite nicely, so enjoy those, I suppose, as well. Why does a well need designing? It's just a hole in the ground. Is a question I have been asked many times. Here is our rig on the surface. Here is our gas reservoir. Let's just drill a hole into the ground then. Okay, to do that we'll need to circulate fluid down the drill pipe and back up the wellbore to carry the cuttings back to surface. Let's think about that fluid. Here's a plot of fluid pressure in the rocks with depth. with the reservoir being at higher pressure than the formation immediately above it. When we drill into that reservoir, we need to make sure the pressure in our hole is higher than the reservoir pressure. So we choose a drilling fluid of a high enough density to stop gas flowing into the well, but not too high or it'll fracture the rock. It's not quite time for that yet. Oh, and by the way, that fluid's colloquially called drilling mud. It's basically just water and bentonite. Add more bentonite to increase the density. You can add a lot of other chemicals too for other purposes if you desire. We'll get back to that later. And just by thinking about the basics of our drilling fluid, we've already done some basic well design. So yeah, it's not just a hole in the ground. Okay, so we've got sufficient wellbore pressure. Let's drill the reservoir section. Okay, now what? We can't just let gas flow into the wellbore, it'd rush up and blow out the top. We need to somehow add a valve to the top to control the gas flow. We need to replace the fluid in the well for a lighter fluid to let the gas flow in. So we run casing like this and circulate cement to hold it in place. Well, the reservoir's sealed off again now, so run a string of shaped explosive charges to the reservoir section. These perforating charges blow holes in the casing to let gas flow in. None'll flow in yet though, remember the drilling fluid's stopping that. We run tubing for the gas to flow to the surface through like this, attach some valves to the top and open them to flow the gas out. In reality, we have multiple casing strings like this, and the well's likely to be deviated. I've simplified basically everything except what we need to know for this video. But we have a gas well. How can everything except what we...
Surface casing, intermediate casing, texture casing,
we need to know for this video. But we have a gas well. How can we make it more profitable? All that drilling and... forcing drilling fluid into the rock damages the outer surface of the wellbore. This restricts flow of gas into the well. A secondary advantage of those perforating charges is that they tend to blow past that skin damage and help the gas flow in more easily. Perforating charges are often able to blow more than a meter into the rock. Naturally, they can, and have, cut people in half if detonated prematurely. Explosives use a lot in the oil and gas industry. They are really dangerous. But from my experience, they're managed incredibly well. From memory, the procedures for dealing with explosives universally included switching off all radio equipment on the rig to minimize the risk of a stray signal causing an accidental detonation. All boats would be evacuated to a safe zone a given distance away, just in case a charge went off in the riser. A dedicated crew member went up the derrick to visually look for lightning, again, just to minimize the chance of something setting things off. And explosives were stored on a jettisonable platform that could be dumped overboard in the case of an emergency. The amount of paperwork and process to use explosives made the entire process boring and laborious, and that was by design. I mentioned in an earlier video that we preferred to use what was essentially a tripropellant rocket engine in a different form factor, which used horrifyingly hazardous chemicals to blast out white-hot jets of exhaust instead of explosives where possible. I really want to get that point across here. Explosives are by far the most hazardous thing used in...
What? Okay.
oversight on my part.
Nice.
Is it what you wish to find? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has at least made it a worthwhile experience.
And where did you point? Somewhere here? I guess I didn't see the vapor flower. Nice. What do you not want us to do? I don't get it.
In a drilling operation. Since about the 1930s, American gas drillers realized they could dump as much nitroglycerin down oil wells as possible and detonate it. This was before the days of perforating charges, where reservoir sections would be drilled out as an open hole. The explosion would fracture the reservoir formation and in some cases allow for measurable increases in gas production. It was a crude and unpredictable method, but often worked to an extent. Just to be clear, when I say reservoir formation, I mean rock, usually sandstone, which contains gas in the pores between the rock grains. Fracturing that rock increases its overall permeability and lets more gas flow into the well. If you've seen my full video on the tripropellant rocket, you may think that was...
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
one of the most dangerous ideas ever executed. I have a lot of comments on that video declaring the idea as stupid and reckless. Or you may think blowing up large quantities of nitroglycerin sounds worse. Oh, we've seen nothing. That is nothing compared to what we're about to talk about. At any given time, the world is full of problems without apparent solutions. Sometimes, however, it's fun to focus on the opposite, solutions without problems. Something like, I don't know, a blockchain. Very, very clever, but pretty much useless save for a few niche cases. Nuclear weapons, on the other hand, well, they're just a problem. The US had more than 30,000 of the damn things by the mid-1960s. Maybe they could be used for something other than ending the world.
Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb.
And that is how the legendary Project Plowshare was born. Peaceful use of nuclear weapons is quite the concept, and nuclear fracking was the application that was advanced the furthest. We'll talk about Plowshare's most unhinged proposal at the end of this video. As ridiculous as everything we're about to talk about is,
There it is. Why are you glowing? not glowing usually. Not like that. What happened there?
Is it what you wish to find? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has at least made it a worthwhile experience.
Nuclear fracking was also probably the least ridiculous concept explained by Plowshare. Let's draw a nice graph to put things into context. We just tried to frack a well with nitroglycerin. Here is the energy of nitroglycerin. That is the amount of energy released when a pound of it is burned. Okay, why is SI units Alex using pounds now? I'm going to keep the unhinged factor up by using not US standard units, but oil field units throughout this video. If you aren't aware of oil field units, I'm probably going to be making up a follow-up video to this explaining them. They make US standard units look orderly and logical by comparison. Okay, I know it's not actually directly comparable because nitroglycerin included the oxidizer. Trust me, it's not going to matter. Here's a pound of natural gas. Weird to express that by mass, I know, but again, don't worry about it. Because now, let's look at the energy density of uranium-235. Oh. And just to be clear, there are different ways of defining energy density for nuclear reactions. That could be uranium-235 in different types of reactor, undergoing different types of decay, or whatever.
Wow. Even more chests.
Let the record show that I verbally consent to relinquishing these items into your possession.
And if you use it in a bomb, you don't get anywhere near 100% energy conversion. But I don't think it really matters if our line goes to Dundee, Edinburgh, Glasgow, whatever. You get the point. Now, just imagine how hard we could frack a well if we use a nuke instead of nitroglycerin. Imagine the value we could deliver to our shareholders. There are 6 countries in the world that have nuked themselves. If you want to test out your nukes, you kind of have to do that. Or you could nuke a friend, or nuke the whales, or nuke space, or nuke Paradand, or nuke the whales. Kind of have to do that. Or you could nuke a friend.
Can intercept new there early. Great Britain.
Or nuke the whales.
The whales, yeah. In the sea, United States, USSR, Israel, and country that
Or nuke space.
Boring.
Or
Isn't
nuke
there
paradise.
Anything else more interesting to do?
France nuked paradise?
Of those 6, 2 have nuked themselves for commercial reasons. Let's begin with the first time the US did that. I'll be using the various design documents and post-work evaluation reports to piece together the next few chapters. I'm still pretty fluent in well-designed documents, and honestly, some of them look basically identical to the ones I used to read on a daily basis for North Sea oil wells.
Brilliant.
Any well report will frequently refer to downhole tools as just tools or devices. The reports we'll be studying do exactly the same, except every now and then the device in question is an atomic bomb. So let's look at the feasibility report for the US's first nuclear fracking operation, Project Gas Buggy. A lot of you probably already have something in mind for the nuclear device. We definitely don't want something too big, but the concept of a small nuke is generally something of an oxymoron. The weapons that obliterated Hiroshima and Nagasaki were very much small in comparison to the veritable pick and mix available to the US in the 1960s. So I bet many of you are picturing one of these, a Davy Crockett bomb. This is probably the only nuke put into service that I'd call small. It looked kind of adorable and had a yield of about 15 tons of TNT. For the record, that's about the same as the current largest airdropped conventional bomb in the US arsenal. Certainly a lot more dangerous than conventional explosives, but I reckon we could justify a measly 15-ton explosion downhole. Well, the proposal was actually for a 10-kiloton bomb. Keep that number in the back of your mind, it's gonna change. Prior to Gas Buggy, the Hard Hat test in 1962 saw a 5-kiloton device detonated underground. Subsequent boreholes drilled into the surrounding rock were pressurized with air and the leak-off rate measured to determine permeability. The fractured rock a few hundred feet from the detonation center exhibited about 2 orders of magnitude higher permeability than before the blast. Gas Buggy sought to replicate these results, but in a gas-bearing reservoir. The test site was here, high in the hills of New Mexico, and, of course, right on the edge of a Native American reserve. The target formation was a gas-bearing sandstone layer about 300 feet thick and about 4,000 feet below the surface. An existing well just 600 feet from the site had been producing gas from this formation for several years prior, so would function as a good performance comparison. On the subject of the existing well, who was actually doing all of this? Gas Buggy was a private-public collaboration between the US Atomic Energy Commission, who'd be supplying the nuke, and the El Paso Natural Gas Company. Of course, this is a great setup, as if there's one market sector that could be trusted with nuclear weapons, it is definitely private oil and gas companies. Anyway, I particularly like this little tidbit from the feasibility study assessing the cost of a nuke. Quote, "The latest information made available by the Atomic Energy Commission is that the projected charges for nuclear explosives will range from $350,000 for yields of about 10 kilotons to $600,000 for yields of 2 megatons." End quote. Converting to today's money, that's about $3.5 million and $6 million respectively. I have 2 immediate thoughts here. Number 1, nukes are apparently a lot cheaper than I thought. Or they were in the 60s anyway. For the price of a large house in a major city, you can wipe said city off the map. Number 2, look at the value for large nukes. I presume there's a fixed cost for building any size of warhead, but based on the 2 data points here, once you've got all that in place, increasing the yield is proportionally cheap, so buy big. I think this is one of these points in the video where it's good to stop and remind ourselves how balls to the wall insane it is to have a preliminary cost analysis of an atomic bomb in a drilling study. Anyway, next is the small matter of building a device that can actually fit down a gas well. Well casing comes in standard sizes. The production casing I showed in this diagram tends to be 9 5/8 of an inch in external diameter. And if a production line is used, that tends to be about 7 inches. Of course, well diameters can vary wildly, but today we'll generally be dealing with 9 5/8 inch casing. When accounting for wall thickness, that would leave there about 7 inches for a device. And that device would be built by Lawrence Livermore National Lab. Everything we will deal with today will involve fission-only devices. To the best of my knowledge, nobody's tried to frack a well with a fusion bomb yet. So, the bomb, you know, I'm just going to start calling it a bomb rather than a device or a charge or whatever. The bomb would be run into the drilled hole, which would be filled with cement to entomb it before it was detonated. The prediction was that this would almost instantaneously vaporize, melt, and generally make a colossal mess of all the rock within about 100 feet. The resulting chamber would then collapse along with much of the rock above. This would form a rubble chimney through which the gas would flow upwards. Surrounding this chimney would be a fractured zone out to some 400 feet or so. The rubble chimney would be drilled into. You may spot a massive issue with that if you were paying attention earlier. Completion tubing run to a wellhead on the surface and the gas allowed to flow. Now, that massive issue is not radioactive contamination. That is a separate massive issue. But luckily, the feasibility study devoted a whole 2 pages to addressing this. Those 2 pages are best summarized as fission byproducts decay relatively quickly, so wait a while before flowing the gas to surface. Which, of course, is correct to an extent. It is the reason Hiroshima isn't a radioactive wasteland now, but let's come back to that later. It's also explicitly stated that exactly what fission products and how much of them would be produced was essentially unknown. Again, to put this into perspective, one of the absolute nightmare scenarios back when I worked in the industry was accidentally drilling into a radioactive source. If you can think of something hazardous, it is probably run down oil wells frequently. Radioactive sources are used in some of the well logging tools, for instance those used to measure rock porosity, and those sources are extremely active. We're not talking about that little flea in your smoke alarm here. We're talking about Guyana accident scale and up. These can, and very rarely do, get stuck down hole, and if they can't be retrieved, the only option is to abandon them down there. This would involve a lot of paperwork and then entombing them in cement which was dyed green. If somehow someone screwed up and tried to re-drill the well, hopefully they'd see the green cement in the return fluid, and if that all failed, all rigs have radiation detectors monitoring the returning fluid for radioactive contamination. Mainly for naturally occurring radioactive minerals in the cuttings, but if a man-made source was somehow accidentally breached and made its way into the wellbore, everyone would know about it. Every truck in and out of our stockyard had to pass through a radiation detector too, just in case something somehow got loose and made its way back to the shore.
Time to go.
So, the prospect of intentionally drilling into a known radioactive zone certainly gets my attention. Yeah, it's not going to hit material as active as something I just described, or at least I don't think it would, but still, I'd recommend against it. Natural decay aside, the feasibility study for gas buggy predicts that the unfissioned uranium and the heavier daughter products would be entombed at the bottom of the chimney in glass, which solidified from the molten rock. Alright, let's see how that all went. By 1967, the US Atomic Energy Commission was ready. The El Paso Natural Gas Company were ready. Lawrence Livermore National Lab had delivered the bomb. In fact, they over-delivered. It wasn't a 10 kiloton bomb, it was 29 kilotons, or about 2 Hiroshimas. Here it is. I can't tell you a huge amount about it because not much has been published, but I think it suffices to know it was a 29 kiloton fission bomb in a 7-inch canister. It contained all the necessary control and monitoring electronics to not only detonate the bomb when the time came, but also to ensure the environment was within acceptable parameters, namely the pressure and temperature. The temperature control appears to be that of the greatest concern. Bottom hole temperatures for gas buggy were 131 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a very low temperature for a hydrocarbon well in my experience. Remember, North Sea wells are generally about 3 times that depth and 10 times the complexity of what we're dealing with here. Nevertheless, the explosive canister contained active refrigeration units to maintain a temperature below 100 degrees Fahrenheit, the max operating temperature for the nuke. It's probably worth noting, I'm pretty sure this would be impossible even today for the kinds of wells I worked on, which were typically above 300 Fahrenheit at reservoir. I don't think you could possibly dissipate that kind of heat for an extended period of time downhole without pumping refrigerant from surface. Anyway, the power needed to run the refrigeration and to control and monitor the bomb was provided by this armoured cable. Nothing unusual there, except if that cable was somehow cut or damaged, the crew would be left with an uncontrolled nuclear bomb at an undetermined depth downhole. For reference, this looks just like any other downhole tool. I suppose it kind of looks like a rocket if you don't know what you're looking at, but if you ask me without context, I'd have guessed it was a downhole safety valve, not an atomic bomb. You can see the control cable being fed into it here. In the case of Gas Buggy, the 7-inch diameter constraint turned out not to be necessary. We'll get to why in a second, but it's obvious that the device was actually closer to 10 inches in diameter from these photos. Oh, and remember how I mentioned safety procedures for conventional explosives? The first one of those was that everyone non-essential would evacuate the rig floor when explosives were at surface. Usually, you'd just have an explosive specialist, a driller, and the minimum number of roughnecks to run them in. In fact, when the charges are being armed, the specialist is normally the only person on the drill floor. Apparently that doesn't apply with nukes. Look at everyone here just chilling, living in the moment. The emplacement well itself was a bit odd in terms of gas wells, in that it was pretty much the oversimplified hole in the ground I walked us through in the intro. A 13 3/4 inch hole was drilled to depth and then reamed out to 28 inches. Not only is this a huge wellbore diameter for a hydrocarbon well, but running a single hole section from surface like this is unusual. The hole was cased off with 24-inch casing. Prior to drilling the emplacement well, a more conventional well was drilled 188 feet away to assess the in-situ permeability and flow rate. A second monitoring well was drilled 302 feet away before being temporarily plugged with cement. This would be used for flow testing after the detonation. Both of these wells are seen here. They look far more conventional, with 9 5/8 and 7-inch casing at the reservoir respectively. The bomb was pre-armed and run to the bottom of the emplacement well. Some problems were encountered, of course. The cold weather apparently hampered drilling operations, and the downhole refrigeration unit behaved sporadically at points, partially failing with the bomb at depth. The operations proceeded and the device was cemented in place, with cement pumped all the way back to surface. On the 10th of December 1967, the immediate area was evacuated. A bunch of VIPs gathered in a marquee for some reason, and the US entered the Nuclear Fracking Club. As I gather, there was no excessive ground movement. There's a video floating around of a cow being startled by an underground nuke, but I suspect that's from one of the earlier, shallower tests, not from Gas Buggy. To the credit of everyone involved, extensive radioactive monitoring sensors were installed around the site and down both of the monitoring wells. A small team of monitoring crew was sent in to confirm the site was clear of contamination, then the drill crew were brought back to drill the well. Again, contrary to my suggested approach from earlier of maybe waiting a while to let the most active fission products decay, re-entry began 3 days after the detonation. Upon approaching the newly created rubble chimney, circulation of the drilling fluid was lost. That's the massive issue I'd hinted at earlier. Normally, that would be a pretty hairy situation in a conventional well. There are a bunch of solutions to lost circulation. My favourite is to pump shredded up mica down the well to hopefully plug up the formation. Hit a reservoir while taking losses and you risk a blowout. And remember, that blowout will be radioactive in this case. The crew were clearly prepared for this, though. The drilling report doesn't actually state how they dealt with it, bar the sentence, "Drilling continued without circulation," which makes me profoundly uncomfortable. Soon after, the bit started encountering voids in the rock. So the bottom was called on January 10th, 1968. The drill string was retrieved and completion tubing run and tied to production valves at the top. So, did it work? Of course it didn't, the gas was radioactive. The feasibility study was quite clear and honest that the level of radioactivity expected in the produced gas was largely unknown. The downhole chemistry and how it would interact with the neutron stream from the detonation was complex and poorly understood at the time. The two major radioactive byproducts expected in the produced gas were krypton-85 and tritium, but the observed quantity of tritium was far higher than expected. The production report estimates about 45,000 curies of tritium were present in the rubble chimney immediately after the blast. I should jump in here and make clear, the atmospheric releases weren't awful. This vial of tritium contains about 1/20th of a curie. So, although all these experiments would have created a huge amount of radioactive byproducts, the majority of them did stay underground. Now, the well was flowed periodically for a couple of years, and the activity was seen to decrease significantly, down to about 50 picocuries per cubic centimetre of gas. Horrible unit there, by the way. It would be becquerels per cubic metre if I was using SI. So, about 18,500 becquerels per cubic metre after 2 years. I can't really get a straight answer on what the max permitted radioactivity of natural gas is for it to be sold, but it seems to be somewhere around 500 becquerels per cubic metre. So after 2 years, the gas from Gas Buggy was about 37 times more radioactive than permitted for sale. Oh, and during those flow tests, the gas was flared. That would release the radioactive products to the atmosphere. No real word on how much was released to atmosphere. One preliminary report says, quote, "The amount of radioactivity released to the atmosphere is one of the questions being studied," end quote. Doesn't really fill me with confidence. As with any hydrocarbon well, a fraction of the produced fluid was water. But in this case, tritiated. That is I struggle to say that, don't I? In this case, tritiated. I can't say it like that either. I'll just say it normally. In this case, tritiated water. Ooh, I'm going to get a lot of comments about that, aren't I? No word on how tritiated it was, but it was stored in a large tank and injected into the flare for, quote, disposal, end quote. It stated that there were, quote, no hazards to any personnel involved from this, end quote. For what it's worth, Gas Buggy was a long way from any built-up areas, and I presume the radioactivity was sufficiently diluted in the atmosphere to not cause any long-term problems. Okay, so let's just put aside the awkward problem of radioactive contamination. Take a 1960s approach and just ignore it for now. How much extra gas did the well produce? Well, first of all, for the first few days, 36% of that gas was carbon dioxide. This was far higher than anticipated and was thought to originate from the vaporization of the rock. For the record, CO2 absolutely shreds production tubing unless you use expensive high chromium steel. As for the natural gas, by measuring flow between the emplacement and monitoring wells, the permeability was estimated to increase about 5-fold to around 8 millidarcies near the rubble chimney, dropping off rapidly. At 250 feet from the well, we're looking at a permeability of less than 0.05 millidarcies. The team had anticipated more than 100 millidarcies, so this was a disappointment. What is a millidarcy? It's one of the many cursed oil field units, but for context, about 10 millidarcies was typical for the reservoirs I used to work on. But an increase is an increase. And remember, this is a gas well, so much lower permeabilities are typical. How much extra gas did it produce? About 5 times as much as the existing nearest well, and about 8 times as much as the average of the 5 nearest wells in the field. The Gas Buggy emplacement well was the highest producer in the field during the flow tests, and would have produced an estimated 900 million cubic feet of gas if left to produce for 20 years. Quick note, 1 cubic foot of gas isn't much. Although that number sounds huge, it's not remarkable for a gas well. But this does sound pretty fantastic. Of course, there's a big old caveat. Remember how I focused on the unusually large diameter of the Gas Buggy emplacement well? Generally, the higher the diameter, the higher the gas flow. A 5 times increase in flow rate is about what we'd expect to see through 20-inch casing compared to 9 5/8-inch casing. So, while the addition of an atomic bomb turned a significant proportion of the gas into carbon dioxide and made it radioactive, it's impossible to categorically determine whether it actually increased the production at all. I sound a bit like one of those weird SpaceX people now, but at least they got good data. And indeed they did. The post-shot reports are quick to point out that despite the disappointing permeability results and ambiguous flow, the fact it was shown nuclear fracking could even be carried out safely at all was considered a success. The USGS were happy with the news, and their models regarding chimney size and fracture extent were validated. So who knows? If anyone ever needs to detonate a nuke far underground again, we know what'll happen. But all that aside, with the failure to demonstrate commercial viability, the team packed up and called it a day, and bigger bomb. The solution was clearly a bigger bomb. Project Rulison was the second attempt to fracture a well with an atomic bomb. And spoiler, this one was the most successful of all the US tests. The objective this time wasn't just to prove it was possible to fracture a reservoir, but to demonstrate commercial feasibility. Now, we aren't talking that much bigger. Gas Buggy's blast was 2 Hiroshimas. Rulison's was closer to 3 Hiroshimas. This time we're in Colorado, near the district of Rifle, just to make things that bit more American. And the detonation occurred on September the 10th, 1969, at 3 p.m. I know it was 3 p.m. because the drilling report specifically states this time was chosen to detonate a 45 kiloton atomic bomb after considering a few factors, which included the work schedule of local underground mine workers, the traffic frequency of the Denver and Rio Grande Western Railroad, and the local school bus schedule. Carried out this time in conjunction with the Austral Drilling Company, a different emplacement method was used for the bomb. So let's take a look at the setup. As with Gas Buggy, an emplacement hole was drilled and the bomb inserted into the reservoir section. Rulison was much deeper at around 8,200 feet bottom hole depth. The bomb was about 9 inches in diameter and plenty of video of it survives. It was run on the armoured cable rather than on the casing. Once placed, the bomb was cemented in place as before. The bottom hole temperature was much higher than Gas Buggy, at around 430 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm not exactly sure how that was managed, but I presume the bomb and all its associated electronics were just built to handle that kind of high temperature this time. As with Gas Buggy, details on the device itself are very sparse, with the device being an atomic bomb and all. Prior to all this, an exploration well was drilled and used to measure gas flow before the detonation. It was plugged back and then sidetracked after the detonation occurred. This is a common practice, particularly with offshore wells where there's limited slots on a platform to drill from. A depleted well can be sidetracked into a more productive area of the reservoir. In this case, it was sidetracked into the newly formed rubble chimney, which was estimated to be about 250 feet in height, with a fracture zone extending about 400 feet from the blast centre. Let's just pause a second here. This is maybe outside the scope of this video, but it's worth addressing. I normally release these videos a few days early on Patreon. In this case, I got a bunch of questions here. How on earth do you steer a drill bit around kilometers below the surface? It's easy for me to forget the scale and complexity of drilling operations. I used to take this stuff for granted. So, a very quick explanation on directional drilling. The key factor to remember is the scale of these wells. The drill pipe is basically as flexible as spaghetti at this scale, so it can trace out a curve no problem. To do this back in the 1970s, an assembly called a mud motor would be run into the hole when they wanted to drill a curved section. This was on the end of an angled piece of pipe called a bent sub. The mud motor is a turbine driven by the drilling fluid that's pumped down the drill pipe. It rotates and turns the bit without the drill string being turned. So, a curved section could be drilled with this mud motor, which was then run back out of the hole, replaced with a conventional drill bit, and the next straight section drilled. Today, this is done with something called a rotary steerable system, which honestly makes directional drilling trivial from a well-engineer's perspective. Rotary steerable systems are far too complex to discuss in detail now, but let's just say they're the reason that more than half of my videos to date talk about inertial guidance systems at some point. Crucially, the team waited 7 months to drill the sidetracked appraisal well. The drilling report states this allowed the radioactivity to decay to 1,000th of that present after the detonation. I'm not sure how they arrived at that figure, since tritium has a half-life of 10 years, but perhaps they were referring to the other fission products from the blast. Using the same well for pre- and post-shot testing would have no doubt complicated operations, but allowed for comparable tests to be formed to accurately determine the improvement in production. So what was the increase? Let's do gas volume first. In 108 days, the appraisal well produced the same volume of gas as a typical well in the field would in about 10 years. The permeability of the rock surrounding the blast increased 33-fold out to a radius of 2.75 that of the chimney. It was estimated that the well would produce between 1.8 and 4.5 billion cubic feet if left to flow for 20 years. Rullison positively demonstrated that detonating an atomic bomb down a gas well will absolutely give a huge increase in gas production if done correctly. Of course, this is putting aside those niggling factors like the produced gas being radioactive and the safety challenges of handing nukes over to a bunch of roughnecks. As for the radioactivity of the gas, well, not great, but not terrible. Actually, no, it was still pretty terrible. But a significant improvement over gas buggy. About 10,000 Curies total were estimated to be present in the chimney after detonation. Less than a quarter of that seen in gas buggy, and from a larger blast and a much larger volume of produced gas. After 180 days of production, the activity in the gas had fallen to about 0.2 microcuries per cubic foot, or about 250,000 becquerels per cubic meter. The trend was continuing downwards, so I'm pretty confident it would have exhibited less radioactivity than the gas buggy gas if flow testing were carried out over the same 2-year period. It's still far too radioactive to be sold. However we go about it, any radioactivity tied up in the produced fluid had to be released to atmosphere while the chimney region was cleared. The lower overall radioactivity of Rullison was assumed to be due to 2 factors. The first was a more complete detonation, melting rock around the chimney more thoroughly and trapping the harmful isotopes in the glass. The second, and probably more significant, was due to the use of granules of boron carbide around the detonation zone. Shown here in the well diagram, a sleeve was welded to the outside of the casing which contained the boron carbide. As you probably know, boron absorbs neutrons. I'm sure this is a very simplified view, but the sleeve would have absorbed much of the neutron activity from the blast, preventing it from interacting with the hydrogen in the formation water to form tritium. But even with the high flow rate, it was clearly evident that the radioactivity issue precluded the production of a commercial product. So the team decided to call multiple nukes. The next attempt used 3 nukes at once. I'll keep this one brief because I think this is the point where the US Atomic Energy Commission really jumped the shark on nuclear fracking. Also, we're now at 1973 and the general public had started to figure out what was going on, and it seems the various participants were a little less keen to openly publish their results. Rio Blanco detonated a total of 6.5 Hiroshimas in the form of 3 33-kiloton bombs, detonated simultaneously around 6,000 foot under Colorado. The idea was to create 3 separate rubble chimneys through a thick section of reservoir. Those 3 chimneys would be in hydraulic communication, with the gas able to percolate through all 3 and up to the wellbore. Let's start with the good news. The total radioactivity in the produced section of the well was estimated to be 1,000 Curies. That is 1/10 of that of Rullison. In all honesty, pretty great result. But the total volume of gas produced was underwhelming. About 98 million cubic feet over a period of a few weeks, despite the reservoir section being far thicker than the previous tests, and the blast energy being more than double that of Rullison. Well, the reason for this turned out to be a lack of communication between the top and lower 2 rubble chimneys. The well was only producing meaningful amounts of gas from the fractured zone resulting from the top detonation. All that melted rock had solidified into radioactive glass. It pooled at the bottom of each chimney, exactly as predicted, but cut off upward flow from below. For the cost of 3 atomic bombs, a complex drilling campaign, and a difficult subsurface detonation operation, Rio Blanco in effect created a gas well on top of 2 partially plugged gas wells. So finally it was time to more nukes, and much bigger. 5 nukes, 100 kilotons each, for a total of 32 Hiroshimas, 10,000 foot under the surface of Wyoming. Oh, and by the way, they had to be exploded sequentially. A simultaneous detonation would contravene the Threshold Test Ban Treaty, which forbade tests above 150 kilotons in size. Except this never happened. By 1973, public opposition to anything nuclear was accelerating. Yes, that would have absolutely dire consequences for how we produce electricity in the coming decades, but, and I can't stress this enough, a nuclear bomb is not a nuclear power station. In this case, though, I think we can all agree the opposition was well placed. When both the local public and various public are accelerating. Yes, that would have absolutely dire consequences. Threshold test ban treaty which forbade 1,000 foot under the surface of Wyoming. Oh, and by the way, they had to be exploded sequentially. A simultaneous detonation would contravene the threshold test ban treaty which forbade tests above 150 kilotons in size. Except this never happened. By 1973, public opposition to anything nuclear was accelerating. Yes, that would have absolutely dire consequences.
Splendid! More interesting
For how we produce electricity in the coming decades. But, and I can't stress this enough, a nuclear bomb is not a nuclear power station. In this case, though, I think we can all agree the opposition was well placed. When both the local public and various politicians in Washington got hold of the plan, it was stopped in its tracks. Rio Blanco was the last time the US ever tried to frack a well with a nuclear bomb. So, let's summarize all the major problems with nuclear fracking. We've obviously discussed the radioactivity and the unpredictability, but there's something more fundamental. As I've alluded to many times now, a buried nuclear detonation delivers a huge amount of energy to the surrounding rock, and that energy release is essentially uncontrolled. The hope for nuclear fracking was that enough of that energy would be mechanical and would go into fracturing the rock. But of course, much of it instead went into vaporizing and melting the rock, completely wasting it. In fact, in the case of Rio Blanco, worse than wasting it, that melted rock actively hindered the gas flow. If we lived in some alternative universe where we invented the atom bomb but not the nuclear reactor, maybe we'd still create nuclear power plants. We could detonate nukes in emplacement holes and inject water into the hot rock, turning it into steam to drive a turbine. That's a daft prospect, but it does raise a very serious question. Remember the big graph from earlier? Couldn't be, could it? Was the energy delivered by the detonations more than the energy of the extracted gas? Okay, here are my calculations on screen. We'll assume the wells would have flowed over a 20-year lifetime as estimated in the project reports. Well, it's not quite a negative energy balance, but it's hardly a great picture. The detonation for Rullison equaled 1/10 of all the gas that could be extracted from that well over a 20-year period. And had Wagon Wheel gone ahead, the energy put into fracturing may have actually been about equal to that of all the gas extracted. Wouldn't it just be easier to make fuel rods from the uranium and use them in a nuclear reactor? And of course the answer to that is yes. Just the act of making an atomic bomb is wildly more difficult than making a fuel rod, with enrichment to something like 90% of uranium-235 required in that case of a bomb. Nuclear fuel rods are only enriched to something like 3.5% U-235. So there you go. From an energy perspective, nuclear fracking is essentially a complete waste of time, a complete waste of energy, and therefore, in my opinion, quite possibly the most inefficient means of resource extraction ever attempted. Now let's see how it's done properly. About 10 years ago, hydraulic fracturing, or fracking as it's almost universally referred to now, was a highly political topic. I actually wrote an entire chapter going over my opinion on all of this and then realised I don't need to give any of that. I can just tell you how it works. When executed well, hydraulic fracturing delivers just the right amount of energy to just the right place to fracture the rock in the best way to maximise gas or oil flow. Yep, you can frack an oil well too. It's been happening for about 50 years in the North Sea and nobody cared about it until it came on shore. Of course, the most common application is in tight gas reservoirs where very little gas would naturally flow into a well. These usually consist of shale, so we may drill a horizontal section through the reservoir. There are multiple methods of fracking, but in this case we may perforate one section, pump fracking fluid at high pressure through those perforations and fracture the rock. If we monitor how much fluid is leaking off and ground movement using seismic sensors, we can build up a picture of where fractures are occurring and to what extent. That way we won't accidentally fracture into, say, an aquifer and contaminate it. Speaking of that, contamination can occur from the reservoir itself, but also from that fracking fluid. If you're doing this in the UK, we're doing this in the UK, that fluid would be little more than water, biocide and sand. Biocide is basically bleach. We include that since bacteria getting into a reservoir can consume some of the hydrocarbon and produce toxic hydrogen sulfide. You may also choose to do an acid frack if the reservoir's limestone, There we pump acid to etch channels to the fractures, hopefully further increasing permeability. Acid frac sounds really scary, but honestly, the acid's consumed in the process. It's not as bad as it sounds. If you're doing this in America, well, throw whatever you want in that fluid, apparently. Additives to reduce fluid viscosity are commonplace, and in some cases can be environmentally harmful, so definitely don't frack into an aquifer. Okay, what's the sand for? That is a propellant. It holds the fractures open when we reduce the pressure again. We then fire our next set of perforating charges, deploy an inflatable packet or something similar, and repeat, fracking the next section of the well. Hydraulic fracturing is something we've basically mastered over recent decades. Sure, it can go wrong, really wrong. But the phrase, things have gone a bit wrong, it's a bit different when nuclear explosives are involved. Oh, and hydraulic fracturing generally gives a higher gas yield than nuclear fracking. So from a commercial standpoint, the whole thing was a bit silly, really. But as I've hinted, the US tests went off without any recorded major injuries, fatalities, or serious safety incidents. If you insist on detonating a nuke down a gas well, Gasbuggy, Rollison, and Rio Blanco demonstrated about the best way of doing it thanks to good monitoring and adherence to safety standards. But I mentioned another country that tried out nuclear fracking. In their case, things went a bit wrong. As someone living in 2025 and looking back, one of the great joys of the Cold War was the unwritten rule that if America did something stupid, the Soviets were compelled to do the same thing, but bigger. The fact is, though this video focuses on US experiments, the majority of nuclear fracking attempts took place in the USSR. When the US announced Project Plowshare, the Soviets of course announced their bigger implementation with the catchy name, Nuclear Explosions for the National Economy. In fact, the Soviets were the first to attempt nuclear fracking. They performed it in an oil reservoir in the Grachevka oil field, starting off with two 2.3 kiloton bombs in 1965, followed with a 7.6 kiloton bomb and another pair of 2.3 kiloton bombs later in the field life. To their credit, the Soviets did actually share their results with the US engineers during a bilateral meeting in 1970, and the Americans traded their data with the Soviets. In fact, the Soviets went on to carry out nuclear fracking operations in 6 oil fields and 2 gas fields, giving a total of 25 detonations as far as I can make out. But, well, they didn't share everything. In the intervening years, and probably following the collapse of the USSR, information leaked out that things, in some cases, had gone a bit wrong. The surface equipment at the Griffin oil field was contaminated following drilling into the rubble chimney. It required decontamination, but without further study, I don't really know how severe that issue was. This 1996 report from the Lawrence Livermore National Lab, which is the main source for this chapter, states that groundwater contamination was still an issue then. In fact, they quote reports from Russian media stating that contamination had spread to 65 other wells in the field and threatened to contaminate the nearby Votkinsk reservoir, or even the Volga River in a worst-case scenario. Radiation levels up to 3 millirem per hour had been reported in some areas, and refineries had stopped accepting oil from the field. If that sounds like a bad outcome, here is a nightmare. Okay, another quick 2-sentence well engineering lesson. How do geophysicists detect oil reservoirs? One method is to detonate explosives at or near surface and measure the returning sound waves. By analysing them, it's possible to detect potential reservoirs. How about using nukes to do that? This was the Deep Seismic Sounding Project, another facet of the Soviets' Nuclear Explosions for the National Economy project. 4 of these explosions resulted in accidental and unplanned releases of radioactive material to atmosphere. The worst was the 1978 Kraton 3 test. In this case, the cement plug above the bomb failed and radioactive material spewed out from the emplacement hole uncontrolled. The world only really learned about this incident in the 1990s, and I don't really have the time to go into detail now, but it was a major event. Despite an urgent evacuation, nearby personnel received about 300 millisieverts of irradiation, which was about the annual permitted dose limit for workers. Airborne radioactive contamination was detectable in a plume that extended 31 kilometers from the site. And as for the site itself, 100% of the trees in this region were killed by radiation poisoning. Let's go and have a look at it on Google Maps. Oh god. Here is the dead forest. Still not grown back nearly 50 years later. The borehole was situated here, and this is a huge rock sarcophagus. The topsoil was removed and buried under this. That didn't stop radioactive contaminants leaking into the nearby water supply until the early 2000s. Imagine if nuclear fracking became the norm. Based on the accident rates in the oil and gas industry up until about the 1990s, scenes like this could have been commonplace. There is a second chapter to Soviets detonating nukes down wells, except this time it was a unique success. There are caveats to that. Let's look at the situation. Remember back in the first chapter when I explained you can't just pump the drilling fluid out of a well while it's being drilled. The gas would flow uncontrolled to surface, otherwise known as a blowout. If you have a blowout, you've already failed so badly, and that is the first caveat. Though the Soviets didn't have red Adair, they were perfectly apt at dealing with blowouts. They had a lot of experience with them. There are a few methods to try and stop a blowout once it's occurred. In reality, a relief well is often necessary. This involves setting up a second rig nearby, drilling a new well that intersects with the first one, and pumping heavy kill fluid down at high pressure.
Take heart. You toil not in vain.
Pressure to restore wellbore pressure and keep the gas in the reservoir. Common question here is, why do they have to drill so deep? That looks like we're making things difficult. And the answer to that is, if we intersected at a shallow depth, we'd expose the shallower formation to reservoir pressure, fracture it, and that is how you create this. Unsurprisingly, steering the relief well to hit a target a few inches across is not easy. Once you're close enough, you can find the main well using magnetic sensors to detect the casing, but it's not surefire and still depends on getting within a few feet of the wellbore. So risky, difficult and time consuming, all while there's a raging torrent of oil and or gas, which optionally may be on fire, and or spewing out toxic hydrogen sulfide a few hundred feet away. And the actual intersection operation is risky. Get things wrong and you now have a blowout on the relief well in addition to the original well. I used to have a photo of a case where this happened, but I can't find it for the life of me now. Wouldn't things be a lot easier if we could just get near the wellbore? We can all see where this is going, can't we? Get close enough to the main wellbore, run a nuke down, detonate it. This turns the nearby rock to glass, crimps the well shut, and hopefully seals the blowout. I was always told the Soviets successfully stopped 4 blowouts using nuclear explosives, and the report from the last chapter all but confirms that. Of course, make of it what you will, it relies on Soviet data.
How about this?
So, of course, absolutely nothing went wrong. Though, when I worked in the industry, it was widely accepted and acknowledged that the Soviets did stop 4 blowouts using nukes. Ominously, I was also told they failed at a 5th attempt, and that is briefly mentioned in this report. And I think that's the other caveat to a nuclear relief well. In a desperate situation, it could honestly come across as a better option than nothing. Lazy tabloid newspapers published clickbait nonsense on the idea of using a nuke to stop the Macondo blowout back in 2010. That was such an ecological nightmare, yet so far from civilization, the argument could be made for risking a nuclear explosion to stop it. To be clear, it's not an argument I'd make. But what does the failure case look like? Once we actually think about this, a nuclear relief well comes across as more of a high-stakes gamble than a pragmatic use of nuclear explosives. If the explosive fails to seal the well, we could rather easily be in exactly the same position as before, but instead of a burning unstoppable torrent of natural gas, we'd have a burning unstoppable torrent of radioactive natural gas. And since a nuclear detonation is somewhat unpredictable, there's also the charming option of fracturing from one formation to another. That means contaminating an aquifer with radioactive material and hydrocarbons. Or we could even fracture up the back end of the cement to surface, making the blowout even worse. Not to mention all the risks of handling a nuke on the surface and in placing it downhole are still present, but with the additional headache of time pressure that comes with drilling a relief well. I have no idea whether the Soviets' 5th failed nuclear relief well created a giant radioactive fountain, but based on their performance elsewhere, I wouldn't be surprised. Let's end this video with something that wasn't actually built, but was seriously proposed in this report as part of Project Plowshare. I begun with a reference to the fictional world of Solstice 5 and its unhindered resource extraction. Another part of that story was large-scale excavation and landscaping by some kind of gargantuan fictional energy weapon. Well, I suppose nuclear weapons are a gargantuan energy weapon. How about using them to excavate a sea canal? There are, of course, many obstacles to doing so, and so we'd want to do it somewhere relatively politically stable. A country that is relaxed and on good terms with its neighbours. Israel! Oh, why did it have to be Israel? Okay, this section's probably going to rustle a few jimmies, but I suppose if you don't want your jimmies rustled, don't commit a genocide. Enough. No further
Perhaps
context.
this treasure has been waiting for you all along.
Nuke Israel. Peacefully. So, this is a 1963 report from the Lawrence Livermore National Lab, which proposes nuking a sea canal through the Negev Desert in Israel. It is a legendary document. I have never read it before, so I thought it would be fun to finish this video off with me doing my first ever reading of the entire 2 pages of the plan that are presented here. I'll edit out the boring bits, but there won't be much to edit out. So let's get started. So the title of this document is The Use of Nuclear Explosives for the Excavation of a Sea Level Canal Across the Negev Desert in Israel Connecting the Mediterranean with the Gulf of Aqaba. Quite a lot going on there. Okay, so let's just begin. Another interesting application of nuclear excavation would be a sea level canal 160 miles long across Israel, connecting the Mediterranean with the Gulf of Aqaba, and thus the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. Such a canal would be a strategically valuable alternate to the present Suez Canal, and would probably contribute greatly to the economic development of the surrounding area. The difference in elevation between sea level and the Dead Sea... The difference in elevation between sea level and the Dead Sea, 30 miles away and 1,286 feet below sea level, might also be used to generate hydroelectric power. Okay, I work for a company with quite a few hydro plants at the moment. I'm not sure how that happened. Would they fill up the Dead Sea and then what? Okay. Pump storage, maybe? Okay, that's a half-baked idea already. The maximum depth of excavation to be encountered is on the order of 1,500 feet. 500... Oh, God. That's 500 meters. Okay, so, right. Let's have a bit of context here. So, any civil engineering project, if you watch a construction site or a skyscraper going up, that kind of thing, you might notice they spend 1 year, 2 years doing basically nothing, and then the whole thing goes up in a few weeks. That's because earthworks are always by far the most complex and involved part. But shifting that amount of rock and earth is the most difficult part of any civil engineering project. The Panama Canal is quite possibly the largest civil engineering project of all time, for example. Conventional methods of excavation of this magnitude are prohibitively expensive, if indeed possible. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I was saying. But it appears that nuclear explosives could be profitably, okay, applied to this situation. Alright. Canal route. One possible route for such a canal across the Negev Desert has been sketched out in Figure 1. Figure 1, I'll get it on screen here, is a really poor quality sketch of 3 lines across the desert. It comes within a few miles of the Gaza Strip, by the way, just to float that one out there. Approximately 130 miles of the 160 mile length.
Hey, not a bad
160 miles. Of the route in virtually unpopulated desert wasteland. It'd definitely be unpopulated desert wasteland if they did what we're about to discuss here. And are thus amenable to nuclear excavation methods. Conventional methods could be used in the vicinity of the populated areas for an aggregate distance of 30 miles. These areas will also...
I thought there was only one per region. I don't know how it's wrong.
So be the least difficult to
on. Let's do it again.
Splendid! More interesting trinkets for me.
Yay.
As they're fairly close to sea level. Okay, so that comes, 130 miles of nukes and 30 miles of conventional excavation. Okay. Okay, that's it, that's the plan. Okay, cool. Right, costs. In the absence of accurate profiles of the route and accurate information on the cost of mass-produced nuclear explosives, a very crude first approximation of costs of such a canal is given here. This is gonna be fun, isn't it? Assuming, very roughly, an average cut of depth of 750 feet, 250 meters. This dimension controls and leads to a device spacing of 1,300 feet using 2 megaton devices buried at a depth of 1,300 feet. In order to get a channel width of 1,000 feet in rock. Okay, before we go, right, okay. Right. So... okay, so 400 2 megaton nuclear bombs, detonate them, blow out a canal. Imagine how that'd look to aliens watching the Earth, by the way. What the hell are those guys doing down there? Anyway, okay, that might excavate a canal, I suppose. What happens to all the... Is ejector the right term? I'm not even sure. You've blown 400 holes, and now you've got... We're putting aside radioactivity, remember, it's the 1960s. Now you have all the material that's ejected just everywhere. Does that... that still needs to be moved. That still needs to go somewhere, right? What's happening with that? That's not going to be addressed here, I can tell that, because we've got 2 more paragraphs left. So, I'm not sure how much of a problem this is going to solve. But why am I reading through this? Okay, their projected overall costs for the entire thing is $500 million in 1963 money, so that's about $5 billion today. Oh, they have a 15% allowance for contingencies. The entire cost of this seems to be pretty much based on what I just said there, drilling the holes, in placing the nuke. There's no externalities, nothing else, but they do have 15% allowance. I'd look for probably 2 orders of magnitude allowance on top of that. Why am I even... I'm not even going to bother critiquing that. Right, okay. Conclusion. The result of this crude preliminary investigation indicate that a sea level canal across Israel appears to be within the range of technical feasibility. It's It's more difficult to judge its economic feasibility. Another problem... Right. You know at high school or maybe at university when you have to do an assessment and you get told, make sure you consider the ethical and moral implications, and you know that just means stick a sentence on to make sure you're aware of it. That's how this report finishes. Another problem which has not been considered is that of political feasibility, as it's likely okay. As it's likely that the Arab countries surrounding Israel would object strongly to the construction of such a canal. That's the end of the report.
That's funny.
I'll leave that last sentence as an exercise to the viewer.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, I finish these videos with a kind of nice conclusion that ties everything up in a bow. Honestly, this time, I have nothing further to add. Have a good day.
It was a funny video. At least funny ending of the video. Alexander, okay.
This is a traffic jam wave with no apparent cause, yet it drains fuel, time, and safety from everyone stuck inside it. And this mathematical model captures the essence of that phenomenon, though today it comes with 2 surprises. These cars drive on a ring road, each reacting to the one ahead. At first, everything stays quiet, until with no outside cause, waves appear, growing until cars come to a stop. This kind of jam forming out of nowhere is called a phantom jam. Here's footage from a 2018 experiment showing exactly this behavior. It wasn't the first, but along with others, it proved that phantom jams are real and don't need visible causes like accidents or roadworks. So it's all about how drivers react, and that's what causes these waves. But here we add another twist. After a while, the backward moving jams start to change. Gradually they thin out and eventually disappear again. One might think everyone just learned to drive better, and we will calculate what better driving mathematically means, but in fact only 6 drivers used a quiet trick, which shows that on a shared resource, here a single lane, a small number of drivers can smooth out traffic for everyone, which means fuel savings for everyone. Of course, ideally you'd want to have fewer cars in total, but with the complexity of everyday life and a mix of traffic modes, making cars consume a bit less fuel could still be worth it. But it's not that simple because traffic waves can be counterintuitive. Are you really sure all these drivers are just bad drivers? If you have a driver who catches up perfectly smoothly to the car ahead, without any overshooting or overreacting, and you put many of these perfect drivers in a row, they nonetheless turn the tiniest disturbances into full-blown traffic waves. So it turns out, just following calmly isn't enough. And traffic waves are even more complex. There are situations where, with the same number of cars, a tiny difference in disturbance leads to completely different results. On the left, one car temporarily brakes to 8% of its speed, on the right to 7.5%. Both trigger an initial wave, but on the left it fades, on the right it grows. So even with identical congestion, traffic can fall into a stable or unstable.
Okay, so my
Rev the engines!
I can place Germany here, yeah.
Situation. To see why that is, we'll go back to how these jams really form, which will then tell us how to drive better. But even if you know how to do it, not everyone will do it. So how many % of good drivers does it take to stabilize highways or cities full of lazy drivers? And what can you do if nobody plays along? This video is sponsored by Brilliant, more at the end. Imagine a straight road with a single lane and hundreds of cars arriving in a steady stream. Now if you want to catch a jam in the act of forming, you can do it by tracking each car's position over time. This creates a time-space diagram, almost like a seismograph for traffic. And you will notice, with all the cars starting out calmly, the diagram shows straight parallel lines. But as the road is too crowded, the situation tips and waves appear. For instance, this car here has to slow down to avoid a collision, covering less distance in the same time. By doing that, it unknowingly helps seed a jam wave. So minutes later, when another car arrives, it runs straight into a fully formed jam. Now, in theory, these waves can travel at different speeds. They always move backward relative to the cars, but at some point backward relative to the road itself. But this here is an idealized simulation with a very calm beginning. In real life, it often takes just one driver braking a little harder to directly trigger a strong wave. And when you look at many of these waves together, you realize they all look strikingly similar, like an inherent feature of dense traffic. And they are not just inconvenient. Every sudden brake comes with the risk of someone missing it, and that's how collisions happen in these waves. It's a reminder that phantom gems don't just waste fuel and time. And when you look at them through that time tracking lens, we get a kind of fingerprint of the whole situation, letting us instantly see what's happening even when things get more complex. Like here. On this road the density is lower, so waves don't form on their own. But then there's a short maintenance job, some landscaping, and a variable speed limit sign reduces the allowed speed. The work is done and the speed limit is lifted after just 5 minutes, but by then it's already too late. Several minutes later, jam waves force cars to a stop long after the actual event. As a driver arriving much later, you might wonder why you're stuck when there's nothing causing it. But the beauty of this fingerprint is that if we change anything, we instantly see the effect. For instance, it's obvious that hard braking at the slow zone is the trigger. After all, without a disturbance, there wouldn't be a wave. So we are probably in a metastable regime, just like in the intro where small disturbances fade, but larger ones grow. Well then, could we do better by announcing the speed reduction more gradually? On this road there are multiple variable speed limit signs, and the more we spread out the news, the smoother the flow until eventually no jams form at all. Even though it gets impractical, notice we haven't changed anything about the drivers, just how we communicate the information. Comparing the two extremes, with jam waves you spend more time moving quickly between the stops. Without waves you spend more time at lower speeds overall. So in this special case, the average speed might be similar. One notable benefit though is fuel savings. Here these drivers save over 10% fuel by avoiding costly reaccelerations. Now there's a lot more you can do by changing the road network, but let's look at how drivers themselves can react better, starting with a not so great driver who follows a car ahead with some delay and eventually settles into kind of a rest state, the equilibrium. And that equilibrium really is a pair, matching the leader's speed and keeping a safety gap ahead, which itself depends on how fast you're going. So if you put the follower's speed on one axis and the gap on the other, you can watch the driver spiral into equilibrium. That picture is what's called a phase diagram. And some of you may already recognize this spiral. It looks just like a classical damped oscillator, which also settles into equilibrium the same way. Well then, if our drivers behave like damped oscillators, why not treat them as such? These systems are well studied in physics and they might hold clues for how to damp traffic oscillations more effectively. Now, the oscillator also has an equilibrium pair. Its position comes from the balance of gravity and a spring force, and its velocity must match the anchor point's velocity, which is here 0. But how does the oscillator get there? How does it return to equilibrium? That's where Newton's second law comes in. Mass times acceleration equals the net force. At equilibrium, gravity is already balanced. What remains is the spring force from being displaced away from that balance point, plus damping like friction or air resistance. In the simplest case, we have a viscous damping force, which is velocity proportional. Combine those and you get the oscillator's equation of motion, basically a recipe for how it settles back to equilibrium. And to calculate that motion, the displacement function x of t, there are two options. One is to start with some initial displacement and velocity, calculate the acceleration and update everything step by step, which is the essence of a computer simulation. You look at the current state of a system, predict how it changes over a short time, and then you repeat the prediction again and again. Or instead of simulating step by step, we can extract insights directly by looking at the equation of motion. If we divide everything by the mass and relabel the coefficients, the dynamics don't change, but now the solution for the lightly damped case can be written as this function. And if you want to check it yourself, you can plug this solution back into the equation of motion and see that there's no contradiction, so that position function really does describe possible oscillator motion. And it comes with 4 parameters: the initial amplitude and phase, which you set when you first kick off the mass, and the natural frequency and damping ratio, which are properties of the system itself. For instance, a more viscous damper gives a higher damping ratio, while a stiffer spring gives a higher natural frequency. So this relabeling of coefficients is quite useful, because these two numbers, the natural frequency and the damping ratio, fully characterize the system's inherent behavior. Which means you can read off how the system behaves just by looking at those coefficients. It's right there, you don't need a lengthy calculation. But how can we use these two factors? In our mechanical oscillator, the damping ratio is always positive. That's what's called local stability. It means that after a disturbance, the mass always returns to equilibrium. If the damping were negative, the motion would blow up, unstable. And if it reaches a critical value of 1, the mass returns without any oscillation at all. So by equating the relabeled coefficients with the original ones, we can calculate exactly how to set the mass, the spring stiffness, and the damper to get the damping ratio we want. In fact, here I simply increase the damping coefficient C by mixing in a higher amount of glycerol with water until I got a damping ratio of 1. Great! With this procedure, we can tune the oscillator to oscillate or not oscillate just the way we want. Which makes you wonder, can we bring our curve following model into the same mathematical form and then ask, what kind of driver behavior gives us a damping ratio?
Is triggered by a party member, it will be converted into the loop reaction. Has increased space damage, power, and same 5 at a maximum of 40%. The next 20 seconds after, okay, crit rate for the plumes. Fixed at, what does it mean? Fixed at 20%, 100%. It allows elemental reactions to crit. Okay, this stacks. This one specifically stacks. The other one looks like doesn't stack. But that's crit rate.
Of at least 1 and no oscillations at all. We will see in a moment if that's enough. To get there, we need an equation of motion for a driver. In most of my simulations, I use a fairly complex car falling model, but for intuition, let's build a simpler one. To make our driver car system respond, it needs to accelerate or decelerate. But when and by how much? Suppose our driver wants to stay safe by aiming for an optimal velocity, one that gives them a tau-second safety gap to the car ahead. So the difference between this optimal velocity and the current one becomes the signal to accelerate. If we are below optimal, we speed up. If we are above, we slow down. And with a bit of rearranging, this can be written in the same form as the oscillator's equation of motion, which we then simulate just like before. Now, if we make this reaction weaker by scaling down this parameter alpha, the driver follows less quickly, less agile. But that leads to lots of oscillation, which isn't really how a less agile driver behaves in real life. So to make the model more human, think how you would approach a much slower car in real life. You would anticipate the leader velocity and brake not in the last moment, but gently and a bit sooner. That's why it makes sense to also react to the velocity difference with the leader. This leads to the so-called full velocity difference model, one of the simplest models that already lets you control three things: safety, agility, and anticipation. You could add reaction time to make it even more human, but even this simple model already shows some counterintuitive behavior, as we'll see. Now, to make this driver model exactly match the mechanical oscillator, we temporarily ignore the motion of the leader car. In that case, the follower oscillates right through the leader, because without a leader velocity, the tau-second gap also becomes 0. But you can simply think of it as an offset point for the calculation, sitting just behind the actual leader car. The point is, it still shows the oscillatory nature of the follower. And in this simplified setting, we can once again equate the coefficients and find an inequality that tells us how to drive without oscillations. All it takes is making sure that safety, agility, and anticipation, when combined, produce a damping ratio of at least 1. If we map this out in 3D over the 3 parameters, we get a surface where the damping ratio is exactly 1. So, for example, with this particular parameter setting, the driver quickly settles into position without any oscillation at all. If the damping is below that surface, oscillations reappear. If it's above, things get even calmer, which is exactly what we wanted, right? So if we put many of these damping ratio 1 drivers in a row, we should get perfectly damped traffic. Interesting, because even though every driver is tuned to settle without oscillations, the whole chain starts oscillating? If every driver is locally stable and fully damped, shouldn't the entire traffic flow stay calm? Apparently not. It turns out a damping ratio of 1 just isn't enough. But then, how can these waves still develop? Let's watch the time evolution of the gaps between a few cars. Starting from a calm state, the gaps suddenly begin to oscillate as soon as an initial wave arrives. And if you look closely, each follower's gap oscillates with a slightly larger amplitude, amplifying the wave as it moves down the chain. Up to now, we have only asked how a car settles once the leader stops disturbing it, but here, every leader keeps oscillating. So with a damping ratio of 1, why don't the followers just absorb those incoming oscillations instead of making them bigger? If you give a follower just a position disturbance, it damps out without oscillations, just like we saw before. But if you also give it a little velocity kick on top, you suddenly get an overshoot just from that extra bit of momentum. And after that overshoot, once it's reduced again to a pure position disturbance with 0 relative velocity, it calmly settles back with no further oscillations. So maybe the leader's oscillations are somehow feeding that extra bit of momentum into the follower, and that's why we see amplification. Let's look back at the damped oscillator. Instead of disturbing it once and letting it settle, imagine we now move the anchor point, the leader, up and down with a fixed amplitude. Then the mass, the follower, oscillates too, but with a smaller amplitude. And if you pass that smaller motion to the next car, it shrinks again and so on. So this wave would just get damped away. But that's not true for every frequency. At very low frequency, changes are so slow that the mass just copies the anchor point one-to-one. But when we increase the frequency, something interesting happens. The timing lines up just right, so the anchor keeps pumping energy into the mass motion. That's a resonance, and it's where the extra momentum gets stored. And once that extra momentum outweighs the damping, the oscillations grow instead of fade. And if each follower amplifies just a little, a wave can grow along the chain leading to stop-and-go traffic. It just takes enough cars. So it was never just about damping what's left after a disturbance, it's about not amplifying ongoing oscillations. That's something different. But then, could we just crank up the damping until there's no amplification at all, at any frequency? If we plot the amplification as a function of frequency, the goal is it should always stay below.
The world wishes you well.
One. Only then would no oscillation of any frequency ever grow along the chain. To calculate that, we need to remember both the spring and the damper forces depend on the relative motion between the mass and the now moving anchor point. For instance, if the anchor and the mass move up by the same amount, the spring feels nothing new and generates the same force. This adds a few terms to the equation of motion, terms that used to be zero when the anchor point was fixed. And one more thing, both the leader and the follower now oscillate almost like perfect sine waves, each with its own amplitude and a small time delay between them. So when the anchor point moves, the mass follows just a little later. If we now relabel the coefficients, assume pure sine motion, and push through the math, we can express the amplitude ratio, the amplification, as a function of excitation frequency. And just like the relabeled equation of motion, it depends on the two system properties, the damping ratio and the undamped natural frequency. Now, at a certain frequency, the amplification reaches a peak, the resonance, where the system gathers the most extra momentum. So can we tune the parameters to push this peak below 1? Changing the undamped natural frequency only shifts the resonance left or right, but doesn't change its height. It seems like all we need is more damping, right? If you start with 0 damping, the maximum amplification is infinite, but as you dial up the damping ratio higher and higher, the peak shrinks but never dips below 1. Why? Because this damper isn't between the mass and the ground, it's between the mass and the anchor. So the harder it tries to fight the relative velocity, the more it just forces the mass to copy the anchor's motion, to copy its amplitude. Which brings us back to cars. Does it mean we are always prone to traffic waves? If you look back at the full car following equation of motion, you will notice something subtle. The coefficients in front of the velocity terms aren't the same. That means we can't just merge them into a single relative velocity term with one neat coefficient like we did for the oscillator. Only the follower's own velocity term can be relabeled that way. The leader's velocity comes with a different weight, so it has to stay separate. And that difference is exactly what gives us an independent third characteristic parameter, the anticipation. For position, it's different. The coefficients match, so relabeling one automatically relabels both. And all of this carries straight into the amplification function. And now here's a breakthrough. For a given natural frequency and a given level of anticipation, there actually is a finite damping ratio where the amplification peak just touches 1 right at 0 frequency. That point marks the threshold for what's called string stability. At every non-zero frequency, the amplification is then below 1, so no wave ever snowballs along the chain. But notice, if you change the natural frequency or the anticipation, that threshold shifts as well. So the ordinary damping ratio loses its uniqueness. It's no longer the one parameter that decides stability. Instead, we need a new measure. Remember earlier when we found the condition for no local oscillations by equating coefficients? Now we can do something similar by enforcing that the amplification peak stays at 0 frequency. And that condition guarantees string stability. And just like before, we can map this out over safety, agility, and anticipation, again forming a surface. And with that surface, you can invent a new, unique stability measure, the closest distance from any driver behavior to that surface, with a sign telling which side you're on. A string damping ratio, if you will. And here's the surprising part. You can actually have drivers who locally overshoot, a damping ratio below 1, yet still form a string stable chain, a string damping ratio above 0. How's that possible? Well, let's scroll through the safety slice of the parameter space, changing agility and anticipation, and watch what happens to the gap after a single disturbance and how much the waves get amplified. At low agility and low anticipation, these are the really bad drivers. They overshoot a lot and waves blow up as they move down the chain if the cars don't crash first. But then in this funny region, things look different. A sudden gap jump may cause an overshoot, but each follower smooths it further towards something more visibly wave-like. And since all these waves eventually fade, the chain is nonetheless stable. And somewhere in this plane there's a fascinating point. Just by nudging either agility or anticipation, you step into one of the 4 fundamentally different regions. 2 of them are boring, locally fully damped drivers who also form a stable chain, or locally oscillating drivers who also make an unstable chain. But the other 2, that's where it gets interesting. You can have locally fully damped, seemingly good drivers who nonetheless produce an unstable chain, or locally oscillating, seemingly bad drivers who in a chain are string stable. That's a level of complexity I honestly didn't expect. So the classical damping ratio and string stability are really 2 different things, and a whole line of cars with string stability never amplifies waves. If every driver uses these parameters, yes, traffic would stay calm. Now, the story often goes, even if everyone drove like you, we'd still be stuck in a jam. But honestly, if you safely drive with enough agility and anticipation, then in a world full of drivers like you, things would improve. If you already drive like that, this is your moment for a little self-high five. And if not, that's exactly the point. After a long day, hardly anyone drives at their best. So what happens when nobody drives well? Who then is left to dampen the jams? Let's imagine there's at least one driver willing to drive in a special way so jams dissolve or maybe never form at all. What would that look like? On this overloaded ring road, using the more complex driver model again, we see that for a while everyone can drive steadily until oscillations creep back in. So as a wise driver, what's the simplest way to stop those waves before they grow? By not reacting. Instead of copying every tiny imperfection from the car ahead, this driver just holds a steady pace and gives the following car an absolutely smooth driving experience. In theory, they can even nudge up the average speed, gradually catching up the end of the chain, which is the physical limit because at higher speeds, followers keep larger safety gaps. Now, of course, this ring road isn't real life. Here the inflow is set by the outflow, not by the external traffic demand. But the implications are interesting. This trick only works because the wise driver knows exactly how the imperfect followers behave and also knows what the next wise driver will do, because the next wise driver is this driver. So even a single globally aware driver already benefits everyone. But of course, you can't really do this once the jam has already formed. How do you erase a wave if you're stuck right in the middle? Well, you have to be able to drive through all the oscillations, and for that you need extra space ahead. You could dial up safety, agility, and anticipation, but there's something else. We also want to show the car behind us as smooth a drive as possible. So we add another term to our acceleration rule, trying to reduce the speed difference to the following car. And now you're acting as a wave damper. You're not just anticipating what happens in front, but also what those behind you will do with it. And yes, this makes the jam look temporarily worse, but after just one lap, the wave is gone. We are back to the physical speed limit and soon overtaking the jammed case in terms of both average speed and fuel use. And this isn't just theory, you can see it here in the real ring experiment. The wave damper car holds a steady speed and the wave around it begins to dissolve. And if we are lucky, the other drivers even share our joy in this mathematically elegant solution and appreciate that we are creating this healing jam just to help everyone. Of course, in practice, a great solution has to go unnoticed. Ideally, it should look as if the jam dissolves on its own. And one driver alone can't quite pull that off. You need a few more to join in. Here
Justice is blindsided.
Is it what you wish to find? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has at least made it a worthwhile experience.
Hey-yo.
Abandoned property belongs to whoever finds it first. So, it's legally yours now.
Where did they go? Those weasels. Here's the weasels.
Here. Yeah. Oh god. Oh. My back. My neck, my back.
Wow. They burrowed to the other side of the river. Well, I do have llama now, so maybe that's the reason why they don't run out.
The world wishes you well.
What's the deal with you? Oh.
Take heart. You toil not in vain.
Yeah, well. That's one quest here. Done. Which let us a bunch of gems. Okay, should I even bother? Or should I just go for sanitary weapons? Weapon banner like that.
Here, with just 6 wise drivers following a slightly different globally aware acceleration rule, as discussed in the coding tutorials, the jam vanishes as if by
Maybe it is.
magic, and nobody knows who did it. So does it mean we always need a handful of wise human drivers? Not quite, because without them, the thinner traffic still jams. Which means this jam full of ordinary drivers can be resolved just by adding a handful of wise autonomous vehicles. A small fleet of wave dampers, so to speak. Of course, you don't really want to put more cars on already full roads, but upgrade existing ones instead. But the point is, you don't need everyone to drive an autonomous vehicle to make it work. Even at low percentage, they can already have an effect on jams, helping everyone. And that's worth thinking about, because it's not all or nothing. So let's try this in a slightly more realistic scenario, the straight road from the beginning, where a sudden speed limit triggered stop and go waves. Now suppose every 20th car is autonomous. Their acceleration rule is designed so that they respond directly to the next autonomous vehicle ahead, with the safety gap stretched by a factor of at least 20 to still give space for all the others. Dynamically, we are pretending the traffic only consists of a 20th as many vehicles, each pulling along a little string of ordinary drivers. So when a disturbance hits, the next autonomous vehicle immediately reacts, creating enough room to glide smoothly over the wave. And because the system dynamically behaves as if traffic were thinner, it's naturally more stable and oscillations don't get amplified. In the end, the traffic flows just as smooth as with those, frankly impractical, distributed speed limits. In other words, by giving some cars global knowledge, basically turning them into self-driving speed limit signs, waves are damped before they even form. And even if this virtually...
No.
If ever you find that the animals in Nodcry behave in ways you do not understand, just ask me and I will explain.
There's a type of wave so mysterious and so powerful that for centuries it was the stuff of legend, nothing more than marine folklore. Rogue waves 30 meters tall existed only as stories told by overzealous sailors, a phrase muttered in hushed tones as they mourned the loss of their seamates. It was a concept that up until very recently, science refused to even acknowledge was possible. Like the Kraken, mermaids, or Atlantis, a wave so large that it could be seen from space just could not exist. Capable of ferociously capsizing the most hardy of ships and then disappearing as quickly as they appeared. So imagine the horror in the eyes of those doubters several centuries later if they learn that the legend of the rogue wave is in fact a scientific reality. Rogue waves are one of the most terrifying concepts in Earth science. Steep, insurmountable walls of water with the capacity to annihilate anything and anyone in their path. I'm James Stewart and you're watching Astrum Earth. In this video we'll explore the phenomenon of rogue waves, how they form, where they come from, and crucially, how likely you might be to encounter one. To give you an idea of what we're dealing with here, these are the words of Ernest Shackleton from 1919, who gave an account of an extreme wave he witnessed during his epic 1,300-kilometer voyage in the 7-meter whaler James Caird from Elephant Island to South Georgia. I called to the other men that the sky was clearing. And then, a moment later, I realized that what I had seen was not a rift in the clouds, but the white crest of an enormous wave. It was a mighty upheaval of the ocean. White surged the foam of the breaking sea around us. We felt our boat lifted and flung forward like a cork in breaking surf. We were in a seething chaos of tortured water, but somehow the boat lived through it, half full of water, sagging to the dead weight and shuddering under the blow. Despite accounts like these, for centuries, science refused to acknowledge the existence of rogue waves at all. Scientific methodology for measuring the size of a wave simply did not allow for these anomalies, or the frequency at which reports came in. So far-fetched a concept was it, and so few that experienced them sadly returned to tell the tale, that despite numerous stories like Shackleton's, it's only in the last few decades that science has had no choice but to accept the reality of rogue waves. So what actually are they? Rogue waves are those massive, unexpected waves that seem to come out of nowhere and can be incredibly powerful. These waves are much bigger than the surrounding waves and can appear without warning, making them especially dangerous for sailors and offshore structures. Unlike typical waves that follow predictable patterns, rogue waves are rare and often surprising. They don't seem to come from the same direction as prevailing wind or waves, which is why they've been the stuff of legends and maritime lore for so long. Technically speaking, when scientists talk about wave height, they tend to focus on the tallest 1/3 of the waves passing through a point in a given time period.
Bow your head.
They call the average of these the significant wave height. No matter the weather conditions, waves vary in size. It's those taller, significant waves that have the most energy and are most likely to cause damage. To be a rogue wave, the wave has to be at least twice as high as the significant wave height in the area. And throughout history, there have been many significantly larger than that. The first person to officially report a rogue wave was 19th century French explorer and naval officer Jules Dumont d'Urville, a botanist and cartographer sailing around the world on various expeditions. Dumont reported seeing rogue waves over 30 meters high in the Indian Ocean, a report bolstered by 3 eyewitnesses who'd been with him. Ultimately though, his claims amounted to nothing. He was publicly ridiculed for his stories across society. Even the French Prime Minister voiced his disinterest in the stories. As such, in the decades that followed, the notion of a giant rogue wave sort of just disappeared. It wouldn't be for nearly 150 years that the phenomena crept back into the public domain once again. Skeptics agreed that waves of such a size simply did not exist, and if they did, then no one would survive long enough to return home and tell the tale. Waves are created as energy is transferred to the ocean through friction, caused by the wind blowing along the surface, as well as the gravitational pull of the sun and the moon upon the earth. This energy travels through the water as a wave, until an obstacle eventually breaks it up or crashes into the shore.
Worthwhile experience.
The reason then that scientists didn't think it was possible for rogue waves to exist was because they thought these waves of energy were linear, otherwise known as the linear wave theory. As such, the size of waves can be predictably calculated with some simple maths. Therefore, the general scientific consensus at the time was that oceanic waves could only reach a maximum height of 9 meters. With the advent of steel-hulled ships in the 20th century, things changed, as the probability of surviving such an event increased dramatically, and so did the number of reported sightings. Indeed, between 1969 and 1994, 22 supercarriers were lost due to impact with rogue waves, killing 525 people. In 1978, the cargo ship MS München, then one of the biggest, most modern cargo vessels in the world, issued a distress signal at 3:10 AM on December 12th. That SOS call marked the last time the crew would be heard from ever again. The ship, bound for Savannah in Georgia, got into trouble in the North Atlantic under pressure from extremely bad weather. At over 240 meters long and 30 meters tall, the ship had been built to cope with waves of up to 15 meters and was widely considered unsinkable. Yet hours after the distress call was issued in the small hours of the morning, the rescue plane sent out to recover the ship found no trace of her or her crew. What followed was the largest search and rescue operation ever conducted in the North Atlantic. 13 planes circled above for signs of life, and over 100 cargo ships passing through the busy shipping lane participated in the search operation. It wasn't until months later that a lifeboat was finally recovered from the vessel and revealed something no one thought possible. The München's life rafts, which had been bolted to the ship 20 meters above the water, didn't appear to have been lowered by the crew. Instead, they'd been ripped from the ship's stern by some terrifying force and flung into the ocean. This mysterious, invisible force had enough power to bend the steel hinges backwards, snapping the lifeboat off the ship. Decades later, in the forensic files, a rogue wave has emerged as the prime suspect. Rogue waves are capable of exerting forces of 100 tons per square meter, far greater than the 15 tons the ships are usually designed to withstand.
Defensive mode engaged. Preparing.
Even this tragic event still wasn't enough to sway scientific opinion on the feasibility of rogue waves, until irrefutable evidence finally emerged. In 1980, Philippe Lejour captured one of the first ever pictures of a rogue wave off the east coast of South Africa. And years later, on New Year's Day, 1995, the most famous rogue wave was officially recorded. While the rest of the world were nursing hangovers that morning, the crew of the Draupner oil installation were trying to stay steady on their feet in the rough and turbulent waters of the Norwegian Sea, a relatively shallow stretch of water that only runs 100 meters deep. It's full of churning, violent waters, and the turbulent nature of the North Sea is why structures like oil platforms have to be anchored to the ground, preventing them from being washed away. To survive this hellish stretch of water, the Draupner platform was equipped with a downward-pointing laser to keep track of the surrounding sea state. Little did the crew know that this device would soon make a startling discovery. On this day, the platform laser measured a mammoth 25.6 meter wave rising out of the ocean. The engineers who built the Draupner rig calculated that once every 10,000 years the North Sea might throw them a 20-meter curveball, but 25-meter waves were not part of the equation. From this moment on, everything scientists thought they knew about rogue waves changed almost overnight. Not only did this wave dwarf all scientific estimates of the maximum height of a wave, but it was also more than twice the size of the other waves surrounding the platform, which only reached 11 meters in height. This supersized freak wave was named the Draupner wave, and remains the most famous rogue wave of all time. And so science finally acknowledged the existence of rogue waves, and in turn, the linear models used to predict wave height were thrown into disrepute. The Draupner wave changed the game and the face of nautical events for years. Perhaps more pressing as a result of this discovery was the miscalculation of the amount of stress ships could withstand, a point that would come into focus soon after.
Bow your head.
That same year, the Queen Elizabeth II was en route to New York from England when a rogue wave over 27 meters struck the vessel. The wave was so large that it smashed windows in the Grand Saloon, 21 meters above the waterline. The captain later said it looked as if the ship was heading for the white cliffs of Dover. So large was the wall of white water staring him down. A couple of years later, on February the 13th, 1997, about 5 million Legos were lost at sea when a rogue wave tipped a massive cargo ship dubbed the Tokyo Express. The event, known as the Great Lego Spill, is the worst toy-related environmental disaster of all time, and beachcombers still uncover the shipwrecked plastic treasures even today. Pieces of Lego are still turning up on the beaches of Cornwall nearly 25 years after the original spill. The ship was en route to New York after it loaded its cargo in Rotterdam, the Netherlands, when an unpredictable 8.5 meter wave smashed into the ship 20 miles off the mainland. Somewhat ironically, many of the Lego pieces were actually sea creature themed. Those sorts of events where plastic finds its way into our oceans and our ecosystems feels like it's happening more and more, doesn't it? Everywhere we turn in the news, microplastics seem to be infiltrating every corner of our world. It can be quite overwhelming, and personally speaking, for me, it makes me feel helpless at times. What can I do sitting here watching this video? Does it actually make a difference? Well, the good news is, yes, it actually does. Our friends at Planet Wild are a community-based nature protection organisation. Think of them like crowdfunding, but for nature. Each month, their community funds a project to restore nature around the world, and then Planet Wild documents it with a YouTube video report, so you can actually see the impact of your contribution. One of their recent projects focused on cleaning up a plastic-filled river in Albania, and they've made an amazing video about it which you can find in the description. I'm already part of this community, but you can join too. Give whatever amount you can, big or small, and you can cancel at any time. I love what they do so much, I've actually got a special treat for you. The first 100 people to sign up to Planet Wild using my code ASTROM9 will get their first month paid for by me. Yup. Just scan the QR code on screen right now, or click the link in the video description. The best part? You'll immediately have an impact and see the results in less than 30 days. The rogue waves continued into the start of a new millennium. A British vessel called RRS Discovery recorded a 30-meter rogue wave off the coast of Scotland. The ship was rigged with instruments. Everything that happened out there was being precisely measured. Months later, long after she'd returned safely to the Southampton docks, Penny Holliday, one of the expedition's 2 chief scientists, began to analyse these figures. She discovered that the waves they had experienced were the largest ever scientifically recorded in the open ocean. The wave was so large it caused the ship to heel 28 degrees to port, roll 30 degrees back to starboard, and then recover. The report, which wasn't presented until several years later, concluded as follows. None of the state-of-the-art weather forecasts and wave models, the information upon which all ships, oil rigs, fisheries and passenger boats rely, had predicted these behemoths. According to all of the theoretical models at the time, under this particular set of weather conditions, waves of this size should never have existed. Yet they did, and they continued to exist. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration put together a catalogue in 2007. They listed 50 historical maritime incidents that were most likely due to rogue waves. And unsurprisingly, the encounters have continued well into the 21st century. It was here that something very special came along that caught the entire world off guard. The most extreme rogue wave ever recorded. In November of 2020, a freak wave came out of the blue, lifting a lonesome buoy off the coast of British Columbia near Ucluelet, 17.6 meters high. So shocked was the world by this that local news channels referred to the so-called Ucluelet wave as a once-in-a-millennium event. The Ucluelet wave broke records because it towered 3 times as tall as the surrounding waves, as tall as a 4-story building. This was the most extreme size difference ever observed in a rogue wave. Despite taking well over a century, rogue waves had finally revealed themselves to the scientific world, and indeed the world as a whole, changing the nature of maritime travel forever. Our oceans contain so much intrigue and so much mystery, with many people across the planet harbouring fears of what may lurk down below. Yet, all along, one of nature's most powerful forces was hidden in plain sight. Having identified the terrifyingly tangible existence of rogue waves, the next big question was, where exactly do they come from? Given how new all of this is, rogue waves are still very much an area of active scientific research at the time of recording this video. That's a sort of nice way of saying scientists haven't quite pinned down a simple single reason for how rogue waves are formed. It seems unlikely there is one nicely succinct gift-wrapped answer for me to give you. Instead, at the moment, there are 3 main theories which we'll consider here. The first is the notion of constructive interference, and this is the basic physics of how rogue waves are formed. Essentially, it suggests that a bunch of waves together in an ocean, all travelling at different speeds and directions, sort of pile into each other, creating one single giant wave for a short period of time. When the swells pass through one another, their crests, troughs and lengths coincide, reinforcing each other, and is hence referred to as wave reinforcement. Secondly, it's also possible that ocean currents may play a role in rogue wave formation. When waves formed by a storm develop in a water current against the normal wave direction, an interaction can take place, which results in a sort of shortening of the wave frequency. This can cause the waves to dynamically join together, forming very big rogue waves. The currents where these are sometimes seen are the Gulf Stream and the Agulhas current. But there are also rogue waves that occur away from ocean currents, quite literally in the middle of nowhere. So what about them? For this, we need to dive into the mystifying world of quantum physics for a non-linear explanation. In simple terms, this theory demonstrates that wave components can interact and exchange energy without a tangible outside cause. Random processes caused by smaller waves can create an unstable, larger wave. That large wave soaks up energy from smaller waves around it before it becomes too unstable and then collapses. This causes waves around the rogue wave to become smaller, concentrating their energy into one wave that lasts longer. Scientists at the Australian National University, Hamburg University of Technology, and the University of Turin demonstrated the possibility in a 2012 experiment involving a Lego pirate on a ship, yes, Lego again, floating in a fish tank that was published in Physical Review X. Non-linear interactions between waves allow one wave to sap energy from surrounding waves and focus it into one much larger, short-lived wave. This theory gets very technical and in truth offers the very unsatisfying conclusion that everything is random and stuff like this can just happen? Cool? We'll let you pick your favourite theory and let us know why down below in the comments. But one final point on rogue wave formation is how they differ from breaking waves. Those are the huge waves we see surfers trying to tame in spectacular fashion, most notably in places like Nazaré in Portugal. These types of waves occur near the shore, where the depth of the sea floor rises steeply, forcing the momentum of the water upward. In the case of Nazaré, it sits at the end of an underwater canyon, making it perfect for these breaking waves to rise to the crazy heights of 28 meters, which we saw ridden by German big wave surfer Sebastian Studney. Whilst incredibly impressive, the size is the only thing that these breakers have in common with rogue waves. Because we know how breaking waves are formed, they are infinitely more predictable than the rogue waves that are capable of striking out of nowhere in the middle of the ocean. So then, where might you find a giant wall of water looming towards you? Unlike killer whales, finding a killer wave is a little more tricky. Part of their devastation is their randomness. We simply do not know where these things might appear. That's a huge part of what makes them so terrifying. While some of the encounters over the years have happened close-ish to coastlines or land, some have literally come out of nowhere in the middle of a vast ocean expanse. It's the reason their formation is so hard to articulate. How does physics account for something so random? The good or possibly bad news, depending on how you look at it, is there are parts of the world more likely to encounter this type of phenomena based on their geographical factors. Things like wind direction, currents, and even the topography of the ocean floor. The interplay of these factors can create rogue wave focus points, rather like focusing light through a magnifying glass. One of these can be found in South Africa, where the fast-flowing Agulhas current changes the characteristics of waves along the east coast of South Africa, and is responsible for sinking around 150 ships in recent decades. It flows southward along the southeast coast of Mozambique and the coast of South Africa before turning eastward to join the flow from Africa to Australia, and is one of the fastest flowing currents in the ocean, reaching an estimated top speed of 5.8 miles per hour. Caused by a combination of strong winds, the cold Antarctic circumpolar current and the warmer Agulhas current, abnormally large waves are often reported here, with wave increases, in extreme cases, by 60% as a result. The research shows that when strong, fast-moving currents like this one interact with oncoming waves, it causes them to significantly increase in height and steepness, particularly when the waves encounter the current at an opposing angle. Based on that theory, another potential hotspot for rogue waves could be in and around the Gulf Stream. This could go some way to explaining some of the historical shipwrecks in and around the Bermuda Triangle. We've actually got a separate video about that if you'd like to check it out. These findings, published in 2005, have led to many ships avoiding the Agulhas area where possible, especially during severe weather. But how can we predict where a rogue wave may strike next? For this, we enter the realm of the unknown, the future. Researchers at the University of Maryland have created a new tool they claim predicts rogue waves up to 5 minutes in advance of them striking. They used a dataset consisting of 16 million sea surface elevation measurements from 172 buoys located near the shores of the continental United States. This dataset contained thousands of rogue waves, which the team then processed and compiled for training the neural networks. Whilst that all sounds quite promising, it's worth noting this technology hasn't been effectively used outside of a controlled environment, and the ocean, as we've explored in this video, is anything but controllable. Perhaps there might be a time in the coming decades where we can predict when these ocean monsters might strike. But until then, it still feels very much like a game of chance. Depending on your perspective, rogue waves might well be either one of the most impressive phenomena on planet Earth, or one of the most terrifying. Or for me, a bit of both. undeniably one of the most devastating concepts in natural science. A simple question of physics that has the capacity to annihilate anything in its path without a trace. The good news is that much of the research we've discussed has caused ship makers to change the way they build ships and make them much stronger to absorb something like this. But even so, seeing a huge, insurmountable wall of water coming towards you, towering over something as large and as modern as a cruise liner, and capable of exerting pressure of about 100 tons per square meter, is surely something few, if any, would survive. Some reassurance might come from the data, however. Despite these once every 1300-year events occurring a bit more frequently than that, the most recent numbers show that only 210 rogue waves were reported over a 7-year period from 2011 to 2018. Indeed, the last widely accepted ship to be sunk by a rogue wave was the German cargo vessel we discussed earlier, the MS München, which disappeared in the North Atlantic in December 1978. The chance of you actually experiencing a rogue wave is very, very slim, and the chance of your ship being sunk as a result of one is even slimmer. But it certainly adds a bit more tension to the next time you're out on the open ocean, knowing a rogue wave may be brewing not too far away.
Okay, so the language was a bit sensational. Yay, scientists didn't know about it. Well, that's how science works. If there's no data, how can we even predict anything? Good stuff, we got the data. Though I suppose some science does work like that. When we don't have the data, we think, this kind of data will be probably possible. Well, we will probably get in an amount of time. Oh.
Let the record show that I verbally consent to relinquishing these items into your possession.
Up there. Let's see what's in there.
Ah, my apologies. This heavy rain must be quite an inconvenience for you.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Leave this place.
Hey, what's up?
Is it what you wish to find? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has at least made it a worthwhile experience.
If you find you can all have another Ashen Gate video as a treat. Alexander the OK 11 months ago. Okay, let's wish this.
I can't believe I'm doing this. So, unfortunately, I've had to delay my next video by a few days. I have a list of ideas for short videos if a main video is delayed. Most of them would take me a few days to make to a decent standard. But I don't really have a few days, I'm going away on holiday soon. So, let's do a topic that doesn't deserve a decent standard instead. I almost feel like I should get the cheap microphone out for this, but no, at least let's get the audio right this time. I said I'd never do another OceanGate video. It's a topic I really don't care about anymore, but I have had a lot of requests for a follow-up since the Coast Guard hearings, and OceanGate is the reason my channel blew up. And I do care about engineering safety, so I suppose I probably owe some of you a part 2. If you subscribe to me for my long-form engineering videos, you can go ahead and give this one a miss. Normal service will resume in a few days. Otherwise, welcome to this podcast about engineering disasters, with slides, I guess. Let's start at the beginning. Despite existing industry standards and a good safety record in the industry, a deep submergence vessel rated for dives to 4,000 meters was designed and built. It was cylindrical in shape, with 2 hemispherical end caps, despite that not being the strongest shape for a given amount of material. It was made of an unconventional material that is weaker in compression than it is in tension. And this DSV could carry more humans on board than any prior or subsequent design for a vessel of its type. Of course, I'm referring to the Illuminaut, built in 1964 and retired in 1970. After a busy and varied life conducting scientific and military operations. It was built from aluminum, and yes, I know I tend to pronounce that the American way, let's not get into that now, which was a contrast to the steel-hulled DSVs of the time. My point being, you can design a human-occupied vessel different to everyone else. You can even build it and charge people to use it, but you had best make damn sure you've got your maths right first. So, I'd like to take most of this video discussing some misconceptions I've seen floating around in the past few months. Fact-checking and verification is tricky and it's time-consuming, so it's perfectly understandable that mistakes were made during the initial coverage. I made some myself. Perhaps I can help amend that to some extent. It may sound like I'm being lenient to OceanGate at times. I can assure you I am not. And then I'll
Nor do I yearn to wield great power.
discuss a few more failings that have come to light that may not have been discussed as widely. Carbon fiber can't be used in compression. How many times have you heard that since the incident? It is not true. Aircraft wings are probably the most famous example. When sitting stationary, the top of the wing root is in tension and the bottom is in compression. This cycles during repeated flights, so carbon fiber aircraft components are also subject to fatigue. Carbon fiber composite generally fails in tension at a higher stress than it does in compression. But guess what else does? Steel and titanium. Just because something's stronger in tension doesn't mean it is outright weak in compression. I absolutely refuse to speculate on the exact failure mechanism of Titan's hull. And quite frankly, I don't think it really matters since there were so many poor decisions made during the construction and operation. Any of them could have caused a failure. But it didn't fail because it wasn't strong enough when built. It almost certainly did fail due to a degradation of the material or the interfaces between materials. Now, you may be asking, how can woven fibers carry a compressive load? I've seen it claimed that they would act like strands of cooked spaghetti and not carry any compressive load at all. I've even read accounts claiming the entirety of the compressive strength came from the epoxy matrix which bound the fibers together. This is not true. Let's stick with the spaghetti analogy. When you stuff a piece of spaghetti into your mouth, what is actually happening? You create an area of low pressure in your mouth, and atmospheric pressure pushes on the end of the spaghetti to force it into your mouth. But why doesn't it buckle with all that force pushing on the end? Well, that's because the atmosphere is also pushing in on all the sides, holding it in place, if you will. You can think of the strands of carbon-carbon in Titan's hull as behaving in a similar manner, held in place by the epoxy matrix. While we're on that topic, it's been floated around that the carbon fibre was expired stock purchased from Boeing. I can find absolutely zero evidence of that being the case. Did Rush just make that up to show off how cheap he could build a vessel for? I have no idea. If you have any evidence, feel free to post it in the comments. For a given amount of material, a sphere is the strongest shape to make a vessel when a uniform compressive load is applied. Yes, that is correct, but it doesn't mean another shape can't be used. You just need more material to make it able to withstand the same pressure as a sphere of equivalent internal volume. After all, conventional submarines are cylindrical. Titan was designed for 5 occupants. Had it been spherical, it would be impractically bulky. Hey, that's the square cube law appearing again. Anyway, a cylindrical design requires a thicker hull, but leads to a vessel with a more practical form factor and more floor space. And while we're at it, actually well-built DSVs don't have purely spherical hulls either. They have holes and discontinuities due to windows and hatches. It may sound trivial, but that requires a lot of finite element analysis and other design work to model properly. I covered that to a very small extent back when I made my video on Alvin. Now, to be completely fair, it does sound like OceanGate carried out a decent amount of structural analysis. Not remotely enough non-destructive and destructive testing, and yes, that is necessary to validate models, but they may have actually put a fair amount of work into their hull design. But I think we all know by now, if you aren't willing to let someone else check your calculations, the design relies on trusting whoever owns those calculations. And in this case, that person was Stockton Rush. And back to the previous point, you can perform all the design calculations you like, but if you fail to monitor the condition of your hull material, you're just designing for a cylindrical cow in a vacuum. Those calculations are less and less likely to reflect reality. So let's talk about monitoring. I heard about the fabled early warning system almost immediately on hearing of the incident. I was immediately dismissive of it, but I do think it may have had a valid purpose. In theory. Of course, it was not effectively used for that purpose, but let's recap how composite materials can fail under stress. This is a representative plot of a submersible deck, along with the stress that the hull is subject to at that depth. I've added some assumptions on screen. For a steel hull, the deeper we dive, the higher the stress, and the two are linearly related. We need to ensure we do not exceed the design stress as shown by this line. Again, for the purpose of this demonstration, let's just call that the failure stress. Of course, the design stress is lower than the failure stress due to the addition of a safety factor. So, hull monitoring is relatively easy. Relatively. We can have strain gauges and easily assess where on this line we are. Of course, that assumes even stress throughout the material, oh, that word again, homogeneity, and a bunch of other factors. But that is part of the reason we use safety factors, to account for these uncertainties. Composite materials like carbon fibre composite are much more fun to try and assess. All of the strands of carbon-carbon are not of equal strength. They have a failure stress distribution. On average, they fail here on the plot though, but some of them will fail below the design stress. I'm exaggerating the effect here, but when a single strand fails, it decreases the number of strands to share the applied stress between. So the stress in every strand marginally increases. But as we dive deeper, that higher stress may cause more strands to fail. What we need to avoid is getting to a point where the failure runs away, causing the material to fail globally. The point being, this is a more active, higher order failure mechanism, if you will, than steel, and can potentially be even worse in some composites. So let's consider a case where a strand failing releases energy and causes those immediately around it to fail too. And those could cause more nearby strands to fail. That would be a cascading failure. These are really fun to think about. My favourite example is that which occurred at the Kamiokande neutrino detector. I'll let you look that one up in your own time. Oh, and by the way, cascade failures can occur on a curve too. For a given applied stress, the probability of a cascade failure can sometimes be modelled statistically. There's a lot of statistics in engineering. For anyone wondering how and why I left engineering to go into data science, that's partially the answer. Now, there are two overall points here. First, for a given pull, to know where we sit on the spectrum from graph 1 to graph 3 requires extensive experimentation and testing. It's generally validated and shared as part of the certification process. Second, and I think you already know this, due to the feedback mechanism between fiber failures and applied stress, failures in heterogeneous materials can be relatively subtle. Even on something like graph number 2, a runaway failure may occur far too fast for an occupant to respond. Designating acoustic sensors to listen to fiber breakages as an early warning system is optimistic at best. But it seems to be referred to in testimony as the full monitoring system. Now, you could see some value in that. There's a famous example in the backdrop of my last video.
Used to be? What do you mean used to be?
Abandoned property belongs to whoever finds it first. So,
the fourth road bridge is 65 years old. Engineers were worried about the main cables degrading, so installed acoustic monitors to record individual strands breaking. And they did that with great success. The bridge is still open. Of course, for such a monitoring system to be of any value, OceanGate would need decent models and test data to determine the critical number of broken strands at which to retire the vessel, or take affirmative action. I would also like to note at this point, and it is not in my script, apparently they barely even visually inspected the hull, they very rarely removed the fairing after dives, and they never removed the internal lining according to one testimony. Now, they'd also require a decent decision process to act on this data. And from the accounts I've heard, it seems Rush was in sole control of this decision. That is both a conflict of interest and a single point of failure. We will come back to conflicts of interest later. Okay, I'll be quick with this one. The Titan used scrap metal as ballast. Rush was proud to show off the cost savings of using bits of old pipe as drop weights. And some of the weights were dropped using an incredibly crude method of physically rocking back and forth to tip the vessel on its side, so the pipes fell off a shelf, allowing it to ascend. This may surprise you, but in principle I don't really have an issue with this. Every DSV I've had any interaction with uses scrap metal as ballast. It's just that, ballast, to be left on the seabed. Sure, it's probably cut to standardized sized blocks, but it is scrap metal nonetheless. Titan had multiple redundancies for dropping ballast, and it used the simplest and therefore least failure prone method of dropping the ballast practically possible. But I think Rush was somewhat blinkered by this. He stated in multiple interviews that he had a huge focus on ensuring the drop weights could always be jettisoned. I do wonder whether he neglected other factors as a result of the reassurance of knowing the vessel could, in theory, ascend at any point. Also, according to some of the testimonies, it doesn't sound quite as well executed as I made out there. They had to jettison the mainframe on at least one occasion due to the weight not dropping, for example. This is an interesting one, and I think it's worth a brief discussion. It seems unlikely the viewport was the point of failure, but as I said earlier, and even after seeing the images of the collapsed hull, I'm not stating that with any degree of certainty. It's now well known it was only rated to 650 meters, but what does rated mean in this context? The standard approach for acrylic windows is to make them concave on the inside to match the profile of the pressure vessel. The window on Titan had a flat internal surface. I believe this was to reduce visual distortion, but I can't confirm that without additional research. Now, given its thickness of about 18 centimeters, this would probably be fine for 4,000 meters depth had it followed the existing convention of having a curved interior. But that flat inner surface actually added additional material, so surely this just made it stronger. How sure are you about that? Again, without extensive modelling and testing, we can't be sure. For all I know, there could be some kind of esoteric failure mode that would cause an unexpected early failure of the window interface. This is probably unlikely, but probably unlikely isn't really good enough. The most famous similar example I can think of would be the Hyatt
Perhaps
Regency
this treasure
walkway
has been
collapse,
waiting for you
where a
all along.
seemingly inconsequential change to some fixtures resulted in 114 deaths. So I think we get the point. On paper, Titan's design wasn't necessarily a showstopper. It was just executed terribly at pretty much every step, with stopped and rush being the commonplace failure. I don't think I need to tell you at this point, but this is why we certify vehicles. And while we're on that point, certification does not necessarily need to be enforced by a government. When I worked in oil and gas, many of the safety standards were internal to the industry. Of course, in most cases, a major safety incident would result in the company breaking various laws anyway, but self-governing industries are possible and indeed can be quite common in some countries. Sometimes the government can be the regulator of last resort, if you like, but certification does not necessarily mean regulation, and regulation does not necessarily mean government. So please do not try to decipher any of my personal political views from any of this video or any of my other videos. Not that my views are particularly interesting or relevant anyway. To take a step back from that, there is a problem with certification for deep submergence vehicles. It's extremely expensive. For something like the Titan, it would have taken years, and I'm not even sure what the cost would be. This almost gatekeeps the deep sea to government and research agencies. I don't have a solution to this problem. Proper design and execution is expensive. The deep sea is not particularly accessible. Some of you may think this is a good thing. Either way, it's a tricky problem without any individual body to really blame. Here's a procedure I really disliked on hearing it. OceanGate had a no refund policy. If you sailed out there, decided you weren't happy with the operation, you were $250,000 out of pocket. Rush on camera stated that anyone could stop the dive at any point, but that's a little more difficult to do if you personally have $250,000 personally invested in it. Back when I worked offshore, which admittedly wasn't for very long, I hated it, companies operating out there had put decades of effort into removing this conflict of interest. There were no cash bonuses for finishing jobs quickly. There were no cash bonuses for finishing jobs with no safety incidents, because that would cause workers to potentially hide incidents. Anyone on site could stop a job with immediate effect, and it was actively encouraged. Yes, as an engineer, it could be frustrating sometimes, but that was part of the job. Rush said his passengers could do the same, and he even flaunted his 3 strikes rule, which, by the way, is a completely outdated approach that used to be quite common in scuba diving. It's open to ambiguity and nobody uses it anymore.
I hope
But
my
yes,
joints will
Rush managed to place a financial conflict of interest not just on himself, but also directly onto his paying passengers.
Forest, protect us for the everlasting forest.
If there's one thing that irritated me about the whole saga, it's referring to them as mission specialists. Many speculate this was some kind of legal Hail Mary. I don't know, I don't really care. But I suspect it's more to do with selling the experience. I imagine many of those willing to cough up
Perhaps
$250,000 for an experience don't want to be referred to as a mere tourist or a passenger. They want to feel like an active participant. So take part in some token training and play scientist for a day. I think this is an insult to those who study, get PhDs, and work for years, often on frankly pathetic salaries, to study oceans. I used to work with some of those people in my last job. I quit due to the low salary. I have nothing but respect for oceanographers, marine biologists, and anyone else who dedicates so much of their time to studying our natural environment. Oh, and by the way, I feel exactly the same about Blue Origin and Virgin Galactic calling their passengers astronauts. Ugh. Now, there is one OceanGate passenger, or survivor might be a better term, who I honestly feel kind of bad for, and that's Renata Rojas. I hope I said that properly, I probably didn't. She has said quite a lot that may be considered questionable in the past and during the testimony. I'm not here to judge any of that. At one point, she likened OceanGate's operations to Apollo, and therefore the moon landings. I think we all know that couldn't be further from the truth. Titan was a tourist vessel that was built to atrocious quality standards and probably had somewhere between 0 and negligible scientific value. Unlike Apollo, where the risks were known, quantified, mitigated, and most importantly of all, clearly communicated to the participants, Titan was sold as less risky than getting out of bed in the morning. I have no idea whether Rush genuinely believed that. Rojas was absolutely obsessed with seeing the Titanic in person. Blue Origin's passengers want to see the Earth from space. And based on the popular coverage, there is a never-ending queue of wealthy individuals who want to snap their photo on the top of Everest. I think calling all of these things tourism is fine, but to call it anything beyond that is a fallacy. I will never climb Everest, but in an alternate world where an ascent of Everest doesn't carry the ethical issues it does here, I'd love to do it. Not stand on the summit, climb Everest. That means years of training, learning, and putting in the effort to get myself up there. I don't want a selfie on the summit. I don't want to cough up the required fee for someone else to put the work in for me. That is my definition of an experience. You need to decide for yourself whether it is ethical or appropriate for tourists to visit somewhere like the Titanic. But I think we can all agree we want to build a better future than a world where charismatic salesmen can bypass decades of safety lessons by lying to their customers. Thank you very much for watching, and thank you for continuing to support this channel.
Interesting. Yeah, it turns out that wasn't the video that I previously watched, because it had much more.
May I present?
But it had an intro that is similar to something that I did watch previously. Okay. Walking on the shoreline. Collecting stuff piece by piece. Alright, guys.
Здравствуйте. Доброе утро, день, вечер.
Да, доброго времени суток. Доброго день.
How brilliant! May I present?
Как сейчас говорят, доброе время суток.
Updated 101 Stygian Onslaught Guide, Day 1 Speedrun, Mechanics and more Genshin Impact, Win to Lose Game.
Hello and welcome to my channel, I Win to Lose Gaming. We've got our first version Luna 1 Stygian Onslaught. Woohoo!
Some full text buzzwords.
Hey, you! Now some of you guys might have noticed that this content looks a little bit familiar, but fortunately I did add some bonus content to this, including a new run where we actually placed rank 9 in the world, as well as the character builds and stuff in order to pull that off. So if you're curious to see what kind of account it takes to do stuff like that, well, here you go for some extra content. Alrighty, let's take a look at the brand new Stygian Onslaught in Luna 1. We can see here that we have 3 bosses. We've got the Aeon Blight Drake, we've got the Battle Scarred Rock Crab 1 million blasts, and the Battle Hardened Fireblade Shock Trooper Forlorn Hope. And these guys, let me tell you, are power creeping how long their names are. They're gonna need 2 lines at this rate to fit what crazy names that they're gonna come up for these guys. But yeah, we'll go ahead and take a quick look at the actual runs. Let me just say, I feel like these are more difficult in some ways, probably just more difficult in general. And yeah, we'll take a quick look. And we'll take a look at my day 1 speed runs as well. Alright, so I do have a few quick runs that I did on the Creator Experience server. This was my first clear of these 3 bosses. You should definitely have better artifacts than what we had on the Creator Experience server, which was typically between 130-ish or 170% crit value for a lot of characters. A lot of these 5-star characters, I did use their signature weapons because otherwise the damage potential would just be way too low to even clear this content at all due to the poor artifact quality, as well as the fact that the characters on the Creator Experience servers, their talents are not crowned either, so we're missing a ton of damage because of that. And here's a code for 60 premium gems if you haven't redeemed a creator code yet, down in the description below, because you guys are the best for liking and subscribing. Just check the description for a link to it and or the code itself. Okay, let's take a look at the runs and mechanics for each of these bosses, starting with the Aeon Blight Drake. As you can see, we dealt a bunch of damage to it, and past the 75% mark, you can see that it increases pyro resistance. Then the little bit of cryo damage actually pushed it down to 50% HP, and we can see at 75, 50%, and 25% HP, it changes its resistances. And here we can see that if you let it fly up in the air, then it won't have any weak points, and your run is basically cooked. So, in other words, this boss, because it switches its resistances between whichever element ended up doing, I believe, the most damage to it during each of its phases, this means that you will basically want 2 elements or more worth of damage against this thing in order to, well, you know, deal with it. So here, this is, you know, Constellation 0, Refinement 1, Mavwika plus Milani with, I gotta be completely honest, pretty bad artifacts. Remember, the creator experience server has bad artifacts as well as it doesn't have those buffs, so yeah. But we can see here that I'm basically just alternating between Milani and Mavwika's main rotations. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty much just that, as you want to bring it down to the 25%, you know, breakpoints with each individual element, as you can see. And when you actually kind of do its little stun thing and enter the little stun animation, it actually will take a couple of seconds before the increased resistance actually kicks in. And this is good because that means that, you know, it's not really at exactly 75% HP, because not only can you do more damage than 75% HP like you saw at the beginning, but also it takes a little bit of time for it to actually kick in. So you do have that to use for your, you know, as an advantage. You can see some teams that I've collected or that I've seen online posted by other players that have cleared this with reasonable levels of investment, and yeah, they pretty much, most of them have 2 forms of damage that deal decent amounts of damage. Like, for example, we have Skirk, Cryo plus Hydro with Yelan, Fiorina, etc., etc. And this next boss, the crab boss, flies up in the air and it spits out all these mushrooms. And you really do not want to hit these mushrooms with pyro, because look at that, it just one-shot poor Bennett there. And yeah, so definitely avoid pyro against this thing, because, you know, it is just death. And if you don't break the mushrooms fast enough, it will just one-shot you. But there are a couple tricks for breaking these things really fast. We can see here, I'm using Yelan, and we're actually going to use the bloom limit to our advantage. We can see here that because there is a bloom limit of like 5 blooms on the screen, that means that you can just bust it like that. And finally, you can also use Lauma's hold elemental skill to deal lunar bloom damage to instantly bust all of them in order. Well, you need to bust 6 of them to break its shield in order to bust that. So yeah, this one is a bit more free-ish to play-ish friendly team. You don't technically need Nilo's, you know, signature weapon here, but it did help, especially given the very piss-poor artifacts that we have. Although artifact quality doesn't matter as much for Nilo Bloom team, so yeah, it is definitely a bit of a tight clear without Lauma. Needless to say, Lauma completely trivializes this boss. It just becomes a complete joke. However, without Llama, even like more traditional Bloom teams, you do have to, you know, kind of try a bit. And we can see here that the goal is to also hit the mushrooms with Bloom damage, because when you hit the mushrooms with Bloom damage, they will fly up and attack, dealing a multiplier of however much damage that mushroom took from Bloom. Therefore, basically, you know, literally just multiplying your Bloom damage against it as long as, you know, those mushrooms are around. So you definitely want to, you know, hit the mushrooms with Bloom damage if you're close enough to them. And we can see that for this, you have to have a mechanic that deals with these mushrooms at the beginning, because otherwise your team literally will just die. So pretty much any form of Bloom will help, although not Burgeon necessarily, because yeah, Burgeon will blow you up as well, so be careful with Burgeon. However, the rest of it though, you can just see variations of Bloom teams. Llama Bloom and Llama Nilo Bloom, Llama Hyper Bloom, all these Llama variations are probably the best team option you have. And there's some pretty solid free-to-play friendly ones that will likely take more sweating, like Nahida with a Hyper Bloom, as well as, you know, just a Nilo Bloom that's more free-to-play friendly focus, and Alhaitham as well. Threat DPS, I'm sure Aggravate and other characters that work well with Bloom work too. Anyway, up next we have this Fatui guy who puts up this shield pretty early on in the fight. And we can see that, you know, Arlecchino and even my Constellation 6 Nuvolette, okay, I don't know if my Nuvolette has no artifacts or something, but yeah, he was doing no damage to it as well. And after, if you don't break his shield, it will summon this lightning storm, which, yeah, it's just going to ruin your run. So you have to break those shields. And the way that you break those shields is you can deal just enough raw electro damage to them. Essentially, you can see the shield's resistances. It resists most of the elements pretty highly, except for electro. And each shield has about 4.5% HP, and this thing just has a ton of HP for some reason. But basically, electro charged and lunar charged damage will stop the shield from healing, and that's one of the big issues with this shield, is that it keeps healing. And not only that, the shield also takes a massive amount of additional damage from electro charged and from lunar charged damage. So obviously, shilling electro charged, shilling lunar charged, more importantly for their wallets. And yeah, basically once you break the 3 shields, it will also restore a bunch of energy for your characters as well. So we can see here that, you know, Versa plus Anefa basically trivializes this fight, although, yeah, the artifacts, again, are pretty bad. But yeah, so you can now see that once you just break his shield, it is just a very thick boy with 9 million hit points. But you can also see here that even after it's recovered, which is, you know, right now it's recovered, it still has a negative 50% electro resistance, meaning that this is very favorable to electro DPS characters. So you can just brute force the shield with, for example, Verissa overloaded teams. You can of course use Verissa Taser versus raw electro damage. This deals a ton to it. And Skirk, as long as your Skirk, if your Skirk is like well invested, basically pretty much C0 R1 across the board, then Skirk can just out DPS the shield's healing, and you can also just freeze it and deal a bunch of damage accordingly to this guy. And you can see here that it does go through a second shield phase kind of near the end of the fight as well. And there are some other options like Arlecchino Overvape that does reasonably well, as long as you can fulfill Taser and a character can take advantage of it. Like, for example, Arlecchino Overvape. You can do other Overvape setups as well. One more quick note about its shield is that when you hit it, you cannot actually generate Favonius particles or activate the sacrificial weapons. So yeah, there's that slight handicap against the thing to keep in mind. Okay, so we have a quick day 1 speed run as well, and needless to say, a dual DPS, actually even a single DPS, works against this thing because you can just keep it perpetually stunned by hitting its HP breakpoints, so it never ends up resisting anything. We can see in just 1 Mob Wicked Burst and 3 chomps, it was out. Up next we have this Lalma run against the annoying crab, and this rotation was thanks to, I think, DHCWSP, one of his friends, who taught him this and then ended up teaching me this. Yeah, basically, yeah, we can see here that we're relying on Lalma's Lunar Bloom damage here against this thing. Definitely slower than, for example, Milani variants and strategies, but I decided, hey, let's throw Milani against the first Aeon Blight Drake instead, and we can just, you know, deal a bunch of Lunar Bloom damage. 1 million damage I think I saw there, which is pretty impressive for a Lalma there. Then up next we have a Skirk team where I managed to figure out a bit of a more optimal rotation here for this. One thing I realized is that hitting it at the beginning of the fight doesn't actually deal damage to it, or not much at least. So we can see here that with this specific setup, now we are able to take out its shield thing much more efficiently, at which point a Skirk burst under the right, you know, basically with everything critting or something, will actually take it out. And this puts my overall clear time at 63 seconds with 11 seconds, 30 seconds, and 22 seconds respectively. And it actually puts me in 11th place, which is pretty cool in the world. So yeah, I wasn't expecting that, but hey. Okay, so since I had to re-edit this video in that time between, you know, making the original as well as this one, I redid the runs with some improvements, and we can see here that while this rotation may look the exact same, because it really is, somehow we managed to save 1 extra second, giving us a 10-second Robot Chicken run. Then we have this Lalma run, which we managed to optimize a bit in order to finish off the crab a bit faster because of the timings involved, as well as the change in rotation to generate the particles for Nahida's Elemental Burst. And yeah, you'll notice there that the hold E actually perfectly coincided with those 3 mushroom rockets. And also one thing about Aino's burst there is actually to apply hydro to one of those little mushrooms in the sides, so that way we can give Llama that extra, Verdant Dew for her burst nuke, saving 2 seconds from the previous run and the previous upload. And then we have this slightly more optimized Skirk rotation, where I actually changed the order with Escoffier going after Shenhe. This way, Escoffier's skill will be back off cooldown sooner, and we can also cut Skirk's elemental skill short even sooner with that new normal attack combo with 2 charge attacks, I believe, into the one-shot with Skirk's burst, leading us to a new clear time record for me at 59 seconds, putting me in 9th place in the world. How exciting. I figured I'd give you guys a quick little preview as well of my characters' builds that I used to pull off the rank 9 speedrun in the world for Stygian Onslaught, and we can see, yes, it is directly correlated how much money I've spent in this game, but let's not talk about that. Let's take a look at their builds. We've got Milani here with pretty decent stats, a tiny bit of crit fishing. I decided not to go for 100% crit rate because that gives me just enough damage, I believe. Actually, I should go and math to see if I can get away with 100% crit rate Milani, but yeah, whatever. The run's already done, no need to redo it again. Console U6 level 100, no surprise. Level 100, all the characters involved in these runs, I believe so. All of them except for Aino. And here we go, Sitlali, of course, just max EM build. And was she really using the Scroll the Hero of the Cinder City? In retrospect, I'm not even sure that really helps, but here we go, Constellation 6, and no surprise. And then we have Shilinen, who should be using the Instructor set, and indeed she is. And there we go, and maybe in retrospect with enough crit fishing we can actually do a 9-second clear now that I'm thinking about it, but yeah, I decided not to go for too much crit fishing here, as we can see with Mabuika. And there we go, so her talents. And we have level 100 Lauma as well, who, she was just using her signature. You can actually get more damage out of her through other methods, for example with the Widsith and her signature on Nahida instead, but yeah, alas. And then we have Nilo, who has way too much HP. Well, whatever, I mean, yeah, I think she actually has too much HP. She does give a bit more EM buffs though with the HP, so I guess it's fine. And then we have Nahida, who is on her signature weapon with 4-piece Sequid Memories, a very cookie cutter Nahida build, although a bit less EM for a lot more energy recharge, because we really needed the extra energy recharge in order to get her burst up in time. Up next we have Aino, the token and only Hydro Claymore character where we can finally use this skin. Ooh, finally you have a character that can equip that skin. And there we go, just an energy recharge focused set for her on the Silken Serenade, of course, at Constellation 0, and those are talents. She's still at level 90 though, and I believe she's the only character at level 90. And we have Skirk, who a tiny bit of crit fishing because you really had to, I don't know what makes all the variation in Skirk's damage. I think it's the crits, but to be honest, it's hard to keep track of. So yeah, there we go. Then we have Escoffier, who I actually did swap over to an attack percent timepiece instead of an ER timepiece because I realized she did have enough energy that might have helped cut that 1 extra second off that run. And we have Furina, who has mainly energy recharge focus, as well as tenacity, as well as the Freedom Sword. And you'll notice that I actually did a much different rotation with my Skirk, because I do not have the same insane amounts of energy recharge as many of the other Skirk crazy rotations that you've seen from, like, people like DHC, WSP, and so on and so forth. But I ended up with 21 seconds. I do wonder if 20 seconds is possible. And yeah, those are the characters builds that I use for that speed run. Of course, this is not for the faint of heart or for those who, have not spent a lot of money like I have in Genshin Impact. We just got a few more quick closing statements for you guys. As always, when it comes to Stygian Onslaught, don't feel too quick. A speed run, and yep, those are, and so on and so forth. Other Skirk, the same, much different, as well as to run timepiece because I realized she did have enough. She did swap over to an attack percent time.
Energy recharge, double crit. Yep, let's do this. Hopefully attack percent. Or HP percent. Or defense percent as a substat. HP percent. Yeah, nice. Mm-hmm. One, two, three, four. So also 3 substats. And Skafia. Where's the Skafia? Switches to that. So 50. No. It is impossible. Alright, give me HP percent then. Well. No, come on. Yay, more crit rate. Come on, crit them, crit rate, crit rate, crit rate is this. Crit damage. A good amount, but no.
Timepiece instead of an ER timepiece because I realized she did have enough energy that might have helped cut that 1 extra second off that run. Then we have Furina, who has mainly energy recharge, focus, as well as tenacity, as well as the Freedom Sworn. And you'll notice that I actually did a much different rotation with my Skirk because I do not have the same insane amounts of energy recharge as many of the other Skirk crazy rotations that you've seen from, like, you know, people like DHC, WSP, and so on and so forth. But I ended up with 21 seconds. I do 1 or 20 seconds if possible. And yeah, those are the characters builds that I use for that speed run. Of course, this is not for the faint of heart or for those who, you know, have not spent a lot of money like I have in Genshin Impact.
Tea parties are a
Just got a
must for the
few more
well-mannered.
quick closing statements
like to
for you
learn
guys.
more
As always, you know, when it comes
I'd
to
be happy
Stygian
to teach
Onslaught, don't feel too pressured to complete them. It's often just a gear check as well as, you know, what characters you have that will kind of determine how easy of a time you have for dealing with Stygian Onslaught. And yeah, also you can always clear difficulty 4 in co-op as well. So if you're kind of stuck, well, maybe you can find a couple people to help you out, at least to get most of the Primo Gems, as well as one of the feathers. And when it comes to difficulty 5, of course, you will pretty much just get 1 feather, so don't sweat too much about it, all things considered. And yeah, let me know down in the comments below what team you ended up clearing this with, or, you know, struggling with as well. And it'll be super great to see because you know, a lot of people can take a look and see what other characters and teams. Of course, the teams that I suggested in this video are far from comprehensive. There are a ton of additional teams and stuff to use for this because ultimately damage is damage and mechanics are mechanics. You cover both bases and you will be able to clear this content. Now, let me know what you guys think about this Stygian Onslaught. Did you find it easier, more difficult, or yeah, whatever you think about it, just let us know down in the comments below. And I guess I don't really have too much else to say, so as always, I appreciate every single one of you. This is I Went to Lose, signing out.
Let's not.
The season of verdure draws near once again.
Collateral the Magenta at Block War by Upper Echelon.
This video is brought to you by Incogni. Stick around to hear more about the special offer they're providing to the entire upper echelon community. YouTube loves advertisements. To an extent, I do too. That's how I get paid. But YouTube really loves ads. to a degree where the amount that they insert into an average video, if you have the automatic ad slots button checked off in your monetization tab, is frankly insane. They'll sometimes put dozens of ad breaks in a relatively short time frame, and they don't stop there either. In 2024, they introduced advertisements when viewers pause the videos. They've implemented numerous different systems designed to make ad blocking impossible, or deny users that try to do it from watching videos entirely. They've upped the amount of ads that get shown to premium light customers, and who knows what else in the background. There's a never-ending struggle between YouTube and ad blocking software companies, which I've talked about before on the channel, but today I want to look at a situation of collateral damage. The struggle that takes place between YouTube and ad blockers is relatively well known. Most of the time it doesn't really affect the creators or the viewers, at least not the ones that put up with the ads, and even the ones that don't, there's typically a workaround within days of any new prevention effort by YouTube, sometimes even hours. The battle takes place behind the scenes for the most part. But recently there was an example of how that battle can actually spill over into the everyday lives of the users, and it caused a little bit of drama. In the first half of August 2025, right around the 12th to be precise, something changed. At the time, nobody precisely knew what had changed, but the average view count for an incredibly large number of channels fell dramatically, all at the same exact time. On a personal note, I did notice it myself, wondered what was happening, I guess, but I usually tend to gravitate towards the idea that if there's a problem with viewership, it's because of what the content is. Maybe I chose bad topics people don't care about. Maybe I happened to put a bad title, a bad thumbnail, who knows, anything. There's a million possible reasons. But typically I find myself thinking, it's probably something to do with me. That's precisely what I thought this time as well, in August, and because of that assumption, I never really dug in deeper. Thankfully, however, others did. While I may have assumed that the problem was somehow my fault, the statistical reality was that there was a very large and sudden decrease in views across an enormous number of channels, which led to a good number of people running experiments, investigating, and searching for answers. I want to make something very clear right now. A sudden and dramatic decline in viewership that doesn't have any immediately explainable reason is alarming for a lot of people. In this case, ad revenue didn't seem to be affected, which is good, but creators on this platform really have no concrete way of understanding how the algorithm works, and watching a sudden decrease in metrics like that can be extremely scary. For me, it's a little bit different. I'm one of the rare few who have the ability to do this full time, which I'm incredibly grateful for, by the way. And I've also diversified my income over the past 8 years, making it easier for me to withstand issues like that. But for smaller channels who are still in the phase of building up their audience, it can have all sorts of negative consequences. An easy example would be sponsorships, like how this video has a sponsor, which I'm about to talk about. But one of the ways that you secure those contracts is by having appealing viewership metrics for the brand.
Take heart.
So if there's suddenly a
toil
30
not
or
in vain.
40% decrease in views, it changes things. See, I have long-term contracts. I hunt for that deliberately, which again is something I worked up to over the years, and I partner with brands that support me through the ups and downs of volatile viewership metrics. The smaller channels who don't have those relationships that they've forged again over years and haven't built up to that size typically run short-term or one-off deals, which can be dramatically affected by a temporary loss of that nature. My point here is that while I didn't personally think of this as any sort of make or break moment for the channel, other people did, and they weren't wrong for doing so, which is where we get to a couple of other creators who took it upon themselves to talk about things.
Off topic, but certainly on topic if you think about the general vibe of the channel. Everything you do online, at least, but also sort of in the world itself now with the sheer amount of cameras being implemented everywhere, but anyway, everything you do online is tracked, except companies keeping or selling your information does not benefit you. Incogni, today's video sponsor, for anyone who wants to cut back on the number of places where your data is stored, sold, and displayed, which can result in scams, theft of identity, harassment, etc., among other dangers like data breaches. Incogni is here to help. It's a simple process. Sign up for the website, give them legal permission to work on your behalf, and then let them know what they'll be having removed. After that, they contact data brokers, of which there are hundreds, by the way, and they do it. Additionally, at the core of Incogni, they're pressuring them for information to find researchly find buy data about you and then simultaneously put I guess it's just if you code echelon, promo code echelon, some of the okay, back to it. This is Josh Strife Hayes, genuinely some of the best gaming content that you'll find on the entire platform. And about a week ago, he dropped a video showcasing what he believed to be proof that viewership metrics on YouTube had somehow changed, which is why so many different creators were experiencing large pattern shifts. In that video, he explains how to check for yourself and outlines that desktop views had largely disappeared, leaving other platforms like mobile or TV relatively untouched. He offers a very clear description of how to check for yourself to see if it happened to you, and when I pulled up my own analytics, surprise, surprise, there it was.
A lot of people looking at this graph right now may not see what I'm talking about. It's rather confusing, so I'll use a couple more specific examples where you can see that videos posted after August 12th had a massive decrease in the number of desktop and computer views, visually represented as the green line in this case. Computer views were dramatically lower, inexplicably, on all uploads after the 12th of August, whereas on uploads before that point in time, they looked like this. It wasn't necessarily obvious why this was happening, not yet anyway, but it was abundantly clear that something was happening, which is where we get to the next creator, Spiffing Brit. Spiffing Brit has a massive audience on the platform and decided to post a video basically saying that everyone else was wrong about this. He debunks a few totally unrelated concepts, focusing on certain points made by Linus Tech Tips, among others, but completely ignoring the more concrete, data-driven argument that desktop views were unexplainably missing. Also of note, he changed the video title numerous times, starting with, "Is YouTube really hiding videos now?" Then switching it over to, "You are wrong about the YouTube algorithm," which apparently wasn't even good enough. Later changing it to, "Why everyone is wrong about the YouTube algorithm," and then lastly, "What is happening to YouTube?" Because as it would turn out, he was wrong, not everyone else. The crux of his argument was basically skill issue. The audience doesn't want to watch you, they're going back to school, seasonal changes, effectively hand-waving the entire thing away as non-existent, because people didn't understand that this time of year it always happens, which is categorically untrue. This doesn't happen ever. The relationship between desktop views and mobile views has never done this before, to such a degree, and the problem was visible across an indisputably large sample of creators, making it obvious that something had indeed changed on the back end. Now we get to the question of what. What had changed and caused this? Answer, most likely, it would seem, is a specific list of domain names in something called Easy Privacy, which is called on as a default by major ad blocking extensions, such as uBlock Origin in this case, which then prevented view telemetry data from being registered on YouTube's side. I don't even fully understand the intricate details of this, by the way, but the simple version is that this particular domain being interfered with, which was added to the list on August 11th and merged into uBlock on August 12th, this particular domain caused a problem logging views, and Josh Strife Hayes was pretty much spot on with his follow-up video deducing adblock as the potential culprit. To make something abundantly clear right now, I have no issue with people using adblock. Browsing the internet without one is a pretty horrible experience lately, but as YouTube and ad blockers battle it out in the background, having such a noticeable decrease in viewership with untold consequences in the algorithm afterwards, as it maybe decides that your content isn't as popular, people don't like it as much, and thereby maybe it gets shown less and less, having such a noticeable decrease really sucks to see as a side effect. Furthermore, having a very large and respected voice in the community basically gaslight the shit out of you, saying that you just don't understand how seasons work, that's an extra kick in the nuts for a lot of creators. And there's also questions that need to be asked about revenue, which don't explicitly connect back to advertisements. Once again, I am totally fine with people using adblock, I actively encourage it, in fact, or buying YouTube Premium to see less ads or whatever you choose to do. But having this critical domain added to a broader list that gets used by multiple ad blocking extensions raises a particular question which I haven't seen answered or addressed anywhere yet. What would happen for premium users, who don't even see ads to begin with, if they also had uBlock Origin installed? Seeing as the ad blocking software was unintentionally removing authentic views, and also seeing as views from premium subscribers are actually far more lucrative for creators than regular advertisements, would this change be having additional side effects across multiple aspects of the channel? I honestly don't know, but the reality is that what we saw for a few weeks, the problem seems to be getting fixed now, but what we saw for a few weeks was collateral damage in a war between adblock and YouTube. I do think it's important to include this part, even though it happened after the community had basically figured everything out on their own. But YouTube themselves finally came out with a statement a few days ago saying, quote, "Viewers using ad blockers and other content blocking tools. Ad blockers and other extensions can impact the accuracy of reported view counts. Channels whose audiences include a higher proportion of users utilizing such tools may see fluctuations in traffic related to updates to these tools." End quote. And even though that statement itself wasn't the main point of the blog post, it certainly acknowledged that yes, views had dropped, yes, they were desktop views as a result of ad blocking software, and no, YouTube wasn't directly responsible for this time. But the idea that the entire thing was just a seasonal discrepancy was asinine. What we saw happen in super broad terms was a significant drop in views, after which people began speculating. One of the first, more popular speculations was that a new thing called YouTube restricted mode was somehow responsible, which would mean that AI moderation tools were shutting off access to certain videos in people's feeds.
Silver Spoon second hypothetic Brad said that sang the role wanted they why is it written messily? I somehow need to increase my elevation. No. It seems.
But that knee-jerk initial guesswork was quickly replaced by much more data-driven arguments, ultimately landing on the realization that ad blockers had interfered with view tracking. Channels that primarily cater to a younger audience weren't really as affected, because their viewers use phones more than anything else, which you don't really use ad block on. And that muddied the waters on whether or not there was a real issue in the first place. But I find myself thinking that this isn't really a one-off type problem, is it? YouTube is now so aggressive with their advertising, you'll sometimes see multi-minute unskippable ads literally targeted to the most engaging part of the video. That's not a joke, by the way. YouTube has this thing called peak points, which they unveiled in May of 2025, where Gemini, their AI model, identifies the moments of a video where the audience is most engaged and then serves them ads at like the climax of when they're paying attention, which probably means right before the exciting thing actually happens that you watched the video in the first place to see. It's diabolical, honestly it is. And that kind of tactic, combined with a perpetual war against ad blockers, is like escalating the arms race with new types of missiles. Ad blockers are not going to stop looking for ways to get around this, nor should they. And as YouTube implements more and more and more invasive techniques, ad blockers are forced to use harsher and harsher responses, which hopefully doesn't negatively impact average creators, but it certainly can, as we've seen. And I have a sneaking suspicion this won't be the last time something like this happens. Anyway, YouTube is in a perpetual war against ad blockers. That war had an isolated moment of collapse.
Okay. That reminds me. There was a video on this topic that mentioned interview with the person that added this change to the easy privacy list. Oh god.
Без это самое, без носков. Ноги замерзли, ноги ледяные будут.
У меня, ну, не замерзает. Если
А у
ты,
меня-
если ты намекаешь на то, что мне нужно надеть носки,
Нет, я не
ноги у меня
намекаю
не
на это.
замерзают.
Я тебе говорю о том, что у меня нос заложен.
Я тебя поздравляю, мы заболели.
Ну вот
У меня сейчас...
Я тебя поздравляю, что ты не одинок.
Так, а
Я-
градусник где?
Градусник, возможно, я его положила на место.
У нас же было несколько.
Нет, такого. Я так думаю, что ты не оклемаешься в воскресенье. Кашляешься. Нравится мне твой кашель.
Но правда отхаркивающе стало работать.
Стала работать? Ну, отлично. Я завтра еще 3 бронхолегочных возьму. И пену для бритья.
Так.
Чего?
Да, она засолит. Она засолит.
О, хорошо. Значит, вынимай ее оттуда и клади туда. Она какая? Она такая, что... у меня сейчас... У меня есть такой градусник, такой же аленький, что ли.
Ну вот.
Батарейки для часов. И вот это ж другая. Вот это. Это который не работает?
Да, куда я положил?
Ну, вот так, все. Спасибо, Владимир. Наверное, я не знаю, если ты сможешь заказать, надо их поискать.
Ну, надо прочитать шифры, что на этой батарейке написано.
Ну, это работает?
Да, работает.
Ну, не хочется. А батарейки, конечно, надо купить, потому что они все время включенные.
Они все время включенные.
Вот
Они не
и-
все время включенные.
Вот ты понимаешь, в чем дело? Вот мне Тамара научила так. Она вытаскивала каждый раз. Я вот без весов я все время вынимаю. И ты знаешь, она мне показала 3, 4. То есть, по идее, столько она не должна была работать. Когда вынимаешь совсем на так мышек, это не так, что это вот так. Ну, я не знаю.
Надо смотреть на электрическую схему.
Так, это я убираю. Вот. Я из того термоса, что было, я перелила сюда, а сюда налила новую. Значит, это мой тогда крышечку. Крышечку.
I'm not hungry, but I want to eat something. I wish there were fruits, but there aren't any. least from what I understand. Okay. Okay.
Lateral damage. No, it was. Definitively not a seasonal trend. No, it was not the fault of the creators themselves, and thankfully, it didn't noticeably impact revenue for most people in terms of raw AdSense. Not that AdSense is even really a concern for most viewers, but the story of the day is that the back and forth between YouTube and third-party extensions to block ads is in full swing right now, which I guess I should be paying a lot more attention to, because when all this first went down, I had literally zero clue what was going on, which is probably a bad thing. I should be watching this kind of stuff and looking for it much more carefully and closely. Big shout out to Josh Strafe Hayes, who was well ahead of the curve on this. That's it. I know not everyone's going to be interested in this kind of topic, but I was, so here's the video. If you want to support the channel, check out the links down below, a special VPN deal, locals and Patreon, channel memberships. I would actually happily take the channel completely ad-free if I could pay my bills through Patreon subscriptions alone, but that's not currently the case, so I don't know. Maybe I'll think about that more and do something official later on about it, not sure. Anyway, thank you all for watching, question everything, and have a nice night.
David, the singer-songwriter who made his career on social media and has just released a collaboration with Fortnite, had a decomposed body found in the back of his Tesla belonging to an underage girl. Yes, you heard that right. This time the influencer situation is actually, genuinely, heart-wrenchingly insane. It turns out the body belongs to a 15-year-old, Celeste Rivas, who has been identified thanks to forensics, although the cause of death is yet to be determined. She went missing in 2024 when she was only 13, so it seems she has been with David all this time whilst he'd been keeping their relationship secret. Meanwhile, the fact that she seems to have been in a relationship with him yet found in the trunk of a car creepily mirrors the music video Romantic Homicide, in which the singer croons about killing someone in the back of his mind, released on Celeste's birthday with the lyrics, "In the back of my mind, I killed you, and I don't even regret it. I can't believe I said it, but it's true, I hate you." David has been on tour for some time too, so imagine him singing this song to millions of fans all whilst he knew a girl was in the back of his impounded car. The fact that he is chronically online also means that he's left a digital footprint of concerning behaviour. From screenshots of him on Discord calls with Celeste, to allegedly changing the lyrics of Romantic Homicide to "I killed her," to reposting edgy American Psycho edits. Anything and everything he's done online has been dug up and poured over by the public, and perhaps the biggest smoking gun is his music videos which star women often looking extremely similar to Celeste, and imagery such as putting a person in the back of a car. Not to mention the fact that David is 20 years old is extremely concerning, as he seems to have followed that unfortunate career path for some influencers that means either a mid-music career or the worst direction possible. It seems his music career actually did quite well, but for some stupid reason he decided to take the other direction too. In short, the David situation is actually genuinely insane, and just goes to show that just because a person is a famous influencer and has an incredible music career doesn't mean they are a good person, with the memes surrounding this situation steeped in that fact. What meme would you guys like me to give a lesson in next? Let
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Silence!
Receive my blessing.
Let the record show that I verbally consent to relinquishing these items into your possession.
Lush as the moonlight.
Bow your head.
Is it what you wish to find? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has at least made it a worthwhile experience.
Silence!
How brilliant! Let my name echo in...
Preparing for dust up.
With one heart, we pray. Here.
Silence!
Let the record show that I verbally consent to relinquishing these items into your possession.
bow your head.
You poor lost lamb.
Is it what you wish to find? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has at least made it a worthwhile experience. I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Accelerating. Accelerating.
Позавчера у нас прошел важный стрим в поддержку издания «Медуза». Я пообщался в прямом эфире с гендиректором «Медузы» Галиной Тимченко и главредом Иваном Колпаковым. Среди прочих, мы затронули тему ультраконсервативной повестки, захватившей российскую политическую систему. Иван это охарактеризовал как пранк, который зашел слишком далеко. И как будто в подтверждение именно этих слов Таганский суд города Москвы уже во второй раз оштрафовал ресурс «Манголип», русскоязычную платформу с азиатскими комиксами. Недавно был штраф аж на 14 миллионов рублей за пропаганду нетрадиционных сексуальных отношений, смены пола и отказа от деторождения. Теперь штраф скромнее – 200 тысяч, но повод поэкзотичнее. Суд счел противозаконным японский комикс «Девушка замужем за змеем». Продемонстрированные там отношения были признаны нетрадиционными, и судья пояснил, мол, закон определяет как таковые всякие отношения, не являющиеся гетеросексуальными, то есть не являющиеся связью между мужчиной и женщиной. Поговорим сегодня о цензуре и о том, как далеко может зайти подобная борьба за нравственность. Самый гетеросексуальный суд в мире одним своим решением поставил, вне закона добрую половину сказок народов мира, где кто с кем и в каких только комбинациях не встречался. Вполне себе традиционный русский народный сюжет повествует о браке между человеком и амфибией. Как мы помним из детских книжек, фильмов и мультфильмов, Иван-Царевич умышленно женился на лягушке. В момент бракосочетания никто же не предполагал, что та однажды превратится в человека. Злой умысел и пропаганда допустимости нетрадиционных отношений, налицо. Злонамеренность налицо и в классическом диснеевском мультике «Красавица и чудовище». Главная героиня затевает роман с существом, которое сами аниматоры студии Дисней характеризуют как помесь буйвола, льва, кабана и гориллы. Куда такое годится? Стоит сказать, на предыдущем суде, где штраф был 14 миллионов, стороне обвинения и судье, среди прочего, не понравился сюжет о вполне себе гетеросексуальных отношениях между девушкой и оборотнем, что ставит вопрос о законности еще целого множества сюжетов и сказок, и популярной культуры на территории Российской Федерации вообще в целом. Так можно и до запрета «Сумерек» дойти, ведь далеко не факт, что у вампиров в России больше прав, чем у оборотней. Список потенциально запрещенных произведений просто огромен. Наверное, мне не стоит российским правоохранителям и судебному корпусу тут давать подсказки, а то ведь на каждом утреннике в детском саду дежурить начнут. В немного иной ситуации вся эта борьба за нравственность воспринималась бы как курьез. Как сюжет из той серии «Симпсонов», где активисты города Спрингфилд выступили против обнаженной статуи Давида, работы Микеланджело, увидев в ней пропаганду срамоты. Однако, во-первых, в случае с российскими судебными решениями мы имеем дело вовсе не с забавными низовыми инициативами или активизмом, а с политикой, которая навязывается сверху. А во-вторых, в таких делах страдает не только абстрактный здравый смысл, но и конкретные люди. Вся сфера творчества, культуры и искусства живет под вот этой вот возможностью разорительных штрафов на сотни тысяч или миллионы рублей. А когда люди, обслуживающие систему, совсем глубоко закопаются в неведомые им культурологию и искусствоведение, а также в несуществующую дисциплину деструктологию, тогда дело может дойти и до длительных тюремных сроков. Тут реклама, и продолжим изучать это все.
Не так давно глава Минцифры заявил аж о 56 тысячах заблокированных ресурсов с экстремистскими материалами. А чуть позже VPN Liberty выпустил уникальный продукт – роутер с предустановленным VPN, который не просто позволит вам пользоваться любыми ресурсами, какими вы хотите, но и делать это с абсолютно любого устройства. Достаточно лишь подключить его к Wi-Fi через этот роутер. С этим роутером вы сможете подключить к VPN свой телевизор, хоть даже Samsung, и смотреть на нем мои ролики или сериалы на Netflix. Сможете подключить PlayStation, Xbox или Nintendo, чтобы играть в недоступные игры. И все ваши домашние будут автоматически подключены к VPN тоже. При этом VPN на роутере можно настроить так, чтобы все домены Рунета оказались вне VPN. Сбер, Кинопоиск, ВК, госуслуги будут спокойно открываться. А параллельно у вас будут работать и Spotify, и Instagram, и любой другой недоступный сервис. Очень удобно. Не придется каждый раз включать и выключать VPN вручную. Если вы вдруг думаете, что провайдер будет против такого роутера, то сразу скажу, не будет. Ему без разницы, какой роутер у вас стоит. Скорость не проседает, а соединение будет куда стабильнее, чем с VPN на смартфоне, в отдельных приложениях или где-то еще, ведь роутер не конкурирует с программами на телефоне за батарею и сеть. Сам Liberty сервис анонимный. Он не записывает и не хранит информацию о том, какие сайты вы посещали. Его уже попытался заблокировать Роскомнадзор и не раз, но безуспешно. Liberty с этим справляется. Роутер от Liberty станет идеальным подарком родителям, с которыми вы созваниваетесь через Telegram или WhatsApp, или друзьям, которым недостает иностранных сервисов. Стоит такой роутер 10 тысяч рублей. В эту сумму входит доставка. Каждый экземпляр прошит вручную и также вручную протестирован. В подарок при покупке вы также получите 1 месяц подписки на VPN Liberty бесплатно. Если вы уже клиент Liberty, этот месяц все равно добавится к вашей подписке.
В 10-е годы в России стала популярна определенная разновидность пранков, так называемые социальные эксперименты. Именно на них заработал себе всероссийскую известность, например, видеоблогер Николай Соболев.
Это проект Рака Макафо, и это наш новый социальный эксперимент.
Поехали. Если исходить из установки, что российская внутренняя политика – это пранк, едва ли не все сферы жизни в стране можно смело назвать затянувшимся социальным экспериментом над россиянами. Суть его в следующем. А что будет, если в государстве демонтировать всякие ограничители, убрать даже намек на систему сдержек и противовесов? Окажется, что властный режим, для которого не предусмотрено тормозов, сам по себе никогда не остановится. Если мы говорим о такой специфичной отрасли, как борьба против пропаганды вот этой вот нетрадиционности, то государственная активность здесь не выйдет на плато. Не наступит времени, когда появятся какие-то понятные правила игры. Пускай какие-нибудь несправедливые, но хотя бы предсказуемые. Когда каждый человек, будь то создатель контента или издатель или потребитель, сможет понять, что можно, а что нельзя. Чтобы такие правила установить, нужно, чтобы у руководства страны был хоть какой-то ограничитель. А если его нет, законы будут ужесточаться постоянно. Еще сильнее будет ужесточаться правоприменение. Ибо те, кто за это все отвечает, никогда ведь не скажут: миссия выполнена, нравственность восторжествовала, наша задача теперь просто поддерживать ее на должном уровне, да и в принципе можно расходиться. Нет, их задача день за днем выдумывать все новые приемы и способы привлекать граждан к ответственности.
This button is very well, everything. An unfortunate thing in some situations. Anyway, I feel like I've done enough for today. Can't get about more stuff. So that's going to be it for this stream. Good luck, fun, thanks for watching, and I'll see